Hello, everyone. Good morning and even good afternoon to those in the UK that are joining us. I'm Tony Bellezza, co-founder of Anthony's Way, The Road to Kindness, and we're so excited to have you here with us today. And I'm honored to be the host for today's session. We've put together a great session for you. We got some of the top speakers in the world coming today to share with their hearts about ADHD, sharing the realities and sharing what can be done immediately to make life better. So just a few administrative things. Please use the chat box to share your comments and if you have questions. And I know some of you have already started putting in where you're from, so that's great. And we welcome everyone from everywhere. And in case you're not able to stay for the whole session, you should know that this session is going to be taped and it will be on our podcast YouTube channel, The Way Forward, A Kindness Mission, and it'll be out there shortly after the session's done. So thank you again for being here. And we know there's lots of moms and dads out there, and we know there's lots of wonderful people that just want to hear from us and hear from these speakers today. And we're excited to have you here. And nice part is you get to stay in your pajamas. I had to get dressed up today, so I'm wearing a white shirt and even some pants. So why are we here? Okay, and why the theme? So if you had a chance to see the video that was played and the words, it's hard facing the realities of ADHD, but we have to face the realities. In order to make change occur and happen, we have to know what those realities are. And in order to make life better for our kids and for everyone, and it's important to know what they are and how to deal with them. So, 22 years ago, our son Anthony was diagnosed with ADHD at the age of 7. And I can tell you that no one told us what to do. No one put a step-by-step path for us. I'm grateful for my wife, Casey, and she's listening today, and I'm grateful for her because she took the initiative to read and understand. And there's so much out there. It's so confusing. And the sad part about it is that today we've talked in 2 years since we launched in October of 2023, ADHD Awareness Month then too. We've talked to some 55, 60 families, and they still tell us the same message, that they don't know who to turn to. They don't know where to go. They don't have a path. And even in many times they go see their pediatrician and they just get medication for their child. And that's not the right thing to do. This has to be, there's a pathway, and it's time. The time is now to change the landscape. The time is now immediately to take steps. And we've created a care model like no other. We've looked at this, we studied it, we said what's needed, what's missing, and what's needed to make sure that families that have children and even adults, they know where to go. We looked at the behavioral aspects, we looked at the emotional aspects, the academic side, the social side, and the physical side, the nutrition and the exercise part is, and we put it all in one package, and we're offering it up for those who need help and those who can cover the cost of care. It's there for you, and we're looking to sponsor as many kids as we can with the money that we raise from the nonprofit. The other sad part about this is that when we talk about realities, no one really told us that impulsiveness was such a big part of this. Our son was an impulsive young boy, and we saw it early on, but we never put the two together, that because of his impulsiveness, one day, because of a bad decision, we could lose him. And that happened when he was 18. Just turned 18, and with one impulsive act, we lost our son. So today we have to live with missing his smile, missing his hugs, and his kind way. And so we're carrying on his mission of kindness through this charity. And we don't want anyone else to feel the pain that we did. And that's why we decided it's so important that you have to understand the realities of ADHD so that you could take action. The landscape has to change, and the time is now. That's why we're here. Parents, you need to know the realities of it. You need to tell your child and even your adults that life is better with them in it. They need to be here. They have a life, and life is good. ADHD, just because they have ADHD doesn't mean that they can't have a good life. we have the experts here to help today. We have the experts on our team every day to help manage ADHD for these kids and for adults. And you have to know that you are the safety net for your children and for your adults. You have to take time to listen. And I can tell you that we've had families tell us that their child, 10 years, 11 years old, 12 years old, they don't want to be here anymore. And that's sad. Parents are listening and they come forward, they ask for help. That's what you have to do. You have to be ready to ask for help. You are the safety net. You have to be there for your child and be there for your adult. Together, we are the safety net for the families and the kids that we care for. And at the same time, I'm sure you saw some of the wonderful folks out there, Simone Biles, and all the athletes, the professionals, the influencers that found their passion. And part of this is we have to drive and help kids and adults to find their passion. You know what happens when you find your passion? It drives you, and it's driving these kids and adults. It drove the influencers and the people you saw today. And, that is the path of success. And this is where life is better with you and with them in it. So the time is now, and we've assembled a great group of people to share their best practices, the tools that they're using, the techniques, all to make life better for your kids, for those that have ADHD, and for you parents. So the other thing that you saw if you joined early was our motto. And it all starts with how you kick off the day. And it's important because if you kick off the day in the right way, it should go smooth. And even if you have bumps in the road, you know what to come back to. And our motto stands. It's stand the test of time with us. 35 years we've been using this motto. Wonderful person from Dale Carnegie, Buddy Bresnik, shared it with us. And I've shared it with thousands and thousands of people. Today is the best day of your life, and tomorrow will be even better. When you say it to yourself, today is the best day of my life, and tomorrow will be even better. It takes ownership. You take ownership to today, and that's what we want to leave you with. That you have a great life, and we're just excited that we can bring you the summit today, and we really want to kick it off with a wonderful person, and Jeff Copper. Jeff Copper is a dear friend of ours, and back in October of 2023, he helped us to launch Anthony's Way to Road to Kindness with a podcast. He has a way, he knows the science, and he has a way of bringing the science and making it practical, relatable, and transformative. He's captured some technology and some great tools here that he's going to share with you today. So this may be a bit challenging to understand, but listen to it. Listen to what he has to say. Take his words. If you have questions, put them in the chat box for us, and we'll bring Jeff. We'll share Jeff with share the questions to Jeff. He can't be with us today. He's sharing his video that he did specifically for this summit. So we welcome Jeff.
Hi, I'm cognitive engineer and ADHD coach Jeff Copper. I'd like to thank Tony and Cassie for inviting me to come today for Facing the Realities of ADHD. Life is Better with You. My presentation today is entitled Accommodations Hidden in Plain Sight. I hope that today is going to be very revealing in terms of things that really help those with ADHD. So let's go. So human beings favor things that are tangible. And we dismiss the abstract. And sometimes I think that we're really missing the boat. So today is very much an awareness play. And I'm hoping to reveal stuff that's obvious and in plain sight that many don't necessarily recognize. I think it's particularly helpful for this particular summit because what Tony and Cassie are trying to do are help many youth that have ADHD. And inherent in what they're doing is to provide some accommodations to these kids. And what I hope today is really to illuminate kind of what's going on. So let's begin. There's a couple quotes that I always thought was really fascinating. ADHD is amplified or muted depending on the environment. Or, as the need for independent work increases, ADHD productivity decreases. Interesting. What would explain these? I definitely agree with them. But what would explain it? So one of the things that we need to understand is the answers to everything are really hidden in plain sight. What they hide behind is our emotions in the form of misconceptions, assumptions, and expectation. Collectively, this is cognitive bias. People judge the world through the lens of their own experience. With ADHD, it's hard for a neurotypical to experience it. Further, if you do have it, it's sometimes difficult really to understand what it is because of the intangibility of it. So again, cognitive bias is very, very much profound. Intangibility bias is we favor what we can see. These are inherent here, so understand that these are what's kind of hiding what's in plain sight. Most people think of ADHD as a different brain wiring, and there's lots of reasons for that. Mostly it's about hope. The human experience is really mostly about hope, and there's a lot of talk about how ADHD is a gift or different brain wiring. And I think really that's really kind of to get people a sense of hope. But at the end of the day, the reality of it is, I'm not so sure you would wrap up ADHD and give it to somebody for their birthday, is actually an executive functioning impairment, right? Specifically, an executive function impairment when solving problems in mind. So let's talk about what executive functions are. About 15 years ago, Dr. Russell Barkley was first talking about ADHD. At that time, if you took an executive functioning test and you had ADHD, it didn't show up as an impairment. So he was like, well, it's either not an executive function or the tests are wrong. And he began to argue from 7 different research-based point of views how ADHD had to be in the prefrontal cortex, and we know that's where executive functions are. So what he did is he started to take a look at the definition of executive functions. And I think he found 32, maybe 34 different definitions in the literature. And as he said, it was a dog's breakfast, like anything goes. So what he did is set out to define executive functions very precisely so we can determine what is and is not an executive function as a means to really understand the impairment. So he set out to define executive functions. And where do you start on something like that? Well, as a general rule, all the researchers agreed that self-regulation is major. So he started with that. So he ended up defining executive functions as a collection of mind tools that we use to solve problems, okay? Or actually more specifically to work towards a goal over time, but I like to shorten it to solving problems. So walking, eating, daydreaming, you don't use executive functions on that. It's about solving problems. And so he defined them, and when you go out and listen to him, he talks about them in the way that they develop, but he also talks about thinking of the brain as a 2-level system. What I've done is just reorganize the executive functions into this 2-level system. The automatic brain, which is the more primitive brain, at the base level is self-awareness. Humans have the ability to see themselves in the third person. They can look at themselves objectively. Humans also have the ability to calm themselves down. They can actually change emotions. If you're upset and want to, you can willfully kind of calm yourself down. Not an easy thing to do, but you can do it. You can also restrain yourself. So collectively, if you're aware of yourself and you're able to calm yourself down, you're able to override, to restrain your urges to act on impulse. Basically, we know this is pausing. Next, once you pause, you've got to engage your thinking brain. This is thinking towards a goal, or as I say, problem solving. We use our visual imagery. We can hold concepts in mind. Our verbal working memory. There's a narrative that we have going on inside our head. Think of it as self-talk. And we play with information in our mind. Collectively, that's the thinking part. So the brain is a 2-level system. First, we have to have the awareness to pause, and then we have to engage our thinking brain. What I've done is studied Dr. Russell Barkley's model for the last 15 years and developed a field of engineering called cognitive ergonomics from the inside out, which also kind of that doubles as another ADHD intervention, but it allows us to take an engineering approach to helping people with ADHD. And much of what we're going to talk about today is born of this. Basically, to engineer anything, you've got to have some type of model that has repeatable patterns, like germ theory, what viruses and bacteria is, etc. You also have to have a lens, some means to see what you theoretically came up with, like a microscope. what I've done is develop something called attention scope. It's a collection of metaphors, but mostly they're simulated experiences that I put people in to isolate each of Dr. Barkley's executive functions so we can define it, you can experience it, so you can recognize it and see how it plays out in daily life. Once you have a model that's explains what's going on and you have a means to see it, you can get into problem solve. You can make objective observations and problem solve like an engineer. So cognitive ergonomics from the inside out transformed abstract ideas of cognition into tangible phenomena revealing causal relationships around intangible accommodations that alter our perception around efficiently accommodating those with executive function impairment. Again, don't worry about this. I mean, I'm just giving you the background of what it's all about. You don't have to get kind of lost in that definition, but oversimplified, we're bringing tangibility to the cognitive process so that we can begin to problem solve like engineers. So one of the things that's important is that when you're thinking towards a goal, basically visual imagery, nonverbal working memory, and playing with information mind, collectively, that's working memory. Working memory is about executing. It's about problem solving. It's the ability to hold thoughts in mind while organizing, sequencing them without forgetting them, putting them in order. So in order to simulate this, we're going to do an exercise in a moment. Now, I'm going to play an audio tape of somebody that I've done this with before. And when I work my way through this with this person, I'm going to ask you to participate in this exercise while they do so that you can experience it. The idea here is I want to bring some tangibility to what we're talking about when it comes to working memory and define specifically what the difference between problem solving in mind and out of mind. So let's pause for a second and let me roll the tape.
To really illustrate this, Annie had agreed before this that she'll do an attention exercise with me. And I would like everybody to kind of participate, even though I'll be talking to Annie through this process to illustrate this. I'd like you to participate this as best you can. So Annie, you're with me?
I am here.
Okay. Everybody, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say 6 words very slowly in a second. What I'm going to ask you to do is please don't write the words down. And if I say a word and you feel the urge to say that word out loud, please don't. So I'm going to give you a little bit of pause. And Annie, I'd like you to kind of pause. And after I say those 6 words, when you're ready, I want you to repeat them back to me out loud in alphabetical order. You ready?
Ready.
Igloo, teacher, zebra, kangaroo, bumblebee, hippopotamus.
Okay. Should I repeat them back?
Yep.
Okay. Bumblebee, hippopotamus, igloo, zebra. I'm forgetting one.
That's okay. So everybody.
2. Forgot 2.
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay, so how'd you do? In this simple example, I gave Annie 6 words. She had to load them in her mind. She didn't learn anything new, by the way. She knows what all 6 words are, but she had to familiarize herself with the words. She had to retrieve maybe an image of it to associate the 2, but then she had to organize. She had to reorder those 6 words into alphabetical order. Again, we didn't learn anything new, but what I want you to understand is by not allowing her to write them down or repeat the words out loud, I was asking her to work towards a goal in mind. In mind. Often I give people 8 words after we do this exercise, and I allow them to write it down and or say the words if they want to. Then I ask them to repeat it back to me in reverse alphabetical order. If they take the time, most people get it right. This is a very important distinction that we understand, is that holding and ordering those words in mind requires you to use your executive functions in mind. Write them down on the paper is solving the problem out of mind, which is much cognitively easier. Most people look at ADHD as a focus problem, and it is, but that's the symptom. Really what it is, it's a problem-solving impairment in mind. it's so difficult that people have the urge to escape. One thing I often do with people that are calling me early on, I'll ask them to calculate 3 to the power of 5. And they go, oh my God, I suck at math. What that is, that's an emotional reaction that they're having in the face of something that's going to be cognitively difficult. Often I even do the 3 to the power of 5 and people won't even try it because it's just too hard. What I'm trying to illustrate here is that when something requires executive functions, understand that they're impaired, which means they're less efficient, which means it's harder for them. It takes more effort than it does neurotypicals. They typically escape the discomfort. So trying to bring tangibility to what we're talking about is that we use thoughts when we think. Really, you can't control your thoughts. All you can do is choose which thoughts you pay attention to. But what I want you to understand, and what this table is about, is we got to make a distinction because we use thoughts and we think in different ways. When you look at this table on the far left, what we have is automatic thinking. Now note, as we move from the left to the right, the level of effort of thinking that it increases and the need for the use of executive functions begins to come in. The point really is on the left side, daydreaming and worrying don't really require any cognitive effort. There's really not a goal. You're just thoughts or thinking. In fact, I'd actually argue that stopping worrying would actually be difficult. Then as we move more shallow thinking, this is judging, forming a belief or an opinion, like that guy's a jerk. You don't really have to justify it. You can just come out of the blue and just say it. My point really here, this doesn't take a lot of effort. Anytime you say, I feel, what you're doing is you're jumping to conclusion. You're not really analyzing the particulars of the situation. You're just making an assumption. A little bit more effort, but not a lot. Now, we cross over into learning. Notice that the color changes, more yellow, like caution. This is where you're digesting discrete pieces of known information. You already know what the Pythagorean theorem is when you go to school. They're just explaining it to you, and you're plugging numbers into problems in order to do that. The goal is just to understand the information, not necessarily apply it in daily life. Then we cross over into contemplative thinking. This is a little bit more of analyzing data, if you will. So there's some objectivity to it, and you're trying to use your judgment in order to form a hypothesis, all right? A little bit effortful. There's a lot of graduate work in here, but here's the trick. When you cross over from here into the red, you're moving into problem solving. Red is the danger zone. This is the area that we really use executive functions. This is about applying what you know. There's lots of sayings. People with ADHD, they know what to do. They have a hard time executing what they know to do. This is the area that we're talking about. Note is that problems are characterized as things being multifaceted and ambiguous. When I get calls from people interested in coaching, I usually blurt out, I don't even have to see your procrastination list. I can pretty much guarantee 80% of what you're putting off is rooted in some level of ambiguity. Executive functions are there in order to work through that. That's where the problem is. This is about innovating and solving complex problems. So again, this is the danger zone. Now, this really isn't drawn to scale, because if I did, I'd probably have like maybe 3 to 4% of a person's day is actually execution of this. Thinking about what you've got to do, writing some things down. That's not really the application of that knowledge. It's just coming up with the things. Now note, if I were to draw a line down the middle of this, the left side would be problem solving out of mind. If I gave you 8 words and said, repeat it back to me in alphabetical order, that's where that was. The right side of this is where problem solving in mind is. That is where the real challenge of ADHD is. One of the things out there is that there's lots of emphasis on tangible objects like tools and strategies and stuff like that. What I want you to understand is that all those things out there are to support people to think, but they don't do the thinking for you. So note is that the shovel doesn't do the digging. A lot of times there's an reliance on people thinking that the tip, trick, or strategy, the tool that's actually going to do it. It helps you think, but it doesn't do the thinking for you. Really quickly, what Tony and Cassie are doing is trying to develop a team to support teens with ADHD by engaging them in direct conversations to help them think. More on that later. So an impairment is a reduction in the efficiencies. If you've got ADHD, you're ability to problem solve, you're less efficient. Think about that. If you're less efficient, it requires more effort to produce the same as a neurotypical. So it's actually harder. An accommodation is a means of providing assistance, right? Most people don't think about it, but your staircase in a house is an accommodation for you to get to the second floor. If you didn't have it, you'd have to crawl up the outside of the building. Air conditioner, a heating unit, all these are accommodations. The thing about ADHD is we don't think of it like this, but it's an executive functioning impairment. We don't need accommodations like extra time in the test to try harder. What we need is to accommodate that. So what this leads us to is cognitive ergonomics from the inside out is an observational training program to focus on fact, not feeling. And what it has produced is what I call the intangible accommodations axiom. An axiom is a truth that's built on other truths. So let's walk through the logic. ADHD is an executive functioning impairment. We've talked about that. Executive functions are a collection of mind tools used in goal-directed behavior over time to solve problems. We've talked about that. Problems are typically multifaceted and ambiguous. We've talked about that. Planning, organizing, managing time, all are multifaceted and ambiguous. Thus, we understand why people with ADHD have problems with planning, organizing, managing time. Duh. But we need to kind of pull this together to get to that conclusion based off of Dr. Barkley's model. Now, this is where we take a turn. The leading views of cognitive science is that language evolved as a tool to coordinate social behavior and solve shared problems. Let's think about that. Language was derived out of the need to solve problems. If we didn't have problems, language would not exist. This is important. Now, we use language for other things now, but originally it came about to solve shared problems. Direct communication and collaboration is the fundamental mechanism. It's the most basic form of problem solving. Face-to-face interaction trying to resolve a problem. If this is true, if people with ADHD have executive function impairment, then direct communication and collaboration would serve as an effective accommodation. In fact, what I'm trying to do with cognitive ergonomics is really extend this to the Americans with Disabilities Act. Having somebody to work through problems with shouldn't be a nicety, but it should be a required accommodation for people. Imagine, if you will, if you have ADHD where somebody comes to you and you're able to talk to them about what you're going to do that day. That's planning. They're helping you. It's an intangible accommodation, right? It's not physical. It's an intangible accommodation because they're supporting you, two people using their collective cognition to work way through the problem. Now, this is not doing it for them. This is helping them. So direct communication is actually a universal accommodation. It's been around for thousands of years. It originated when language started. Neurotypicals use it every day. But here's the thing, given the impairment, those with ADHD just need it more. My eyesight's impaired. Some people, eyesight's not impaired. They don't need an accommodation. Sometimes it's partially impaired, like you need readers. That's a partial accommodation. But as your eyesight deteriorates, you need more and more of accommodation. So think of it like this. Having somebody to talk through problems, it's like my glasses. It helps people focus. It's an intangible accommodation. My glasses are tangible. We can see it. We discount, by the way, the abstract because we just dismiss it. We're looking for something tangible. But what I'm saying is that when you think about it, direct communication has been around for thousands of years. So this is going to be kind of revealing. I'm going to skip over this a little bit because I don't really want to get bogged down in the definition of direct communication. But the bottom line is like two people sitting there solving a problem. So when somebody has a problem, what do we do in society? You have a problem in school. You have a problem at work. You have a problem with your mental faculties. You're sent to people to have direct conversation, whether it's a teacher, a tutor, a special ed teacher, your manager, a mentor, a coach, a therapist, parents, friends. What do these all have in common? They are direct communications to solve shared problems. Direct communication. This is an accommodation hidden in plain sight. What Tony and Cassie are doing is they're trying to provide services and resources for students, or basically teens with ADHD, to have direct conversations in order to problem solve. Underlying all this, I understand, is that this is really, really kind of powerful. Dr. Ari Tuckman is another speaker in this. I remember interviewing him many years ago, and he said asking for help is a sign of maturity. This is important. We're going to talk about this in a second. I was fortunate to go to college on an athletic scholarship, and I had unlimited tutoring. Unlike most people at that age, I was happy to get help. Why do this the hard way? And my understanding was fall semester of 1982, I had the highest tutoring bill on campus at Indiana University of 30,000 people. I embraced it. My grades were the best grades I ever had that particular year. So one of the challenges with regard to this is people don't want to have ADHD. And I don't want to get into the details of this, but we actually have two executive functions. One is self-awareness, and the other one is emotional self-regulation. They're actually in conflict. In order to be self-aware, let me back up. This is somewhat fast, but if you can imagine yourself walking out into public with all your friends and family stripping down butt naked and having everybody stare at you, most people have an emotional reaction to that. Why? Because you feel threatened. It's a fight, flight, or freeze response. So you're very defensive. Self-awareness is the ability to look at yourself in the mirror as you really are. It's a very threatening. It's like there's probably things that you don't want to admit by yourself, that you don't want to see. It's like there's things that you might not want people to see if you strip naked. So people with ADHD resist. The point really here is to be self-aware. You got to be able to downregulate your emotion. To downregulate your emotions, you got to be self-aware. So we actually have mutually conflicting executive functions. One of the things that I'm trying to do is bring tangibility to this so that people will accept this a little bit more and understand that problem solving with other people is hidden in plain sight. Meetings, it's all around us if you just look for it. So the idea really here is to own ADHD as an executive function impairment and embrace it. Many years ago, I did an interview with Dr. Russell Barkley, and he said, you know, we spend most of our time talking people really into owning this as an impairment, not as a gift, not as a special brain wiring, but to accept it's an impairment and to do the kind of things that we really need to do. I want to reiterate, Tony and Cassie, what they're here to do is they're trying to provide these services for these kids in order for them to get through this and to thrive. So let's go back to our quotes. ADHD is amplified or muted depending on the environment. As the need for independent work increases, productivity decreases. Having people around you. I remember when lockdown hit during COVID, I'm expensive. I figured I was going to be out of a job within 60 days because people weren't working. I was wrong. My phone lit up like a Christmas tree. Why? Because everybody was sent home to problem solve in mind. I got phone calls from people saying, I'm unmotivated. I got productivity problems. I'm like, no, you're fine. What you did is you lost your intangible, invisible accommodation. When you were at work in school, you were interacting with people. You didn't realize it, but you were problem solving with them on a daily basis. So at the end of the day, this is about accommodations. It's an insight. Verbal direct communication is the most fundamental form of accommodation for all mankind. Neurotypicals do it, but they don't have the impairment. If you've got the impairment, let's say you just need it 20 times as much. So the idea is to advocate. What I'm really trying to do with ergonomics is change our perspective and get by the bias. If you take a look on the left, these are the current type accommodations that you get in school. If you'll notice, extended times on tasks, flexible work schedules, etc. The one common theme amongst most of those is basically you just got to try harder. You just got to suffer. It's like me trying to read without my glasses. We'll give you more time, but just suffer through it. What I'm trying to do is change that paradigm where we're not trying to have people suffer, but we tried the accommodation to make it easier. Hey, having my eyeglasses to read makes it a lot easier. What it does is actually mitigates or even eliminates the impairment. Having the ability to communicate directly with real-time feedback with humans works the same way. Helps my glasses help me focus. Direct communications help somebody with ADHD focus on problem solving. don't want to get kind of bogged down in the details of this. But the point of today really was to kind of come in on a couple levels and say, number one, at some level, what Tony and Cassie are trying to do is they're trying to provide direct communication for students or that have ADHD that are struggling in order to get them through. My hope is that what I'm doing is bringing validity to this. Often I get asked to speak and say, you know, what's that thing that we can do kind of immediately? And that is, hey, when you've got a problem, go to somebody. The development or the building of cognitive ergonomics from the inside out was on the backs of, everybody you know. I would call them up and say, can I borrow your brain? Can I think through something with it? Can I get a perspective? Can you help me brainstorm? The whole point really is I've reached out constantly with people to talk through different pieces of it. The idea here is to reveal this is an intangible accommodation. You can begin to implement it and you do it in everyday life. Now, a lot of students and a lot of people say, but I can't go ask for help all the time. Well, number one, you need to think about building your board of sorts, people to go through. Tony and Cassie are trying to help these kids put that together. But here's the thing. Has everybody, think about a time when somebody's come to you and said, you know, you're a smart person. Can you help me think through this? Can you help me problem solve? Can I get your perspective on things? And you turn them away? If you think about it, really rarely happens. But a lot of people don't want to do that. That goes back to that self-awareness thing that we talked about. Most people like to have help. In fact, many are natural born mentors. Now, don't go to somebody who's a bottom liner, who's exceptionally opinionated, or think that they want to fix you or insist that you do it their way. They're not safe environments. But past that, there's an enormous amount of people out there that are really willing to help. The issue is you've got to let your emotions down and look at the evidence. It's hidden in plain sight. It's hidden in plain sight. Customer service is to have direct communications when you have a problem. Meetings and businesses are to have direct communications to solve problems. It's everywhere. So I'd like to thank again, Tony Cassie, for having me on and actually let me kick this thing off. It's really an honor to do that. You've got a bunch of really good speakers that are going to follow me. I hope this has given you pause to think and give you some insight and see a different way and a lot of possibilities. Again, I reiterate, that are hidden in plain sight. We don't see them because people don't understand with ADHD and we favor tangible. We dismiss the abstract. What I'm hoping to do is bring tangibility to the abstract so we can give people with ADHD the accommodations that they need. Again, my name is Jeff Copper. My website is digcoaching.com. You can access my podcast at Attention Talk Radio. That's there. It's been around for 15 years. Attention Talk Video, which is my video channel. It's been around since 2013. Also, if you hit the service tab, you can go down and click and learn a little bit more about the program Cognitive Ergonomics. With that, thank you very much for your time.
All right. Well, I hope you enjoyed that. There is so much good information in what Jeff was talking about, and direct communication is so critical. You know, and some of the folks we work with have tried direct communication with school systems and others, and you know, we're here to help advocate. And moms and dads, you're the advocate for your children. And Jeff, lots of these things are hidden in plain sight. Lots of these accommodations are there. We have to ask for them. We have to advocate for our children. Again, we are the safety net. You are the safety net for your child. So have a listen again to Jeff's video here. It'll be out there once we finish the broadcast here today. But it's all good information that is helpful. And what he's doing, he's taking what Russell Barkley has created some 30 years ago, and he's deciphered it down into manageable, workable items for executive function. And so, you know, take it and it'll be there to help you. So we're going to take a short break here and go get some coffee or whatever your favorite drink is. And what we're going to do is, you know, being a nonprofit, obviously we have an opportunity and we have to raise funds so we can help as many children and families as we can. So there's this offering that we want to share with you, which is about the golden travel ticket. And it's going to bring home some opportunities there that we think are very, very helpful. And we've kind of captured the raffle and a golden travel ticket and the opportunity to win with a donation. So again, have a listen to this. Hope you enjoy it. And we'll be back with Kate Brownfield in a few minutes. Grab a coffee. Thank you. Hello, everyone. We're back, and we want to first thank two very special people, our marketing team, Casey and Nicole. Thank you, Casey and Nicole, for all you're doing and for keeping the summit moving right along and for putting that video together. And now we want to welcome a wonderful, wonderful person, Kate Brownfield. Come and join us, Kate. Hey, there's Kate. Hi, Kate. Welcome, Kate. And
Thank you. Hi, Anthony.
Hi, Kate. Thanks for being with us. And I want to do a short introduction of all the wonderful, wonderful things you have done in your career. And Kate is a certified ADHD parent coach, and she is one of the best. She's the founder of ADHD Kids Can Thrive coaching practice, and she has a top-rated ADHD podcast called the ADHD Kids Can Thrive podcast. And we were honored to be part of your podcast. I think it was January 3rd, actually, we joined you this year. And just a wonderful story you have, and it was an honor being part of the podcast with you, and we appreciate it. She's also written a wonderful book. If you get a chance, you should get this book, How We Roll, Parent's Journey on Raising a Child with ADHD. Kate, I'm going to turn it over to you. Great to have you with us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm going to share my slides, right? The controls are with me. Can you see my slides? Anthony, can you see my slides?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great.
Great. Thanks.
Okay. All right, everybody. I am looking forward to this. Please hold while I get the slideshow going. Okay, here we go. Everybody can see my slides. I'm Kate, as Anthony said, and it's a pleasure to be here. And this morning here on the West Coast, it's 7 a.m. It may be sunny and the sun may be up where you're at. I'm going to share today perfect advice from an imperfect mom, which is me. I have two children with ADHD who are now young adults, one boy, one girl, who are each wildly different and their own authentic people. And our journey flipped my world upside down, and I became a parent or a student of ADHD, an advocate, the author of my book, as Anthony said, and I host a podcast where I interview experts and advocates in ADHD. I am still a very human mom who learned to navigate the ups and downs of parenting a child with ADHD with less panic and more grace. It has been a journey of a lifetime for me. I'm working on it every day, just like you all are as well. This journey also changed my whole career path, if you will. Over time, I have become a certified whole person coach, an ADHD executive function parent coach as well, which means some people ask me what does whole person means. My point of view on coaching is I look at the well-being of the entire family, which includes the child, but also the parents and siblings, grandparents. I take a whole person approach in my coaching when we're talking about how ADHD affects literally everybody.
Hey, Kate, excuse
yeah.
me. I want to hear just your presenter slide is up, so you just need to take that piece down.
Oh, you can see my notes?
Yeah, so everybody can see the slide. Yep.
Oh, okay.
There we go. That's perfect. Thank you.
That's interesting that you can see that. Okay. Well, I really wanted to have my notes, but I can look at my notes here. Anyway, okay, I blend strategy and compassion in my thing, and I tailor my coaching to what your needs are. So that's a little bit about kind of what whole person is, and we build strategies and boundaries, and we learn how to parent our child and move forward with goals that everybody wants to work on. Okay, so let's start with my own story. The moment that changed everything for me, my son was in first grade, and his teacher used public behavior charts, which were green, yellow, red. So everyone in the classroom knew whether you were having a good day or not, right? And week after week, my son landed on red. And at the age of 6, a label began to stick called the bad kid, right? And his confidence shrank at 6 years old. My confidence shrank when his shrank. Some parents stepped back from us, right? Was my kid turning into that kid, I call it. And when I asked for help from the school, they said, this is the system that works for everyone. And it wasn't working for my child. And that is the moment I realized I needed a new lens, a new strategy, a new plan on life. I was lucky. So my kids are young adults now. So we're talking, gosh, like 15, 16 years ago, where finding ADHD support was incredibly difficult. It's still not easy, but you can find it. And I was lucky. I found a coach. She was a therapist and also a coach who had incredibly deep understanding in ADHD and how it affected the family system, the child, the whole works. She was incredible. And I feel lucky to this day that I found her. And she is the one who showed me the way. I didn't even know I was really looking for this person, but I did find her. And she showed me what to do. And the first step was she's like, you got to go get a formal assessment and see what's going on. So we went off and did that. And ADHD was part of his profile. It wasn't the only thing. But ADHD was probably the most difficult part, I would say, of his profile. So anyway, from there, then she coached me on, she really sat me down and said, look, you got to understand what ADHD is and what it isn't and how it's going to affect your child and the family. And from there, let's look into how school and home life and all of that needs to go so it works for everybody going forward. And so that's what we did. And we went from a kid who was seeming bad and going to be failing in life to a paradigm where how do we support this child and our family to get through life in a good way? 2 lessons I carry with myself to this very day. The first is going to be forgiveness. And it's not about forgiving my child for who he is or my other child. It's none of that. It's about, I had to learn how to forgive basically everybody around me and including myself, and for the ignorance that I saw in administrators, in some school teachers, not all, in misunderstanding from friends and from other parents and from, we met experts who weren't going to meet us where we were at, right? So like, it's just, there's layers of forgiveness on a daily basis. I think for what this kindness summit is, you could also look at it, it's just showing kindness to people for not knowing what they don't know. I call it forgiveness, and it really helps me to move out of feeling shameful for what living in this land of shame, if you will. It doesn't teach regulation, and it doesn't help anything. And it really just personally for me as a parent frees me of energy so that I can focus more on what steps do we need to take? Where do I need to advocate? How do we move forward? How do I help my child grow into the best version of themselves? So that is one thing I take with me every day. And the second one is imperfection, that not every day is going to be a great day. All these systems, structures, boundaries that we're instructed to put in place, they're not always going to work, right? We're going to live in the middle. Not every day has to be perfect. Not every day has to be run by systems. It's exhausting, to be honest. And so you have to find that balance of imperfection and just simply be human and find where that humanness lives for you and for your child and in your family. So my promise today is we're going to talk about the myths that drain parent confidence and get into the reality of what raising a child with ADHD is. So you can kind of regain your confidence, if you will, and hopefully feel like you're able to be more discerning as you move forward with your child and your family. Okay, so let's start with what ADHD is. And ADHD is a way of being in the world. You cannot change a person who has ADHD into to a person who doesn't have ADHD, right? So ADHD is not an IQ problem. It is not a character flaw of a person. It's more about how their executive functioning system works. And I think you have several guests coming who are going to educate you about all of the executive functions that are included in what characterizes ADHD, if you will. It includes attention, working memory, emotional regulation, initiation, motivation, etc. And I'm going to do a lot of plain analogies today. So think of your executive functioning system as the air traffic controller at an airport. And when your executive functioning system works in a different way, it can be harder for all of the planes, like the control tower, to land all the different things that are going on in our brain with our executive functioning system. And then you have to layer onto that, the executive functioning system, all these other friends that come with ADHD, which I call them friends. And it's different for each person who has ADHD. It could be anxiety, depression, trauma, learning disabilities. A new one is tech addiction, right? So you have to consider all of these in the whole person of having ADHD. What is really affecting them, and what are the things that are really getting in the way of them living their life and being the best version of themselves. So why do myths spread? I think they spread. ADHD is big business. People click on the word ADHD, so it's really misused in our media and in our culture and in our classrooms and with our peer group. It's misused. It's a very misunderstood word, and I think it's very prone for myths to spread that sit in our psyche, and as parents kind of prevent us from making the decisions that we need to be making decisions about. So if you think about our culture right now is designed on compliance, which means if you don't comply with what is, it means you didn't try. And that's not true, especially if you have ADHD, right? And our culture also prizes speed and neatness over growth, personal growth, right? It's all about productivity versus nurturing your own personal growth and helping you grow up with a strong sense of yourself. That is not the mission of our culture nowadays. Social media is hijacking these myths, right? And that hijacks our nervous system, and it convinces us that we're failing as parents and that we're not good enough. So we have to be careful of all of these things and reframe the lens of how we're considering ADHD, in this case, in our child's life, and use the behavior as information and not a moral grade. And that really sits on the parent to process that and determine how you're going to hold those values within your family and your child who's struggling with their ADHD. So let's get into the myths. But before, let's do one more analogy on, this is my flight analogy. Parenting can feel like big turbulence, right? And so when you're flying in the plane, the seatbelt sign will ding, your heart skips, everyone grips the armrest. Some people scream out, some people grab the person next to them, some people start praying, right? We all handle difficult moments in different ways, and there's no right or wrong way to handle that turbulence. And parenting an ADHD kid can definitely feel like this. I wish I could see the feedback because I'm sure many of you are nodding your heads on how that feels. So before we kind of get into the myths, what I did want to do is just a little grounding moment and have everybody just, I think we need grounding in just how our culture is now. And then you layer in a child who's neurodiverse, maybe you're neurodiverse as well. And the days can feel like you're riding in a very turbulent plane every day. And so it's very important to get grounded in yourself so that you can find calm. And it really does help you kind of see the landscape and help you move through life a little bit better. So just take a minute to feel your feet on the ground, wiggle around in your seat, if you will, and make sure you're comfortable. That Anthony has a great day planned ahead here. And it's just very important that we get grounded in ourselves and that we just take a couple of deep breaths each day and just feel ourselves within our own bodies, right? So we can get through the day. Drop your shoulders and just be here. So that's my little reminder to take time each day to do that for yourself. And it helps us stay calm as we think about the weight of the myths that are to come. So myths lived in my head for a long time. I've had to do a lot of work on this, right? Because they sit in my head. And even on social media today, when I see things that people say, right, it gets into your subconscious, right? And it makes you doubt yourself. It makes you question yourself. It's always got a little tiny bit of truth in it, but there's also some shame involved in there. Often it's an extreme opinion, saying something very extreme about what needs to happen in your parenting or in your life. And the reaction to that is that the response, whether subconscious response to that is really either that it makes you want to say, oh my gosh, I'm going to like control everything, right? I got to control my household. I got to control my kid. And you just lock down. Or the flip side is like, this is just too hard. And you just let go of everything. You just let your child just say, I'm not going to be able to do it, right? And you let go of everything. We let go of our boundaries, our rules, our values. We can move into these extremes at parents. So I'm here today to remind you do not need to do that. And it's really in the middle where you get to live as a parent. So this is my analogy for this morning, which is hope. And let me give you my checklist on what each one of these means. So hope means to hold steady. This is not an easy journey, and your voice and your calm really makes a difference when you're raising a child who can be dysregulated quite easily. And even if your tone of voice is just slightly more calm than your child in a dysregulated moment, can make a huge difference. And so if we go to the grounding and just taking breath and feeling your feet and those kind of things before the dysregulation happens can make a huge difference in how you're able to hold yourself steady during difficult moments. The O is for observe clearly. Again, when you're grounded and calm, you can observe what's going on and see what's tricky. Where are things going well? Where are everything's green lights, right? Some days for months, for a year, it can be everything's kind of cooking and doing really well. Other times, right? Some things are going well. Some things are kind of, you see an orange button on the plane screen, or sometimes there's a red alarm going off. Observing and putting your attention where like the red alarm is going can be very helpful in determining what action steps to take as you move forward. P is for plan small, short, tiny steps, and be repetitive on them. That is how you build executive functioning skills over time. And the E is for evolve together. After landing the plane, it's always important to debrief. What are you going to keep? What worked? What didn't? Go around about it. And that is how you learn how to fly with raising an ADHD child. It's personal parent growth as well as child growth. Okay, so now I'm going to get into the myths. I have 10 of them. Take notes and let me know what you think at the end of this presentation. We can talk about them in more detail. Okay, so extreme or perfect actions are required when you're raising a child with ADHD. The reality of that is not true. Living in the messy middle, if you will, is where it is at. This is not about being perfect and putting all of these systems in place that run like like the military does. That's not reality. That is not being human. We're not looking to be robots. The goal is to put in flexible structure and doing a lot of repair with each other out loud and together and regrouping. And that is how a family moves forward. My example of in the morning, if you want to do, I think as parents, I got stuck in this trap too, right? You want to kind of like have every step go a certain way to get out the door in the morning. And the reality is to keep it as simple as possible. Sometimes your child has to just learn one step, which might be putting their feet on the floor in the morning when they wake up. And that's what you're working on for like 3 months, 6 months, maybe a year. And the other middle of it is like it's just like eat, shoes, door, right? Just 3 things. And that's the best you can do. And if it doesn't, and it's not every day is going to go great, right? And that is okay. And that's the messy middle that we live in. Myth 2 is ADHD is caused by poor parenting. Parenting does not cause ADHD. ADHD is a neurological neurodevelopment disorder, if you will. It's a dysfunction in the executive functioning system. It's a way of being in the world. It is not caused by bad parenting. However, parents have a critical role in helping their ADHD child grow up to be the best version of themselves. So learning how to parent a child with ADHD is a critical step, and that is your role when you have a child who struggles. Okay, myth 3, medication is the silver bullet. Medication is a helpful tool. However, it doesn't teach your child how to build skills in their executive functioning system so that they can grow up and be a full functioning, participating adult, if you will. So medication I like to say it takes the edge off. It quiets the noise and sharpens the signal, if you will. But kids, even if they're on meds, still need to be working on building their skills, learning how they need scaffolding, they need boundaries, they need to feel belonged and loved. And medication alone is not going to solve all these things that are coming up with having their ADHD. And it's a big deal to make sure that you work with a really smart prescriber of medications. And you also want to make sure you're not over medicating your child in the effort of trying to make them less ADHD. Okay, number 4, hope for the best is the best strategy. Unfortunately, the reality is hope does not get created out of nowhere. You have to take action to have things move forward in a positive way. So just hoping for the best or just praying that everything works out is not going to get you to where you want your child to be. They need you to take steps that are going to help them grow up to have a good sense of who they are. Okay, myth 5. We are the only family going through this like this. You are not the only family going through this like this. A lot of I felt like this. Parents can feel very alone. You can look at your husband or your spouse and be like, there's no one else in the world who's going through this like we are. And the reality is lots of families all over the world are. You are not alone in this. I'm highly encouraging you to seek out support and resources, people that you can connect to, that can hear you. Sometimes just talking things out can make a huge difference in not feeling so alone. And literally, it can normalize what's going on in your own family. So you don't feel like it can only be happening like this within your family. Okay, number 6, everyone has a little ADHD, right? Wrong. ADHD is a really serious diagnosis and it needs to be taken serious. And if you're here listening, you know this. Not everyone is a little ADHD. Just because you have some, like, have a hard time focusing is the big one, right? You can have a hard time focusing and not have ADHD. And ADHD is about having impairments in several different parts of executive functioning, and it shows up for kids. It needs to show up both at home and at school and in other environments, and that's how they determine whether you have ADHD. But not everyone is a little ADHD, even though they feel like they might be. Unless you have ADHD, you don't really know, or love somebody with it, you don't really know how impairing it can be on a person. And I think if our world understood that a little bit better, not everybody would take on the title of saying they have ADHD. Number 7, the myth about ADHD headlines are facts. I talked about this a little bit at the beginning. ADHD headlines are, most of them are salacious and trying to get clickbait. And you need to, probably the wisest thing to do when you're reading a headline about ADHD is check the source. Use your own discernment. Are they trying to hijack my nervous system to get me to click on what they're saying? What is their motive, right? And then if you need to read the headline and let it go. Look at your child for who they are, what is in their way, where do they need support, and what part of this is ADHD, what part of this could be learning disabilities, trauma, anxiety, depression. Look at your whole child and do not try to put these headlines into defining who your child is. Myth number 8, my child's school will know how to support them. So this is a big one. I think this is one that all parents end up realizing that school is a tough place for kids with ADHD. Schools mean well. Teachers and educators mean well. Your child showing up with ADHD and possibly learning disabilities is not the first child to show up at their school with ADHD. There's probably more than one child in the classroom with ADHD. So you're definitely not alone in this. Schools mean well with kids who struggle, but they don't always have the resources and the means to be able to support the child in the way that the child needs to be supported. So this is where parent advocacy becomes critical throughout the child's life, going through school until they're, when they hit college, you got to let go of that and let them take responsibility for that. But you will play an active role in advocating for them and making sure their needs are met by the school. And some years you're going to get great teachers who understand it. In my limited scope on all this, usually it's because they have their own child with ADHD, or they know somebody close to them that has ADHD, or they just are educated in it. And so you're going to get some great teachers and you're not going to get some not so great teachers. So you have to constantly advocate. And the best way to do that is nowadays is to send an email and just check in with the teacher, be on their team and support the teacher to help them support your child. And you can just point out maybe 2 or 3 things that your child needs that help them in the classroom, can be very beneficial for your teacher and for your child. And if you're working together with your teacher, that's going to help you too when conflicts and issues arise. Okay, myth number 9, screens are harmless. Absolutely not. I think you have somebody coming to get more into this. Screens are hijacking our children's dopamine, and it kills motivation. It makes sleep hard. They don't want to learn if they're spending too much time on screens. The reality is, it's sucking the soul out of all of us, to be honest. And the danger moving ahead for kids is if screens are considered no big deal. As your child gets older, that screen is going to be the dominant thing in their life. So you have to always consider, how does screen life look in my child today versus how does that look for them when they're 22? And if they're on the screens all the time at age 9, I guarantee they will be on the screens all the time at 22 when you want them to be getting a college degree, getting certified in something, getting a job. It will become incredibly challenging. So screens don't get better over time, especially if they have ADHD and any neurodiversity. So it is something to consider and to limit in your child's life so that they can grow up and kind of know who they are outside of screen time. And number 10, if I explain ADHD to my child, they will change. So I included this one because I hear this one a lot. I think I even went through this. I tested this out myself too. So it is good to tell your child about ADHD and how ADHD is affecting them, because you want them to be able to learn about themselves so that they can advocate for themselves as they grow up. So that is a critical piece, because you want your child to take agency over their own life and be making decisions that work for them and being resourceful in a way that works for them. However, if you are trying to educate your child about all the things about ADHD in the hopes that they will internalize it and start acting and thinking differently, that is not going to work. So that is why I included that myth, and I hope that makes sense. So use it for giving them agency in their life to be resourceful and advocate for themselves, but not in the hopes that they will change and be different because they have an understanding of ADHD. So this goes back into a little bit of my personal life. And the moment I stopped trying to cure, ignore, or force ADHD into the clear skies, I became a student in ADHD, and I chose compassion, especially when the seatbelt came on, which it came on a lot, right? And on my journey, what I wanted to share with you is just the wisdom of going through this for, a couple decades now, that learning how to advocate is a critical skill. Learning when to listen to your child and other people in your family and work through that, whatever the struggle may be, is a key skill. And then also learning when to rest and take a break. Kids with ADHD need more downtime than a typical kid. So keep that in mind too. Resting, downtime is a critical piece of being together, being in a family. It could be a family value that is very beneficial. Our culture really prides ourselves on being overproductive, and that doesn't serve ADHD kids well. They do need time to do other things. not necessarily on the screen. Let's talk about things like being outside, art, music, sports, all the creative things that we can do in our life that are interesting to your child can really be restorative to them. Okay, so I have a couple little toolkits to share with you. One is the pre-flight, if you will, and that is that it is okay and it is actually very helpful to preview to your child what is to come. So, for example, if you look at the nighttime routine, it is okay to preview to your child what is going to be happening. So, we're going to take, you got to take a shower, put your pajamas on, and then we're going to read a book. It's prompting, like showing them the runway, what is to come. It could be in the morning, getting out the door, right? Eat, shoes, backpack, we hit the door, right? It's previewing what to come. That helps an ADHD child kind of get their focus back, remind them of what's happening. It's giving them the steps of what to come. So previewing is a very helpful skill for parents to use. The other skill is, and I cannot see what I wrote there. Oh, to prompt. Okay, so it is okay to prompt your child on what they need to do. And I think a trap parents get into is they're like, well, that seems like that's, we read these headlines, we see this stuff on social media, right? And it gets in our head, these myths get in our head, and then we get confused about what we should be doing that's in the best interest of our child and our family sanity. So this is why I wanted to remind you that it is okay to prompt your child on what's to come. And in fact, they may need that support. I wanted to check. So here was my example about prompting is, a good way to connect with your child too is to remind them that you're on the same team. So this example is for homework. So, we're on the same team. I'm here to help you transition to the homework time. And you could say, I'm going to help you with the first problem of math. I'll be here for 2 minutes, and then I'm going to get up and you can take it from there, right? You can prompt and get your child going. You can start the initiation. And provide some structure, right, to help them get started on their homework. So that is completely acceptable in the land of parenting an ADHD child. Okay, and then another tip I have is when turbulence hits, it is imperative that you work on the repair and not get too focused on every single thing that's turbulent in your child's life within your family dynamic needs a consequence. It needs to be like, you don't need to yell at them for every single thing. You don't have to put consequences on every single thing that goes wrong. What is most important is that you get grounded in yourself, that you hold steady in those turbulent times, and that you repair what has happened in that turbulence. And you go back, you talk out loud. Talking out loud to your child and working through problems builds executive functioning thinking. It helps them think about thinking. It helps them learn how to solve problems. So it's a very valuable time in working with your child on how to solve problems that come up in these turbulent moments. So it is time well spent, and the repair has many benefits. It benefits the relationship. It's building executive functioning skills. It's learning how to solve problems, and learning how to move forward despite turbulence. That builds resilience. So this is a really key step. As I talked about earlier, it's going to be turbulent, and the repair and taking that time is going to be very, very valuable over time, over the years, as your child grows up to become an adult. So we'll go back to my hope analogy. So hope, the H was about hold steady, keep yourself steady. And that reflection of yourself holding steady will mean the world to your child. And that they will learn how to regulate themselves by looking to you as you hold steady in the storms and the bumps that happen. O is for observe. Again, when you get grounded, this helps to observe, like, where are things getting tricky? Where are things hard? When you are able to step back and observe, it helps determine where's the bump here? Where's the issue? And that is where you put your attention to help support your child. And it's different for every kid on how it shows up and where it shows up, what age. So it's really important to observe where things tricky and where do we need to put support around that. The P is for, what did I say? Oh, plan small. Yeah, tiny, everything's tiny steps, right? And repetitive. Plan small, little trips, be repetitive, find the flow and find the pattern. I should do P for pattern, truly. It's like setting patterns. It supports the executive functioning system. It builds skills, routine, tiny patterns. That is how a child with ADHD learns to kind of find their groove in your life, if you will. And E is for evolve, which is you're going to evolve together with your child. There's no perfect. It's a messy middle. Your child's going to teach you a tremendous amount about yourself. And they're going to make you rise up to be a better parent, or you can choose not to be, but they will make you rise up to be a better parent, a better person, a more compassionate person. They're going to level up your skills. And in that cycle of energy, if you will, you're going to be helping them evolve as people to grow up to be their most authentic selves as well. So embrace it all. And this is how you learn to fly in weather. It's going to be turbulent, but it is possible. I'm here. I'm representing over 24 years of doing this. And I've turned into a coach myself. I love the work. I love the progress that I see families make. It's been one of the greatest pleasures of my life. And so here's my website, ADHDkidscanthrive.com. You can find out more about me there. So thank you. It's been a pleasure to be here.
Kate, that was wonderful. It was awesome. Thank you. And I know it's early morning for you out in the San Francisco side. So
we're seeing the sunrise.
I know, isn't that great? Isn't that great? So listen, we got a number of questions that we want to bounce off you.
Okay.
And then whatever we don't get to, we'll send them to Kate and then have her respond, and we'll issue the questions out to everybody. But one of them is, how does a child or adult quiet the chaos? Like, so when you're using your flight example, let's think about Chicago. Chicago's got lots of lanes and everybody's flying at the same time. The mind goes the same way. How do you quiet the chaos? How can we help a child quiet the chaos that goes on in their mind?
Okay, so you can't quiet. So we don't have control over our child's mind, but we can support their mind for what it is. So if you're thinking about like all these planes, what really supports that chaos of what they have is structure, flow in life. I talked about P for patterns, right? Patterns, like routine. I wake up in the morning, I go to the breakfast table, I eat, I grab my backpack, my shoes are in one spot. They're not all over the house, right? And we walk out the door. It's simplifying, creating patterns and flow, if you will, that helps the chaos. And then I'm going to say on the other end of that, that's to help your kid get through school, right? And get out the door on time and meet these deadlines. In homework time, there's patterns, right? Same time every day. for homework really helps, which the pattern might look like they come home from school, you give them protein, they get a little movement if they need that, whatever floats their boat in the movement. Protein is important to kind of regulate they probably haven't eaten very well, right? So you want to get their glucose levels regulated again. And then they sit down in the homework center of your house, wherever you've determined that, and that's where homework happens, right? So that's another pattern. But on the flip side with the chaos is really to play to their strengths on what brings them joy. And they need to do that every day. So if it's exercise and movement and playing outside, the boys need a tremendous amount of physical activity. So you got to build that into your life that helps calm the chaos, and that will they need to take that into their adult life. Theater is a great one. Music is a great one. For each kid, it's going to be different about what is that joy. Screens should not be the joy. Screens should not be what's bringing them joy. It's got to be something offline that's creative and movement, and that quiets the chaos. It eases anxiety. It keeps depression away. These are things that kids with ADHD are very prone to as they get older. And these are very simple tools that we all have access to help keep that at bay and calm that chaos. So I can't stress that one enough.
Great. Hey, Kate, can you take the share down, please?
Yes.
All right, awesome. So another question for you. How do you help siblings understand ADHD without resentment or comparison?
Yeah, that's a big one in families.
Yeah.
So siblings, you need to talk a lot as a family about what's going on. Don't act like it's like a separate, don't act like it's not going on. The difficulty within your family with the child with the ADHD who's struggling, you got to talk about it. You got to talk about what's happening. Would just say to be as real as you can. You don't have to get into the technicalities of what ADHD is. It's more about like, oh, your brother or your sister's having a hard time, right? And here's a strategy when your brother or sister is having a hard time. Make them part of the plan, right? And the siblings will become more compassionate people if you're talking about it. They will grow up to be incredibly empathetic, passionate people who understand people who are different than them. And that is gold. Right. And so it's very important. My strategy would be to just talk about it and don't act like it's not going on. Talk about it, spend time with the siblings separate from the child that's having the difficulty, and give them their own time and their own space to be parented by you, so that they can feel like they have a good relationship with their parents and make them part of the team. Depending on the maturity of that sibling, right? They can be very supportive. They can help teach the child with ADHD skills, connection. That relationship could be very valuable to them as they grow up. So it doesn't have to be all bad, but it'd be very transparent and talk. It's that repair. The repair of talking through things is just so invaluable and healing. As everybody grows up. So that's
true.
what I'd say.
It's hard being a parent today, isn't it?
It is.
It's challenging. It's challenging when you have 1 or 2 or 3 children. And we can remember how Anthony used to bother the girls, and then the girls would get upset with him. But as he got older, and as they got older, they understood just how important it was to spend time with their brother. So, you know, another question for you here is, how do you explain ADHD to your child in a way that empowers them?
So play to their strengths.
Mhm.
To be empowering is, each ADHD kid, the ADHD kids are not monolithic, right? They don't all look exactly the same,
Mhm.
have the same problems, have the same struggles. There's like categories that we can
Right.
kind of put them in, but how they navigate that is different based on the kid and their family and the culture that they're in. So, to build their, first of all, ADHD is a part of who they are, but it's not who they are. So I think with kids, the focus cannot be on their ADHD, but play to their strengths, right? What's working for them? Where are they thriving? Where are they? Most kids with ADHD have deficits in some part of their executive functioning system, but not in all. And in fact, a lot of them excel in other aspects, right?
Mhm.
So that focus on where they're excelling and where their strengths are, because ultimately that's where they need to grab onto as they become adults too. And that needs to lead the way for them as they go into adulthood versus like all of these where the deficits are in life, right? And then they need to learn where those deficits are to put support around and be resourceful and they can figure out like kind of how to make life work.
Yeah, it's hard though. It's hard when when a child's hearing all the negatives and parents are hearing all the negatives, and you got to step back and say, these are the things that you're good at, right?
Yeah,
These
you
are the
can't
things
buy
that
into it. You
make
can't
you
buy into it.
that's right.
You cannot. That's my number one. That was one of my things, forgiveness. You forgive the people around you who do not know better.
Yeah,
It's a daily practice. And the idea is you cannot buy into it. You cannot buy into what other people think you are doing or not doing and what your child is. You cannot do it.
yeah. And you just answered one other question. There was a question: what one small daily change made the biggest difference in your parenting journey? I think you just answered that. So
Well, forgiveness and being
yeah,
imperfect.
that's
I
right.
mean, let me tell you, I am not standing here from a place where I did everything correctly. I
Yeah,
did a lot of things the wrong way. And in fact, I started the ADHD Kids podcast. It was a healing journey for me. I do that all for public service. It was for my own healing, interviewing all of these experts in all these different aspects of just I felt like it was just so hard to access information and
Mhm.
get the tools that we needed, right? And I just wanted to make it a platform that made it easier for others, to make it easier
Yeah,
for them versus me. That's the whole reason I started. I didn't start it for any other reason. And it was really healing to me, but it is very, very challenging to find the right resources. And so what you're doing is like incredible.
thank you.
Um,
Yeah, you too. I mean, if any, I'll tell you have to go listen to Kate's podcast. Everybody that's out there, go listen to her podcast, tie them in, save them, listen to them as many times as you want. And she always has some great, great people on to share. So, so Kate, there's about 5 more other questions here that we're going to send to you if you don't mind answering them back to us, and then we'll share them with the rest of the group.
okay,
But
great.
we loved having you. Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you. It was a pleasure. Good luck with the rest of the day.
Thank you. Appreciate you very much.
Okay, you
All the
too.
best, everybody. We're gonna take a 5-7 minute break. Again, get another coffee or whatever your favorite drink is, and we'll be back shortly. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. We're back again, and coming up, we have just two outstanding people in the ADHD space. We have Mike McLeod and Ben Zook. Now, Mike couldn't be here, and Ben will be coming on to answer any questions. But you got to know these two are in the field every day. They are working in schools. They are working with parents. And Mike McLeod is the founder of Grow Now ADHD, and Ben is the partner out in Grow Now Lancaster. So I know we've talked to both of these guys. Mike was on a podcast with us, and they are sought after speakers in this space. And Mike has a main goal to help kids and teens become more independent, positive, and successful in their day-to-day lives. The real telltale here is that they have over 500 five-star reviews, and it really tells a story about their passion to help. So have a listen to the video they did for us, and then Ben will come on and answer any questions that you might have. And again, please use the chat function for any questions. Thanks so much.
Hello, everybody. My name is Michael McLeod. I am the owner of Grow Now ADHD. I am an ADHD and executive functioning specialist. And here we have.
Hi, I'm Ben Zook. I'm the owner of Grow Now Lancaster, and I'm an ADHD and executive function specialist. I spend most of my time working with kids and families.
Yeah, we are so excited to be a part of the Way Forward Summit. We are huge fans of Anthony's Way and Anthony's Road to Kindness, and it is a privilege to be a part of this summit and this organization. We're huge fans of Tony and his family and everything they're doing to really bring awareness to the ADHD community. They obviously have a very intimate connection to ADHD, and they're using their time and their resources to improving the quality of life of individuals with ADHD and their parents. And that's exactly what Grow Now is all about. We're all about improving quality of life for kids and teens and parents and families with ADHD, because we now know more about ADHD than we ever did previously in the past. So all of the inappropriate ways we looked at it, we'll talk about that today, how it's been mislabeled and mistreated. We know more about it now today than we ever have previously. So we can treat it and we can improve outcomes and we can be on the road to kindness, exactly the way that Anthony's Way is all about. So we're huge fans of this program. It's a privilege to be a part of the summit. And thanks so much for having us. And like Ben said, he's the director of the Lancaster, Pennsylvania branch. I know Anthony's Way has a nice connection to Lancaster and does a lot of great work there, grassroots work there. So it's a privilege to be there. So Grow Now works with students and families all across the country and internationally. And we have an in-person office in Lancaster as well. So if you'd like more information on Grow Now, check out our website, grownowadhd.com. Follow us on Instagram at grownowadhd. I always throw a picture of my daughter Eden on there because, that's what it's all about. ADHD is all about family, exactly the way Anthony's Way always explains it. So a quick little shout out to some of the sources and references. If you're attending this presentation today, take a look at these great professionals here. Obviously, the worldwide leader on ADHD and executive functioning, Dr. Russell Barkley. Nobody has worked with more individuals with ADHD across the lifespan. Nobody has published more books. No one's published more research. Dr. Russell Barkley is the best of the best. He very recently fully retired, so he's no longer doing his YouTube channel and different things like that. But it's an absolute treasure trove of information. His YouTube channel, his books, his research, his videos on YouTube. Read his books, read his research. He is absolutely second to none. And the way he's devoted his life to the ADHD field, he's improved the outcomes of millions of people. Then, of course, you have Sarah Ward, who is a fellow speech and language pathologist, just like myself and Mr. Zook here. So definitely check out Sarah Ward and all the great work that she's done. The next is Ryan Wexelblatt, who is my podcast co-host for personally my favorite podcast, because I'm one of the co-hosts of it, the ADHD Parenting Podcast. Check out that podcast as well. If you are a parent to a child with ADHD, check it out. ADHD Parenting Podcast on Apple Podcasts and Spotify or your favorite podcasting platform. Check that out if you're a parent who's struggling, because when you have a child with ADHD, as we all know, you can't use your natural parenting instincts. You need a playbook on how to best parent these kids. Then today we're going to be talking about the most up-to-date research on ADHD and executive functions, and groups like the Harvard Center of the Developing Child, the Stanford Parenting Center, CHAD. These are all great organizations to learn more about what we now know about ADHD that we didn't know 5-10 years ago.
And Mike, you should mention the Executive Function Playbook.
Yeah, I have a book coming out in January called The Executive Functioning Playbook. So if you're listening right now, you can grab your phones and go on to Amazon or Barnes & Nobles or go into Google and type in The Executive Functioning Playbook. And there's also a corresponding workbook to help families and parents and teachers implement that structure needed for the ADHD brain. And the workbook is called The Executive Functioning Playbook in Action. So it's the book, The Executive Functioning Playbook, and the workbook, The Executive Functioning Playbook in Action. You can bundle them together, buy them both. If you do, send me over a proof of purchase, and I'll send you over a lot of great freebies as well. So I appreciate anyone who makes those purchases and joins the Grow Now movement and this executive functioning revolution about improving quality of life that we're all about.
And the workbook itself has a lot of materials that coaches like myself and coaches on the team came up with and use in sessions on a daily basis. So we've been trying and practicing these things before we're putting them out there for people. So
absolutely. Yeah. So shoot me an email. My email's right on our website, grownowADHD.com. Send me a message on Instagram. Send me over your proof of purchase, and I'll send you over a lot of nice freebies and also answer any questions that you have. Okay, so as we go into this, please remember, just like autism, ADHD is a spectrum. No two kids are the same. Ben and I today, we're ADHD and executive functioning specialists, so we're going to give you a lot of generalized, blanketed information about the majority of people with ADHD or things that are most common. But it might not apply to your specific son or daughter or yourself with ADHD because it is different in each person. There is no one set concrete list of symptoms. And obviously today we're talking about ADHD and executive function, and ADHD is rarely ever by itself. There's so many other conditions that affect these kids as well, like dyslexia and anxiety, OCD, ODD, all these different things. Today we're specifically talking about ADHD and executive functioning. Okay, so one of the most important things to understand about ADHD is that it's all about brain development. ADHD is a true disorder of the brain. It's not everybody has a little bit of ADHD. ADHD is a true neurodiverse population. If you have ADHD, you have a different brain compared to individuals of the same age and same gender. So it most often hereditary. You are born with it. One or both of your parents have it. There's some sort of familial lineage about it, and you're born with this different brain. And it affects the brain in structure, function, and development. And the brain develops over the first 30 years of life, and it's a developmental delay. The brain is going to develop slower. Anything you want to add there, Ben?
Just that if you've never seen it, this is another little like freebie or recommendation. Check out a TED Talk called, I think it's like The Procrastinating Mind, where he makes a really good joke about how if you're a dog, just kind of doing whatever you want to do in the moment, living in the moment, just making people happy, you're a great success. Humans are the only species, living beings on this earth that really need to think about the future and change their behavior in the moment based on that future. So check out that TED Talk. I think it's The Mind of a Master Procrastinator. It's about 17 minutes, and I show it to a lot of teenagers that I work with, and it really helps them buy into, yeah, like this is a unique struggle for me. But anyway, yeah, check that out.
Yeah, and that segues us perfectly into what exactly is happening here. So human beings are the only species on this planet that can sustain a behavior over time in the absence of a direct consequence. So with the power of this executive system, these executive functioning skills that truly separate human beings from all other living species, executive functioning skills are the greatest predictor of success for human beings. And with this prefrontal cortex, this executive system, we have the ability to put in the work right now, right in the here and the now, even though the fruits of that labor, the work of that labor, is not going to benefit us until days, weeks, hours, sometimes even years later. We can start planning our college applications, our college essays, our letters of application years before we ever step foot on a college campus. We can start working to get our driver's license years before we ever sit in the driver's seat of a car. We can work towards career goals, health goals, social goals, where we want to live, what we want to do, who we want to be with, years before we are ever able to feel the benefit of that work, whether it's a negative consequence we want to avoid or a positive consequence we want to attain. With the power of this prefrontal cortex, we have the ability to work today, even though the benefits of this work is not going to benefit us until later. So in the absence of that direct consequence. And with the power of this prefrontal cortex, if you ask most people, what does this part of the brain do, the prefrontal cortex, they're going to say executive functions. But no one really knows why. What exactly is executive functioning? What does it do? It gives us the incredible ability to pause, to stop responding to all of the external stimuli in the environment. We pause, we stop, and we think, and we aim our behavior towards the future. So we stop responding to the screens, the games, the stimuli, the instant gratification of the moment. So we focus on ignoring the instant gratification, and we focus more on delayed gratification. What can I do now that benefits me later? And that's executive functioning. So this incredible ability to create and sustain motivation, even with a delay. And think about how strong that word delay is. It sounds so basic, but this word delay is so powerful, because think of how the youth of today deals with a delay. They're growing up with Amazon, same-day delivery, high-speed internet, supercomputers in their pocket. There's no more waiting until the weekend to go to Best Buy or the video game store to go buy the new video game that comes out. And now it downloads right from the internet onto the hard drive of the system right when it comes out. So these kids today are growing up in a world of instant gratification, and we have stolen the delay from them. And having to experience delays is crucial to childhood and adolescence learning. We have stolen two things from childhood that makes kids feel healthy and safe, and that is play and boredom. Kids need to experience play and boredom, especially ADHD kids, especially the ADHD brain. And when we steal these things, play and boredom, from the ADHD brain, we then create the youth mental health crisis. Okay, and these executive skills have been identified as the foundation that all children need, the greatest predictor of success for human beings. And they become even more important as parents are expected to fade back and kids are expected to step up. So we need the parents to do less and the kids to do more.
So these skills develop gradually during the first 2 decades of life, peaking around 25 to 30. And we see changes in kids that we work with as they are wrapping up their college experience, getting on to the next step of life. And we like to stay in contact with these young people. And it's interesting how our skills and our strategies alongside medication sometimes are what helps them reach their goals and get to what they need to. But it's definitely something that is a misconception that, oh, when you're 18, that's who you're going to be for the rest of your life. So we have time to work on these things, but we need the proper environment and supports. Is it true that ADHD is out of all of the mental health challenges or categories or whatever, it's the most easily treatable or addressed with proper supports and
Absolutely.
medication?
Yeah. Dr. Russell Barkley describes ADHD as the diabetes of psychiatry. So diabetes is, you're able to treat it. You're able to provide that daily insulin and, treatment around that to be able to manage diabetes. It's the same thing with ADHD. You take your medication as prescribed by the pediatrician based on the evaluation, what the licensed physician is telling you to do. And then there's treatment around it. And that's what we're talking about today. So as long as we recognize what ADHD is and treat it appropriately, not based off of the nonsense on social media, the pseudoscience on social media, real, actual clinical advice, we can make some real headway and some progress on this disorder. So here's a nice list of what most people think of when they think of lagging executive functioning skills. They think of just messy backpacks, messy folders, not being able to do homework, all these external behavioral-based, academic-based things. But now we know when it comes to ADHD and executive functioning, it's not so much these things listed here. These things listed here are more of just external symptoms of missing internal skills. So when it comes to the youth of today, what we're really looking for, the two biggest red flags when we're looking at a child or teen with ADHD, it's these two things right here.
So one is that every day is looking the same for them. They're in their comfort zone. I'm sure some of you have heard of, growth mindset and how that builds the part of your brain through challenges and new experiences. People with ADHD tend to really revert into their comfort zone. And with the world that we live in now, especially with screens, that constant stimulus of your preferred topic, it can be really easy for anyone to fall into their comfort zone. And then, kind of related to falling into your comfort zone, is a lack of diverse social experiences. And this is another thing that's interesting, is how social media comes into play with the lack of diverse social experiences. People aren't getting into real world social interactions and learning from those experiences, but instead they're engaging in online socialization, and it doesn't fill the same social battery that humans need. It's giving the stimulus of, oh, look at this person talking, or like, look at this funny video, but it's not the give and take required of actual real world social experiences. So we don't view sitting and scrolling on social media as actual diverse social experiences. And those are two things to look for as a marker of ADHD. It's not just bumping your leg in class, can't pay attention in class. It really has impactful, it really impacts quality of life.
That's exactly it. That's really well said in terms of these tech-based and screen-based socialization. We have to remember these things are marketed as social. Oh, your child needs a phone. They need a screen, and that's how they're going to make friends. If you don't buy them a phone, they're not going to have friends. If you don't give them Snapchat, they're not going to have friends. If they don't have Fortnite, Roblox, Minecraft, they're not going to have friends. But all of us adults who are screen addicted, who are able to manage work and family and our screen addiction, because we're adults with a fully developed brain, we all know screens have made us less social. We live in an incredibly divisive time in the world, in this country, where we don't know our neighbors, or we don't socialize as much. And we all know that as adults, screens have made us less social. Screens are marketed as, buy these products for your kid. They will make them more safe, smart, and social. And we all know in reality, it makes them more dormant, depressed, and dependent. The foundation of this youth mental health crisis, just like Jonathan Haidt talks about in his book, The Anxious Generation. So in the past, executive functions and ADHD were looked at as this external behavioral-based disorder. And everything was about school. ADHD will affect you at school. Executive functions are skills needed for school. But now we know that's not accurate. That's not accurate at all. Executive functions are the greatest predictor of success in all areas of life. And ADHD affects you in all areas of life, not just school. And based on the youth of today, it's actually school is not the most common place where you see the most symptoms. It's actually the home, in the unstructured environment with unconditional relationships of the parents. Home executive functioning is the most common symptom, not academic executive functioning. The majority of kids, not all, a little bit over 50%, actually do quite well at school because they respond to the structure at school well and the conditional relationships at school. The majority of ADHD symptoms are seen at home towards parents and in the unstructured environment of the home. Yes, many ADHD kids struggle at school, especially now with these Chromebooks and iPads and all of this ed tech. And they're really struggling because they can't regulate themselves with unfettered access to the internet sitting right in front of them, which has been an absolute disaster and an absolute mess for our educational system. But it is the home where the majority of symptoms are seen. So there's really 4 pillars of executive functions that we're going to talk about today. The first,
self-awareness, being able to understand how your existence in this world is affecting others, understanding your own emotions. We talk about zones of regulation a lot, kind of knowing where you are in relation to yourself and relation to others. This is a skill that I support students with every day.
And the next is self-regulation. This is really what it's all about. This is the foundation. It's not attention deficit disorder. It is self-regulation deficit disorder. The inability to regulate your emotions, your language, your body, your behavior in various environments towards various stimuli. It's not hyperactivity. It's the inability to regulate your body. It's not inattentiveness. It's the inability to regulate your mind. This is really the Dr. Russell Barkley self-regulation model of ADHD, which I highly recommend you look more into. And the third pillar.
Self-motivation, like we talked about earlier, kind of delaying instant gratification for things that we need to do that require some work, but make us feel better in the long run, or things that make other people happy. That's honestly part of why we love Anthony's Way and the kindness motto so much, because one of the ways that I help people build self-motivation skills is perspective taking and understanding that we can be motivated to do things not just for our own feeling in the moment, but you're feeling in the future, as well as the feelings of others in the future. So self-motivation, we're going to get to the internal language skills model, which is us as speech language pathologists. We're nerds about language. We love to talk about it. But that's going to be a big part of our talk and presentation is internal language and how we use that for self-motivating.
Yeah. And when it comes to self-motivation with ADHD, it's all about non-preferred tasks, non-instantly gratifying tasks. Sure, they can play Fortnite for 10 hours straight, Minecraft, Roblox for 10 hours straight, but can they take a shower? Can they brush their teeth? Can they do their homework? Can they go outside? Can they socialize face to face? Can they sit at dinner with you without a screen? Then we have self-evaluation, which is the ability to learn from past experiences and apply it to the present moment. So they're not repeating the same mistake every single day. And this is what burnout with ADHD parenting is all about. You're dealing with the same fight, the same arguing, the same negotiation every single day. The conflict-seeking, negative attention stimulation brain. The ADHD brain gets more dopamine from negative attention than positive attention. They would rather hear stop that than great job, because that gives them the dopamine. That gives them the sense of control. So negative attention stimulation and conflict seeking. So here we have the 4 pillars. In the past, it was all about time management, organization, and messy backpacks, messy folders. But think about it. You're going to have a messy backpack unless you're first self-aware that that's even a problem. Then you have to be regulated and motivated enough to do that incredibly boring task of cleaning a backpack. Then you have to be able to self-evaluate and think, hey, in 2 periods, I'm going to have science class, and she's going to ask me to take out my lab notebook. Everyone's going to do it right away. And I'm going to be the one person with dirty, crinkled papers for 5 minutes, can't find it. I'm not going to like how that feels. So I better do something about it now. And that's what it's all about. So yes, we focused on these external symptoms of time management, organization, study skills. For too long, it goes so far beyond that. Executive functions are needed to move out of your parents' house, get a job, make friends, keep friends, and live without so much help, prompting, and accommodations. So here we have the 4 pillars, and the foundation of the 4 pillars is self-language. And we have the 3 zones of executive functioning, and Ben can run through these. The first is
academic, where that's, previously ADHD was viewed as this academic-based disorder. Are you struggling to pay attention in class and get your homework done? This is just one area that we support kids and their families with, and it is an area of need. We find that addressing the 2 other zones that we're going to be getting to certainly helps with academics. So we give them external tools, but working internally on these next 2 zones help us work on the academic things just as much.
And home executive functioning, this is the most common symptom of ADHD, which presents itself in 2 main ways. Number 1 is self-regulation towards parents and siblings. So anger and frustration and dysregulation towards parents and siblings. No one sees more ADHD behaviors than the parents, typically than the mom, because moms are the definition of unconditional love, right? So moms and parents and siblings see the worst of the ADHD behaviors. Home executive functioning, dysregulation towards parents and siblings, and the ability to initiate, persist, and complete non-preferred, non-screen-based tasks in the home. And then third, we have
social executive functioning, basically your ability to learn from past social mistakes and apply that learning. Being able to understand what you're bringing to a social interaction, one-on-one or in a group. Are they finding you cringy? Are they finding you funny? Do they want to continue to be around you? Are you remembering things about them? Because that's a key marker of a developing friendship, is that, hey, I told you this and you checked in about it again. That was awesome. So that's what we support students with.
Exactly. So executive functions are all about your ability to take an action to yourself, to stop yourself from what you would have done on impulse, to change self's future. So there's that word impulse that is so synonymous with ADHD kids. They're so impulsive. They're so impulsive. It's because they are lacking the ability to stop, visualize, talk to yourself, and then do. So take an action to yourself, stop yourself from what you would have done on impulse. Instead, focus on the self and begin externally. Okay. And it's all about from prompt dependence to independence. If you have ADHD and executive dysfunction, you're probably prompt dependent on someone else. Your parents are probably constantly prompting you for morning routine, evening routine, homework, showering, hygiene, task of daily living, constantly. ADHD parents operate under one mindset. Nothing gets done unless I step in. And that actually creates more problems because you're prompting and their brain is negative attention seeking. So it's the ADHD parenting paradox of parents feeling they have to prompt, feeling they have to step in, but when they do, it just makes things worse. So at Grow Now, this is how we measure progress from fading prompts towards independence as quickly as possible. We want our parents doing less, which is why we do so much parent coaching and parent training, and we want our kids doing more. We don't want constant accommodations, constant support. We want to give the kid the skills, empower the parents, so the kid is doing more, the parents are doing less every single day. And that is what improves self-confidence, self-worth, and quality of life. Okay, and we have the 3 predictors of success here. Number 1, the ability to independently form and maintain social relationships, real face-to-face social relationships, not online, not on phones, not on video games. The ability to independently manage your emotions and stop having the tantrums, stop having the breakdowns, stop freaking out every day, inability to to regulate yourself in periods of stress, and the ability to independently manage your life and independently problem solve. And the one word highlighted in all 3 of these is independently. You're doing these 3 things on your own, not with mom stepping in, not with dad stepping in, not with a coach stepping in. You are now independent and you don't need someone else to be your frontal lobe, to be your executive functioning. Okay. And like I said, we know more about ADHD and executive functioning now than ever before because it's all about varied experiences and interpersonal relationships. It's not about talk therapy and counseling and going to all these different, things that are out there. Kids with ADHD need many different experiences and many different relationships. Very, very important. And we can very quickly get a little bit through here. So here, we know that we are currently in the worst youth mental health crisis of all time. We have to understand this. What is happening with the kids right now, with all the different mental health problems, is very scary. But we're turning a blind eye towards it because we're scared, because we know what's causing it. It's the screens. But we're too scared to step in and do something about it because we know if we remove these drugs from these kids' lives, the withdrawal behaviors are going to be very, very scary. So we constantly think, oh, let me get him in therapy, and the therapist will talk to him about his screen use. Let me try to give him skills so he can have a balance and he can have screens and learn to have other things. But chances are, if they have ADHD, their brain is not ready. And this whole idea of a balance is just not going to happen. So here we have, yes, the youth mental health crisis, and we see, all these different things about all these different horrible things that are really increasing in our youth. The kids are not all right now, and we have to really take a long, hard look. Major depression amongst boys and girls since 2010 increasing, not just from COVID, happening long before COVID. We see all these different things: anxiety, depression, sleep issues, withdrawing from family, aggressive behavior, percentage of US kids with anxiety. So anxiety increasing amongst the ages of 18 to 25, a 139% increase since 2010. Very scary. Mental illnesses amongst college students, anxiety and depression. So this youth mental health crisis, what's the cause? There we go. So as with all the graphs, we see mental illness increasing. There's corresponding graphs that show social deprivation, and it's right along the rise of screens.
Mike, wasn't there a time that you saw someone claiming that it's not screens that are causing the youth mental health crisis, it's social deprivation? And so they're saying that the screens claim is bogus. But then we kind of step back and we're like, the screens are often leading people to be socially isolated, to deprive them of social experiences. So we're not saying that screens are this evil, brain rotting technology, but it's carving out important developmental milestones or developmental tasks that people need to do to feel well and learn how to feel well. So we help kids and families find replacement activities, help them be motivated to get on board with getting out of their comfort zone.
Exactly what Jonathan Haidt says in The Anxious Generation. Screens are experience killers. And what did Ben and I say 10 minutes ago of what ADHD kids need the most? The things that actually build executive functions. It's not sitting and talking to a therapist. It's not sitting and doing worksheets. It is varied experiences and interpersonal relationships. From birth to 18 years old, you have to do as many different things as possible. You have to do as many different things that you don't want to do as possible. You have to meet as many different people as possible. And if you introduce a phone or very addictive video games into a kid's life, that becomes the center of their life. And why go outside and meet someone and have to share 50-50 social reciprocity? Why join a club after school? Why join a sport? Why read a book? Why do chores? Why go talk to my parents when I can just flip through Instagram and Snapchat and YouTube and Fortnite, Roblox, Minecraft? It's a very serious problem. We see teens engaging in adult activities greatly decreasing. Some of these things might seem positive, but what is it replacing? Doom scrolling and, incredible screen addictions. So outdoor play is absolutely dying. Almost 1 in 10 children never play outside at all. And convicted criminals in jail get more recreational outside time than American children do. The youth mental health crisis, why is the sudden decline in play? Here you go. 7 hours per day in front of a screen for entertainment. And since these things were created by super duper publications, it's only gotten worse. Teens in the US over 13 years old spend an average of 8.5 hours per day of screen time outside of school. So their entire childhood, their entire adolescence, they're reaching 18 years old, and you say, hey, what's the best memory of your childhood? And all it is Fortnite victories and Minecraft victories and Roblox victories. And that's not good. And that's why we have depression and all of these problems. So if you go into a store and you look for a product and it says, okay, this product might cause suicidal thoughts, detachment from reality, increased aggression, diminished self-worth, would you buy that product for your child? Probably not. Well, there you go. Kids and smartphones create these exact things. And the science is here. We know that screens actually negatively impact the brain. White matter, gray matter, cortical network organization, screens negatively impact the brain. And in terms of ADHD, it creates ADHD symptoms. Screens don't cause ADHD. Screens don't cause neurodiversity. But if you do have ADHD, you are prime for a very debilitating screen addiction. And that is step one, is to do something about these screens, and then you can build the skills. Therapists out there need to do a better job of being very upfront with parents instead of saying, hey, let's try this, let's try this. If the screens are not taken care of first, and outside of your sessions, the child is just in the virtual world all day, then what are you really doing? We need to be very upfront with these parents, okay? And the science is clear. Why are screens such a problem? 2 main reasons. Number one, most parents are addicted, so they feel bad telling their kids to be on screens less when they know they're addicted. And reason number 2, fear-based parenting. Parents have these mindset. If I take his screens away, the meltdowns will destroy our relationship. He'll never want to talk to me again. He'll lose all his friends if we cut screens. Oh, but he's using them socially, right? Like I said earlier, there's social, smart, and safe. The marketing, big tech tells us tech makes kids so social, smart, and safe, but the research tells us it makes them depressed, dependent, and dormant. So this whole idea that they'll lose their friends is nonsense. Ben and I have worked with hundreds and hundreds of kids that have had screens fully eliminated, and they end up making more friends, and the relationship with the parents improves, and socially, quality of life, all these things improve. And then by the time they hit 18, 19, when their brain is ready, remember the brain develops until 30 years old, then they can handle the screens. Okay? So fear-based parenting. Ask yourself as a parent, Does my child have screens? Is this still a problem because I'm too scared to do something about it? Have I been duped by big tech's perfect marketing campaign that all kids need screens? You see now Instagram doing these ridiculous teen accounts. You see Roblox trying to put in these, special accounts to keep kids safe. It's nonsense. It's all them just trying to keep youth on these things because that's where they're making the most money. Tech addicted ADHD kids.
And what are the Facebook files again? Or what was that conversation that you brought up to me the other day?
In terms of like stealing kids' data and different things like that. So like, yeah, I think that's a lot of what it is, Meta and all these different organizations, attention is the currency. And they all realized we're making our most money on tech addicted kids. And this is why Ben and I are so passionate about ADHD kids and teens and quality of life, because it is our neurodiverse youth. It is our ADHD youth that are the biggest victims of this youth mental health crisis and big tech's marketing campaign. It is ADHD kids that are primed for substance abuse, and we do a pretty good job of keeping drugs and alcohol away from our kids, but they are replacing it with screens, and they are getting absolutely addicted, and it's becoming a very serious problem. So Ben and I are very upfront about all of the science and all of the research about screens, and we're very upfront with parents that if you have a child with ADHD, you are going to have to wait as long as possible to introduce screens into their life. And the day will come where they will thank you for it, because childhood is about play and it is about boredom. And the second screens come into their life, those things are gone. All behavior is communication, right? Your child is telling you every single day with their behaviors, my brain is not ready for this level of stimulation. All behavior is communication, and all of the dysregulation, all of the arguing, all of the fighting is them telling you, my brain is not ready. I cannot handle these screens. You gave them to me too soon. When these are available to me, I have no desire to do anything else. Okay, so parents, talking to a therapist won't help. There's no gaining skills to have that balance that every parent dreams of. It's not going to happen, right? Experiences build executive functions. You have no idea, and this is the Anthony's Way message, you have no idea what amazing talents and skills are laying dormant inside your child. They could be an artist, a musician, an athlete. They could have so many incredible talents, and you don't know because their entire life is Fortnite, Roblox, Minecraft, Snapchat, and TikTok. Okay? So we have to remember, to get the executive functioning tech plan, go to our website, grownowADHD.com, and download this great extensive tech plan to decrease and eliminate tech in your home. This plan really empowers parents to build that structure and be able to improve outcomes. Check out the ADHD Parenting Podcast, like and subscribe, and send me a message after you do that as well. Okay, and here's all of our information. Email me, mike@grownowADHD.com. Check out our website, grownowADHD.com, and follow us on Instagram. And if you were a part of this summit and you watched this presentation, please message us. Ben and I would love to chat with you one-on-one. We'll do a call with you, we'll Zoom with you. I would love to hear your story. Like I said in the beginning, this is generalized, blanketed information. So Ben and I love to hear from parents, especially Ben over in Lancaster and me over here in Philly and around the world, all the traveling I do. We love to hear from parents about the individualized battle they're fighting every day with their child's individualized needs, not the generalized blanketed stuff we discussed today. We love to hear from parents themselves. So please check us out on Instagram, follow us on follow us online, listen to the podcast, send me an email, send me a DM, and we really appreciate it. So Ben and I can't thank you guys enough. Anthony's Way, keep doing what you're doing. Go check out Ben in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, and his great office that he's doing there. And follow, like, subscribe. And again, if you took the time to listen to this today, reach out to us, and Ben and I would love to chat with you.
Absolutely.
Thank you guys so much. Anthony's Way, keep doing what you're doing.
Love it.
Thank you, Mike, and thank you, Ben. And Ben's going to be joining us here. We have some questions, and thank you for sending them into the chat. Hey, Ben.
Hey everyone, thanks for having me. It's a privilege.
It was awesome. Thank you very much. You and Mike are great, and we appreciate you being part of this. So, question for you, Ben. You have 500 five-star reviews. All right, that's just awesome. So, tell us the positive side about when you take the screens away from a child, what happens? Just tell everybody, share what happens initially, and then tell everybody how it is after 3-4 weeks.
So every kid is different, every family is different, but what we often see is this kind of formula ends up happening. First, there's a lot of pushback, major behaviors, sometimes even escalating behaviors, things they've never said before, breaking things, and that can go on for like a week in the detox process. After that, they're bored, they're sitting around, they're accepting it. We coach the parents on staying really firm with their decision, and then they find other things to do. And not only are they finding other things to do, there's changes in mood and engagement in the world around them. So we see these positive changes a lot of the time. Sometimes it's not the only piece of the puzzle. We're not here to say that it's the only piece of the puzzle here with ADHD, but so many times, I would say the majority of times, it creates really positive changes. And that's why we like to talk about this stuff and help people realize it. Like ed tech has not done, or not, well, yes, ed tech, but big tech in the tech industry has not done justice in researching how it affects kids' brain development. And we're just seeing the effects of it more and more every year. So it's like I said, every kid and every family is different, but it's typically a week of or two of a lot of pushback and negative behaviors, and then there's improvements in mood and improvements in ability to get chores done and get homework done. Like it's quite astonishing how often it's very successful.
Great. No, that's great because that's how you found your talents, right? I mean, there was a question about practical strategies or systems can help improve executive functioning on a daily basis. Getting them away from the screens, you find their talents, right? You get them to try different things, right?
Exactly. Exactly. And part of part of the challenge is helping kids realize that they were, yes, they were successful in this one preferred area of their video game or of social media networking or whatever it is, but they have so much potential beyond that in a way that makes them feel better about themselves. Like, I accomplished this thing I never thought I could do before. It doesn't quite give that same level of satisfaction and self-worth if you're winning in Fortnite compared to you're attending team sports or you're going to a friend's house. It's just different.
So what was really cool is that I appreciate you talking about the youth mental health crisis, because we've gone in for a number of grants and we've been turned down a number of times because they don't view this as a youth mental health crisis. So how can we change that? How is it not communicated, or how should it be communicated out there? What can we do differently? What can others do differently to really say, look, we got to make changes occur. It's time. The time is now, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can always just do your best to show the numbers, show the statistics. Jonathan Haidt's Anxious Generation does have a lot of really good information reference, and you can just read about some of the sources that he references that show that in, the 2000 teens, there's this sharp escalation across the age span, across genders of mental health challenges. And it's kind of it's a difficult battle because it's so much a part of society, and it's so integrated into adult society that it's just going to be and I admit it's very, very challenging when technology has a lot of benefits to adults, and we do need to use it a lot, and we are using it a lot, but it's not helping kids' brains develop into being happy, successful human beings. So definitely Jonathan Haidt's Anxious Generation has a lot of really good information, and our Grow Now has a lot of good information as well.
Yeah.
And it's out there.
Yeah. So a question came in too, is that many individuals describe ADHD paralysis. What actually is happening in the brain during those moments?
It can really vary from person to person, but often there can be a lot of negative self-talk involved. like I suck at math. I can't do this. So part of our system of helping people, yes, we manage screens and reduce or take away screens and help families with that. But we're also helping kids and teenagers build positive self-talk and an internal system of tools that they can challenge those negative thoughts and get themselves unstuck and get themselves stuck out of the current moment, that in the moment thoughts, challenge those thoughts and think about the future, how they'll feel when it's done, how they'll feel when they've accomplished what they need to do, how it will be, how other people will feel about them when they've accomplished it. You know, how my parents will feel, how my teacher, who I really like, in this moment, they're stuck in often a negative self-talk cycle, or it can just be avoidance by imagination, daydreaming, just thinking about whatever thing is coming to mind. It's different for everyone, but often negative self-talk. And that's why, you know, the concept of growth mindset, which I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with, is helpful when we help kids and teenagers identify this challenge, these negative feelings I'm experiencing are good. Like, I need to feel these negative feelings and challenge to get better. It's normal. That's what's so challenging about video games and social media, is that it's often not like presenting that feeling of real challenge, real, like, it creates challenge in the video games sometimes. But like even video games, like there's interesting articles about this. Video games have gotten easier and easier and easier over the years because they just want to keep you playing and feeling this sense of accomplishment and give you rewards and pump dopamine into your brain. When in reality, it's just crippling kids' abilities to do hard things. So we help people understand that challenge, healthy challenge for good things is good. And that's growth mindset.
But you've been really successful. So a question came in about the Mike's new playbook, executive function playbook. What is the workbook about, and what age is the workbook for? Is it for everybody, or what age is it for?
Yeah, the workbook is for all ages. It has a variety of different things for all ages. It just provides some very straightforward, clear strategies to managing screens, how to tackle tasks, how to manage your time. And sometimes we're not really diving too much into reward systems, but there's a little bit of stuff on that. It's just a variety of things that support executive function skill independence and managing screens and worksheets that can be either filled out or worked on with your child, or can just be a template for, hey, like, I'm going to try this.
It's great. So there's the playbook, and then there's
Yep.
also the workbook. Do you suggest that families get both? The
Yeah,
workbook, yeah, go ahead.
of course. And I also suggest that families access free resources from the Grow Now Instagram. And, you know, like, both are excellent tools and resources. You can get a lot of great information for free on Mike's Instagram, and just tips. And they're often labeled like dealing with morning routines, dealing with school avoidance, like kind of specific information about different things. We want as many people to know about this as possible because we're in this to help people, and just like you are.
Yeah, the real power, I think, is that it's a step-by-step guide, isn't it? Step-by-step guide into what you should do in these situations. And I think that's real powerful for a lot of parents out there that have these questions. So I think that's all we got for you, Ben. So
Yeah, thank you.
listen,
Thank you.
thank you, and thank
Yeah.
Mike, both of you. You've been great, and we loved having you on. And the message is clear and concise, and tells what the benefits are to removing screens from kids. I mean, it should be done. We wish we would have done more of it. Our son loved to be outside. He did not want to be inside. He liked to play, liked to be outside, liked to work on cars, loved martial arts, and loved playing outside with his friends in the yard and stuff. And that was a real benefit. So I think it's
Yeah.
really helpful.
It's not you, it's the world. There's so many things that we're learning. Like, at one point, pregnant mothers were smoking cigarettes like crazy, and then with some time and research, you realize that was challenging. So it's the world we're in. and we're doing our best to help as many people as possible, just like you are. I'm excited to have Grow Now officially in Lancaster, my hometown, and bring back some of the work I'm doing there. So thank you for your time and really appreciate it.
We look forward to seeing you out in Lancaster, my friend. Thank you very much.
See you later.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you, Ben. All right, we're going to take a short break. Be back in about 10, 11 minutes. So thank you very much, and we'll be back soon. Hey, and we're back, and we've had 3 amazing sessions so far, and we know you're going to enjoy this next session with Michelle Raz. Michelle, come and join us. Hey, Michelle, great to have you with us.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. I want to just do a little introduction here. Michelle is the founder of Raj Coaching Services and Coaching Academics, and she's a real trailblazer in the ADHD and executive function and coaching areas since 2010. She has an outstanding record with helping students move from overwhelm to success at school, work, and life. She was recently featured in Forbes, sharing her expertise in neuroinclusion, leading workshops, and practical tools for students. And she just brings an awesome smile to every situation. So, Michelle, great to have you with us. I'll see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, looks like I am on the show here, so I'm going to go ahead and just get started. First of all, what I'd like to just say is this. I'm going to be talking about how we can better support our students and our kids even at home, whether you have an elementary student, high school student, or college student. Honestly, they're all about the same when it comes to some of the rewards and punishments that we as parents feel and are trained, through society and ever that work typically for neurotypical students, but don't always work or are successful with our students that are neurodivergent. And our clients at Coaching Academics mainly are ADHD, ADHD, and we have a specialized program for students that are on the spectrum as well. So the thing is that because these classic strategies that I'm going to talk about here in just a moment are really, they're designed for that neurotypical kid, it can leave you as a parent feeling really frustrated or oftentimes stuck. And so just think about this is that in the executive functioning, and that's really our focus at Coaching Academics, is the executive functioning skills that it takes to get things done, to motivate, not procrastinate, to be organized and planning, time management. And so a lot of times, especially in the ADHD brain, we live in the moment. And so do your homework now for a reward later, like say an elementary student, like a sticker later, oftentimes feels so far away, they can't grasp and it's not going to work in that moment. And so with that, also, sometimes you might use a timeout, or an older student, just go to your room for a bit. We need to kind of relax. Those timeouts from the little ages to get bigger and look differently, but essentially the same thing. And so it's like telling them in that moment, like if you're an adult, take your panic attack that you're having right now and come back when you're all done. And in the moment, we all need breaks as parents. I've been there before, trust me. But in the outlong of this, it is something that can be difficult to use consistently. So oftentimes, when a meltdown at any age comes along, oftentimes we want to look at that person and it fuses anger. And of course, families, we trigger each other. It happens to me with my adult children even now. But the point that I want to make is that it doesn't necessarily mean that they are misbehaving on purpose. They're not choosing to have that bad behavior. What it is that they're getting into a survival mode. And so punishments oftentimes don't work the way we are hoping them to. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and start this presentation, and just bear with me. Sometimes I have a hard time with these slide presentations, but I'm going to share my screen as I start my presentation. And we're going to just start from a current slide, and this should work. If I can share my screen, first of all. let's see here. Bear with me. Give me my power to share. By the way, I'm so glad that all of you guys are here today. And should you have any questions, please reach out to me. At the end slide, I'm going to have my contact information. Let's see, I've got myself sharing the screen, but I'm not quite sure it's the screen I want to be sharing. So with that, I am going to try a different technique and see if this will work. And get me in my position to share it with you guys. Okay, I think this should work. And start. And I'm thinking that you guys don't need to see. Let's see, continue to share. Hopefully this is working. Okay. So here we go. So hopefully you guys are not seeing my show notes on this. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and assume that you're not. You should just.
Hey, Michelle. Yeah, the notes are on the slide. So I think you just need to click one thing off there. Yeah.
I need to do which?
I think you just need to click the notes off.
Okay, I'm just going to do that.
I took everything off.
Okay, let's see if I can't redo this. How about if I just share this screen? Does that work better?
That's perfect.
Thank you. Okay, it's tricky, everybody out there. I have double screens, so I'm going to have to close this because I have some great notes later on if we get through this. But anyway, okay. So this presentation today is really about looking at some different ways that we can support our students that is a little different than your neurotypical way and the way we've been trained, and myself as well. I didn't go into too much of my history, but I've been doing this for 15 years. And I really for me, it's been about trial and error and working with clients, working with families, working within my own family. And so I always tell my students that I work with and the coaches that I train in my company is that I'm constantly learning. There is no right way to do anything for any individual person. We are individuals, unique, and our challenges are unique. And so what I like to come up with is a pocket of tools, a little tool bag. And hopefully with my experience over the years, I have a pretty big tool bag, and I can give some of those tools for you guys. And so that's what this is about today. And so what we're talking about here is how best can we help our students and our children, right, be successful and try some unique, fresh ways to help them in their academics. And at the end of the presentation, I have some generic questions that have come in, and I can pull those up and ask those. So today, I want to, in this presentation, I thought it would be fun to share one really cool technique that I have adopted. It's not my original, but I have adopted as we do in life and adapted it so that it could help with students that we serve. Okay, so again, in our moments with our students that we're working with ADHD, and we're telling them to do something now to reward later, oftentimes doesn't work. They're a lot of times overwhelmed by the requests that comes in. In fact, a lot of times we'll have clients tell us that as soon as they get something, they kind of go into a panic mode. Their anxiety really shoots up with anything they need to do because they're pulling it into their brains. And they're trying to, they really want to do well. Most of our clients come in, they really want to do well, but it's really the approach that we're using that is going to be effective for them and helping them, the students, find what those is. So we're all about promoting self-agency. We want them to be empowered to understand what works for them ultimately, so they can come out of our coaching program into life and be able to navigate in any situation. So we give them a framework to work from. And so again, things like taking timeouts are great in certain situations. But it's good to have a bag of tricks to use. And reward systems are great. A lot of times our students will come up with a reward system and it doesn't work for the long term. And so we need to have a growing bag of tricks. And if you have joined any groups, feed off of each other and there's so many different ways you can help that brain, that neurodivergent brain. And so what I wanted to do is just kind of start with a quick story. And this isn't my personal story, but it's one of a coaching client, one of our coaches. And a lot of times the students will come in and the parents will say, I just don't understand right now. Like, I'm going to talk about this time of the semester. This is a really, really time of year where we're seeing these kinds of things coming up. So a parent might call up and say, my son or my daughter was so motivated at the beginning of the semester. They woke up every day. They, did their routines. Maybe, they were a music major and they're playing every day. Their sports, they're hitting it. And then now they're just scrolling on their phone. They're shrugging when I ask what they're doing. And, they're saying that everything's going to be okay. They'll do it later, pushing it off to later. So, what's going on here? And if anything, she's not angry, even though anger sometimes is the first thing that we come up with as parents. But really, this particular parent was worried because she's seen this pattern before. And it's just like, their energy's fizzled, their creativity's done. And it's difficult, in the household, or even if they're in college and they're on the campus and you get those phone calls and you're like, what's going on? What's happened? And it just, I've had my own son in this predicament where he says, just school feels pointless. Why? That they lose that hope and whatnot. And so what we want to do is be able to describe this, what's really going on here. And this is where we're talking about the dopamine effect. So just like what this parent was really describing is that dopamine crash, over time. And we talk about different crashes and energies with sugar intake and whatnot. And so this dopamine, you see it in the news quite a bit, is the neuroscience behind what's going on. And the novelty has worn off. And where do they go with it? So what happens is that we need a balance, right, of that dopamine experiences to help fuel that. And in the research, you will read that the dopamine in an ADHD brain or somebody that has challenge with the prefrontal cortex, like an ADHD, is that they are needing a steady focus with something to help them sustain that. And it takes more of that dopamine. Like you might hear chasing the dopamine high, and needing that fuel to start a task or to motivate. So whereas as a parent, you're just thinking, what are you doing? What's going on here? We want to peel back that layer and take a look at what's going on more on a neuroscience level, so that we can then help them to give them some of these natural dopamine hits. Now, medication, we don't really say yay or nay. We have clients that come in that say, I want off my medication, and coaching's our answer. Or some that say, the medication has really, really helped. But we're really about the holistic picture of what works for that individual. Again, promoting that self-agency so they know what's working for them. And we are a tool in that bag of all the other supports that are around that particular student. Okay, so let's see, go on to the next menu. So this is what I'm introducing here is this menu, an idea, a fun twist on being able to help you have fuel for your brain. So what is the parent saying here? My teen knows what's to do, right? Does that sound familiar? And they're just not doing it. And that's where we're at in this semester right now in the fall. And it's really not about the laziness, if you peel back, about the brain chemistry. So, and this is where a lot of times the coaching is a great tool, because we come in without the triggers and the nagging, and we can address that motivation issue, and we can address it with that student and start to find ways that can help them, get that feeling that they want to get something done. But let's just face it, in today's society, we really are living in like what we call dopamine chaos. You've got all kinds of different things grabbing our attention at any given moment. So, those the videos, gaming, right? You get little dopamine hits when you play those games. There's research where the brains are lighting up when they're playing these games. And it's hard competition, right, for some of these other things. So our brains are constantly, being teased throughout the day with these different distractions that light up our dopamine. So when it's time to start that homework, and get organized and deal with the backpack and plan ahead, the brain's probably crashed on the dopamine level, and it needs to, what we say, refuel. So basically they're running on empty, and they have an empty tank. So you can think of it this way. So the science behind the motivation, and I am not a scientist. My background is education and coaching for many, many moons now. But there's a lot of great neuroscience out there that helps us in our industry to help your student. And if you can think of dopamine as the brain's fuel for action, then when it's balanced, you're going to feel motivated, right? And when it's not, you're going to feel stuck. Whether or not you, as a parent or a professional, have, right, a challenge with your prefrontal cortex and ADHD, we've all been there. We talk about neurodivergent, being, we all have divergence, ups and downs, but these are the students that are really, really up and really, really down when it comes to their focus and time management and whatnot. And that dopamine can really play a big part in that. And so that prefrontal cortex that I mentioned is really responsible for our focus, for, our task initiation, decision-making, and emotional control. Now, that all runs on dopamine. And so when things are spinning out, that chaos, what I train my coaches to do is to take a step back and really start with that emotional regulation, kind of trying to get a grasp on that, and that's that chemical reaction, so that they can help initiate the prefrontal cortex into the actual task at hand, or what they're trying to accomplish. Otherwise, it feels impossible, and your brain's just saying, I can't do this. But when it's balanced and right, you feel positive and upbeat, and you've got a plan in place. You can take action and move ahead. So instead of pushing harder to make something happen, whether, with rewards and consequences, you can think of it as it's time to refuel their brain. And if we can switch the narrative for the student to that kind of vocabulary, it can change the dynamics of a parent-child, or even grown child relationship, when you can talk about it's not you personally. You haven't done something bad. We just got to take a look at what you need. And so you just think about like how we fuel our bodies, right? If we haven't eaten, we're going to get cranky, hangry. And so that's where I love this idea of a dopamine menu. And so obviously this nice little reward system talks about it. So if your brain sees something good in it for them, excites them, it's going to be motivated, and then you're going to take your action on that. Let me make sure that I'm okay. I might have to go a little faster on these guys. Okay. So again, what I talked about is the science of attention, focus, and drive comes from that. And we can help that along with this menu that I'm going to show you in a moment here. And so when we are overstimulated, just as I was talking earlier, it's the reward almost, when you could put anything out there and it's just not going to be exciting. And so with that dopamine crash, we're seeing here that this girl sitting here just done, frozen, stuck. So again, between the school stress, social media, all those distractions, a lot of our clients don't sleep well at night. And so their dopamine tanks are running on empty. And I love this comparison. It's not my own, but that part of your brain that organizes, the prefrontal cortex, that makes decisions, runs on that dopamine. And without enough of it, it's really like trying to, use your phone at 2%. And what happens with our clients is that the avoidance comes in, the frustration, procrastination because of that burnout. So here's the menu. The solution that I've kind of adapted into our clients is really about creating a menu that works for you. So what does your brain actually need? I'm going to go back to self-agency here. So what your brain needs for you individually is not the same for anybody else. And so that you want to get that yes feeling, that you want to do something, even something small. And so with all the dopamine chaos, it can be really hard to get things going. And especially if you're talking about academics, and that is my realm, or even, home cleaning your room, or a young professional trying to get out there and get their first job and all the overwhelm and chaos that comes. And so because that we're all constantly being distracted, it can be really difficult to do some of these harder things. So with that being said, we can take out the menu here. And when I talk about that, and I'm talking about the menu, I'm talking about small things that help you, and then graduate to the bigger things, and then think of a dessert as something, maybe in the evening that can help you. And then the drinks being something that can fuel you through the day, and then something big and special things, so that you can have something there that's always going to refuel your brain. So let's go into the appetizers here. And I do have a template for this at the end. I'll make sure you guys can reach out for that template. But think of the appetizers, just that I had mentioned, as those dopamine quick hits, right? Think of it as like, it could be something you knew. I know for me personally, a dopamine hit for me when I'm sitting in front of a computer all day is to stand up. And that's like, okay, what can I do right now? Because I can feel my anxiety coming on. I can feel my boredom coming up. I need to move for me. Or I'll look around and say, is the window open? Have I not opened the window yet today? And that's happens. There's simple sunlight coming into my face. Or, some people can put on some music and just dance, but take that little tiny break. So that you can just, reset you really quickly in a moment like this, like you're working at your desk, And, the entrees, again, I said that's a bigger thing. So think about the fuel for the day. So maybe it's the routine you create for your particular day. And another one for me is that I know I can't start my day without working out. Or if that doesn't happen, in my mind, I say my workout is in the evening. And it doesn't have to be a hardcore workout. It can be, yoga. It could be a walk. And then this time of year, I start to move into some creative projects. And so those kinds of things are things that I can set up for my menu that help me fuel some of the things like getting ready for this today and working on some slides. But that I'm also rewarding myself with this more of like a chunkier thing that's an ongoing project that I get to work to in the evenings. And so it can be a fun framework that really helps our students self-regulate and really balancing our habits. We say that routines turn into habits. And so if you can have a menu that can fuel that framework that you have built out for routines, over time, and this is where you have to have that accountability piece. And we say we're like the accountability queens, our kings, as our coaches say, because we really help the students decide what it is their goal is, how they're going to get there. And this menu can be a piece of that, but you really need accountability with that as well. So whether you're a do-it-yourselfer and you're, good enough relationship with your student that you are that person, great. Otherwise, outside people are really great, or a study buddy, and of course, coaching. But anyway, so going on little sides of, steady mood boosters. I love the fidget toys. And I'm just going to say that I was just buying some new fidget toys. There's some great ones out there. There's some really cool 3D ones that kids are printing right now. And they're selling them. And I love supporting that stuff. So, comfort items, I know people that still have a blanket, literally, that they just sit and put on their lap, and they might like mull it through their fingers while they're in a presentation like this, and they're giving it, or a talk, or reading, anything heavy concentration. So again, finding your bag of tricks that work for you are super important. I have a wealth of ideas over my years, but really what works for you is really going to be the ending of this all, to create your own template. And then there's the desserts, right? Okay. And I know this is a dangerous zone. For me, my little desserts are snacks, and I have to be careful. For kids, especially, you want to be thinking about this ahead of time. What's some good snacks that are going to help that when, for me, I'm like, oh my gosh, why did I eat that chocolate cake? And I'm sure with the kids, there's certain things you're like, oh my gosh, the lollipop, they're sucking on sugar all day. So think about snacks that work for the student, that they like, that will help fuel that brain and not crash it. And then the danger zones, right, with gaming and scrolling. Those are kind of things that if you can get the student to be working through the day in the evenings, and there's a timer, there's some really cute little timers out there, not the egg beater timers, but just cute ones out there these days you can find, and really have structure around that. And I know with college students, it's really a slippery slope, to enter that. And so think about, maybe you start your day with the dessert or end the day, but having some boundaries around that are really important, some accountability. Okay. And then of course, there's the bigger ones, those special trips. You're earning it for the future, that you can sustain. So the small things in the menu can build up to the bigger ones. So you're not just saying, if you get an average of, let's say 85%, at the end of the semester, we're going to take a trip. That's a long ways away, which I started this off with, right? We need smaller, more immediate day-to-day things, but there's certainly a great place for those specials. But be very careful how you get there. And I'm constantly telling new parents, in like going into college with their students, and especially if they've struggled in the past with a lot of failures academically, start small. This menu idea is something that will really help with accountability along the ways they can experience these small successes and then build towards the end of one. And I've seen people come back from amazing despair into confidence because they've applied that and started with all these, and you'll read a lot about, small rewards. And it really is true. But this menu idea takes it a different level, because what it does is it's really creating that self-agency. You need to create your own customized menu. We all like different foods, right, in life, and what works for us. But remembering that in order to be successful academically, we really have to have strong executive functioning skills, connections. So this dopamine is crucial for starting and sparking that and getting it done. And it's not overnight. Trust me, I've been there, but what it is important is consistency and accountability in a very positive framework. So, and again, the old school ways, the way we were taught oftentimes don't work with these particular students. And so again, I wanted a visual here of, our routines, or what we do in our coaching, is which you can establish with sustaining it through the menu that's going to improve it with these little micro rewards. It starts to spiral up. Honestly, I love it when a client comes to us that is just really, I mean, I don't love that they're down, but they're really at a low in their life and they've experienced too many failures that they're not able to learn from, to move on from. And then they start to shut down. I'm talking about that level of a client coming in. But the beauty that I have selfishly seen that really spurs what I do in this helping profession is, over time, I have seen those students and seen the reward of them lighting up with their goals, lighting up with their education, ones that thought that they were never meant for college, never meant for a particular profession, but because of developing tools and tricks that help them develop a routine that then sustains over time. And we say minimum 3 months, 90 or 66.7 days, I think is the latest I've saw, to develop a routine into a habit. And then, one of the questions I'm going to say right now is does coaching have to last forever? No, it doesn't. But I will tell you, it takes about 3 months to start a routine, but then you need that accountability along the way, because we all, waver as life takes over and the distractions, the chaos of, all the other dopamine hits competing for our time. So with that being said, this is a really fun tool, and it'll start with that self-regulation by having that self-awareness. And it's going to have positive feedback in different ways. And you can take this menu concept and use that. And then you can, as a parent, how do you support them? By being able to tell them, hey, you're stepping up. I see you're using this. And being able to, express what they know works for them in their life. And so what can we do as parents? Well, we could probably model it ourselves. I definitely have done this. I might be doing it now. Preparing my week with what I can go to when I'm busy and the way I'm eating that I know is I'm going to be happy with at the end of the day. And so if we can model this and have our own knowledge base of what we know works for us in our motivation, that's going to fuel our own ability to be motivated. And I'm not talking just like in your career, I'm talking about in your home. We all fluctuate from day to day or even seasonally. This can be a hard time of year for people with it getting dark. And so being, in that power move of a parent to prepare yourself, what works for them, and then modeling it for them, I think you're going to have a lot more success with it. So I'm a visual person. I would create my own fun little one and put it on a fridge of what I can do to remind myself. And this would be great for, a college student. They could have really a lot of fun with it, especially if they're creative. So rather than the nagging, right? Even as my adult children, probably say that I would nag at them. But powerful questioning is a big part of coaching. And so if you go over this idea and you get some positive response and, maybe you do it together. So it's not just, this is what you need, this is what can help us all kind of vocabulary, is asking that, what's going to work for you? And so if you have the idea of what the appetizer is with the main courses and a dessert, start seeing, and if they can make a connection, then they may have something to go to, and you could create a menu. And it doesn't have to be expansive. You could just try 1 or 2 things, start there and then build off of it. And of course, celebrating those wins. And I mean celebrating them that works for your student. Some teenage, I'm thinking one particular boy just doesn't want that recognition. And so you have to be really careful how you treat that recognition, but find that way that works for them. And whether it's an elbow jab in the rib to say, hey, I noticed that, that seemed to work for you. And they might kind of look down to kind of smirk a little bit. Yeah, I guess so. And then my daughter might be all about it and then be talking to me, about all the different things that could work. And we might need to limit the things so she has too many choices. So again, individualize, customize it for what works for you. But the bottom line is that dopamine loves recognition. It just feeds off of it. And so that's why when I've talked about another student in the past, past really coming in low. And then all of a sudden we're able to identify things that work for them and give them tools for when they are feeling low, that they start to build up. And I've seen them come up. One particular story, a student, kid you not, was like over $200,000 in college debt, and they were about ready to fail out. And so after one semester working with me, and we were able to develop some self-agency skills with accountability, she ended up on honor roll, went another semester, and ended up graduating on her own. And the parents were very, very relieved. So that's kind of an example of that. Dopamine loves recognition and feeding off of it, but you've got to get some traction in the beginning. So when you're, and I've talked about coaching academics and what we do, but we really help develop those into the habits and strengthen those skills long-term wise, and using the expertise of the client, the student, of what they know works for them. Trial and error is definitely a piece of this. And so when your student, young one, middle school, high school, college students, just seems not motivated, maybe we can think of this not like a character flaw, that they're intentionally doing this. They're being a certain way to get a reaction out of you. But peel that layer off, and there is a component to that. I have 3 raised kids, but think about, like, turn the script in your own mind to say, what is it that they need to refuel their desire, motivation to do something? And yes, it can be some other things as well, but this is one aspect of a bag of tricks that you can use to help them on the day-to-day problems. There's definitely some bigger issues as well that can be tackled. But this is one that's going to help this motivation. And, you can make it fun and teach them how they can recognize when they need to refuel themselves. So in closing on this part of we're right on time, the presentation. So it's not that they're broken. It means that they just, need the right recipe. I have to be cheesy on that end of it. And so just think about that. And of course, I'm going to go over some other questions, but I did want to just leave this slide up. If you would like to learn more about what we do, this is the way you can contact us, Coaching Academics. But I really love to connect with people on LinkedIn. So at the very bottom, please do connect with me on LinkedIn. And I've got a lot of different things that I'm working on in different ways, but I hope that this particular menu will help you. And if you email me and you say, hey, I just want that template, I would love to be able to get that to you, and just email team@coachingacademics.com. And if you put in the subject dopamine menu template, we'll get that template to you. It's not like cutesy, and I wanted to make it more cutesy. It's very literal, but I am going to stop sharing now and actually talk about that menu, overview it, and you can even take notes on it. And then I want to show you some of the questions that I've had that might be able to help you as well. And so we're going to stop sharing here, and just give me a moment while I get out of my presentation and go, hopefully I can find my notes. Okay, so I'm just going to talk here at the screen for just a couple of minutes. A brain-friendly guide to refueling motivation was what I have on the topic of this. And so when your tank is low, like I said, it's harder to start, to focus, or finish things. And so here's how you could start this off, that you could choose, whether it be a day or a week, to have one appetizer and one entree and one dessert, with a special possibly at the end that's going to help you with a bigger lift or celebration of a progress. And so some of the things that I'd mentioned earlier, but I'm just going to kind of go over a couple of other ones. Appetizers for a quick boost. And we're talking like 5 to 10 minutes here boost. listen to hype music. I am really those 8D musics on that you can find on Spotify. It feels like massage over your brain. Some of these 8D music, that's one of my personal favorites to energize and get myself before I have a big task. So before homework. And then I mentioned earlier about sunshine. Helps you feel calm and grounded when you're just, feeling anxious or stuck. And then I've done this before, but you have to go down a rabbit hole, texting a friend or just, connecting with somebody, as long as you keep it short. And then the entree should be more like 30 minutes of sustained activities. I mentioned the cooking, makes you be creative, a workout, help you get focused when you need more energy. And then working on a project that you enjoy doing can make you feel productive. And that can be something that can translate. And then some low energy, times, the comfort things that we talked about, and even like a reward of watching a comfort show afterwards, like for a break, with that accountability to come back to it. And then, of course, the calming effects of coloring, fidget toys, and things like that. And then for desserts can just be a fun reward. So that's what I said, carefully with that scrolling, gaming with a friend online, which we often see as a common thing parents do. It could be a weekend thing, and you would decide when that would happen. Or, my favorite would be treat myself to dessert. I'm going to go down and get some ice cream usually, so I get outside, get the sunshine, and I get the dessert. Probably one too many times, I'm sure. And then the big boost for lasting kind of like motivation could be that big concert that you wanted to go to, or like for my son, it might be a football game or a hockey game, some kind of game, or a trip that you want to do, or try something new. So those are some, fun ways that you can use this. And then the template that I'm going to have available to you guys is really around, you'd pick a category, you'd have your examples, and then the purpose, just kind of like what I just described. And again, it's a simple template. You could create it on your own in a little spreadsheet. And then, of course, the why it works, right? We talked about this. The dopamine drives focus, motivation, and helps with emotional balance. And I always start with that first. And that when you choose something that's going to nourish your brain instead of depleting that, it's going to help you sustain that energy and improve those executive functioning skills. And so, how can you support it? Is going to be able to have if you have your own, you could put it, if you want to model, you've got a younger student, modeling it for them, and have fun from it, and even use the language around, like, what's something, from that menu that might help you right now. So it's taking it away from you, directed at them, and you've got this third element in there. I find that it really will be beneficial, especially if the parents do it too, because, hey, we need the dopamine hits as well. And then remembering to celebrate it. So, one of the things, I know in mentally people might be thinking, gosh, I kind of already do that. Like, I know, like, oftentimes people will wake up in the morning and say, okay, so what can I do to start my day off better? I might even plan the night before for that particular day. That could be seen as an appetizer, and then what's your end of your week little reward or dessert? And so you might already kind of do these, but you're giving it some different language, which might help with your student. So that's it. I hope you guys, enjoy this. We're trying to sprinkle in some of our neuroscience with some practical habits for success. And we really find that if you have fun with it, you can model it, that we get a lot more buy-in from our clients. Now, and I know you may have some Q&As, but I know I do too. So I'm going to just leave you, Tony. Do you tell me here what we're doing on time?
We do have a couple Q&As, but then you could bounce a couple things in too. But, Michelle, great idea, great menu. I love the menu idea. And, one thing that Michelle has is she has a great creative team too. I mean, she has a team across the country that works together, and they're very creative. So a couple questions. How do you track accountability? You mentioned accountability, but what do you specifically do? How do you track that accountability? And then the other one is, is there any specific exercises that work better than others?
Okay, so let's talk with the first one, and if I forget on the second one, that's my short-term memory coming in to help me out.
I got you.
But okay, so how do we track it? Okay, so there's a lot of great ways to do it. So we have different goals that are set for the students, and they come in with those goals, and it's usually a collaboration with the parent. And so let's just use grades as a goal. And so they might come in with a goal for passing a particular class at a particular level, B level. You know, we always say, if you're failing class, you don't want to strive for an A. We want to set realistic goals. So we want to set a realistic goal. And then from that, the accountability piece comes in, and we track it through your planners, color coding planners. And we have action plans, which is very common in coaching. And at those action plans, they state what they're going to do. And then when you're regrouping with them and they meet in a session, they go over those goals and how they have accomplished them and what's left to accomplish. We're very deliberate in the way that we communicate with our clients. Now, the dopamine menu is there to assist in the accountability to making it happen. And so, for a do-it-yourselfer, I actually, somewhere on the web, I have a copy of the planner and the way I use it. But basically, in a nutshell, you have your goals across the top. It could be academic, it could be home goals, it could be career goals, whatever it is, have it across. And then I like to number them, I do month by month. And so I'll have the 30 days or whatever, how many days are in that month. And then I'll put the goal for that particular day in there. And then you want to then have that menu, helping that particular day.
Yep.
So and personally, I would do it on a weekly basis and have that bag of tricks and talk about it. And that's where you get to celebrate it. So what worked? What didn't work? I mean, this is not foolproof from day one. We are unique individuals with things coming at us. And so we constantly have to switch out what is work, just like we get bored of, our food. I might have a whole month where I'm eating yogurt and fruit every day. And then I'm like, oh my God, I want eggs and bacon next month. Yeah. So anyway.
But the beautiful part about it is you're celebrating successes too. And that's the treat out of it.
Don't forget to do that. I know in my own parenting, we would set these goals, we would do these things, and then you get into a rhythm and you kind of like, remember,
right? You
forget about it, you move on because it's an expectation now. And then remember, dopamine likes rewards. God is, as parenting, stay consistent. If you start with something, say you're going to do it for 30 days and do it every day for 30 days, put a reminder on your phone that you're going to do that every single day as a task. And then reevaluate in a month. But so many people, this is the same thing I always say about New Year's resolution goals, right? We do it for a week or two, we forget about, there's no accountability.
Yeah. That's why accountability and success are so important. So the other thing is the exercise. Any specific exercise that when you work with your clients that you recommend, or do you find out what they like and then figure out how that fits into their life?
We figure it out because we have kids, that don't want to exercise. They don't like it. And then we have adrenaline junkies. I happen to have been an adrenaline junkie myself. And I'm on the opposite, trying to say things that are just more calming. And so you really have to talk about that. So if we have a student that really needs that sunshine to get out of the house, they're gaming too much, they're in front of their computers. If there is a pet in the house, walk the pet, give them that chore.
Okay.
Or, and of course, I got to retract that. Don't give it to them. Ask them if this is something that they would like to add, and that could be part of their menu. I mean, it could be a neighbor's, it could be something. And if you don't have a pet, maybe it's running an errand for the family, something to get them moving. And of course, the neuroscience behind movement and focus is out there. You can look at it. So it's so important, but you got to start with where that student is at. And we have a lot of students that, especially our STEM kids that, and they know it, that they need to get out, but you'd have to start really, really small with them. And again, I would have one as a parent to a parent, and this is really where you're at. And if you have a student that's a STEM kid or whatever, for whatever reason, they just don't want to exercise, and then that's going to help them, change the scenery. Sit down with them and have a conversation with them about that one topic, and do it in a special place without other family members, without other distractions. Go for a drive somewhere ask them
Right.
to go for a walk with you,
Yeah.
but make it a special moment to talk to them, and you'll get their attention and see what they're willing to do on such a small
Right.
scale, even if it's 5 minutes.
Now, I know this might be a little longer, but I just want to ask this question because I think this is important. You know, you're so close to girls getting assessed. And I think it's important that women and girls get assessed earlier on than not. So just tell the group and the audience, you know, how can we do that? How can we improve upon that? This will be the last question before we take a little break, but how can we improve that? How can we improve,
Okay.
how can as an ADHD community, how can we?
Yeah. Okay, so that's a really great question that you asked right now. And so I'm just going to say right now, and I'm going to do a little plug for a nonprofit, Cynthia Hammer. You can look her up on LinkedIn. Find the ADHD girls. There is a movement out there to be able to help this. And I've got my own personal story with my own daughter. I was just told she was chatty Cathy and she just needs to focus more and sit in a different part of the room. And I mean, this is 15 years ago. So I think things have changed back then, but it's still happening. And yes, educate yourself on what to look for. The quiet girl doesn't mean that everything is okay.
Mhm.
I was lucky. My daughter was the ADHD hyperactive in the middle of all the attention, but the quiet ones are ones that often get skipped over a lot. And those, like my daughter, chatty Cathy, just do the work and quit talking.
Yeah.
Educate yourself. Cynthia's program is excellent. Find the ADHD girls. I think it's .org.
I was hoping you mentioned her because I know she's just done so much good in this space to get girls assessed earlier than later.
She's got some great tools for parents, checklists, and if you suspect it, there's the resources there of what next steps to take.
Yeah, and we're gonna invite Cynthia to a podcast too at some point because she's done so much in this space that I think it's so valuable. And I know it's close to your heart too in terms of getting girls assessed earlier. So I think that's about it. So we're about at a little bit of a break. So Michelle, that was awesome. That was great. Great ideas. And if you have the menu that we can share with the group, I know you mentioned it a few times. Please send it to us, or if there's a reference you want us to go to, we can get it to them. So and use it. But
great. Just a little template. I just wanted to make the girls make it look cute. Like I like to make everything. It's very basic right now, the way I drew it up. And I have a ton of questions, but if you guys have questions specifically advertised on our website, the coaching.academics.com, there is an FAQ section. And I think we have over 30. I mean, we have so many different questions that can be answered in there. And that's where I pulled off some of these questions that I was going to answer, but you had them ready for me.
Yeah. Well, listen, Michelle, thank you. You've done a great job and great work since 2010 and helping families and kids, students especially. So great information. Check Michelle's website out. Go to the FAQs, take in the information. And if you have questions, Michelle's there to always answer them.
Yeah. Connect with me on LinkedIn. You can see some of the bigger things, but have fun with it. It's a passion of mine. I wake every day to what I do and enjoy it because, like I said earlier, I get a lot of satisfaction out of seeing other people succeed when they thought they had all these challenges in front of them. I'm a great problem solver and an accountability queen.
And the thing that we didn't mention is Michelle has a wonderful tracking system too to track all successes too, because she has a number of successes, and I think that's very powerful in terms of the work you do. So thank you.
Yeah, work in progress. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
All the best. All right, everybody. Let's take about a 7-minute break. Grab a quick lunch if you can, and come back for our keynote speaker, Dr. Ari Tuckman. Thank you so much.
Enjoy. Bye.
Thanks, Michelle. Hey, and welcome back, everybody. And we have our keynote speaker, Dr. Ari Tuckman, coming up here. And Ari, if you could join us. All right, great. A little bit about Dr. Ari Tuckman. He is a psychologist, international presenter, author, and ADHD thought leader. And we're just excited to have you with us. And he's given more than 800 presentations and podcast interviews. He's written 5 books, and his newest one is the ADHD Productivity Manual. He's been the co-chair of the CHAT conference, and he was awarded the 2023 Hall of Fame Award for his significant contribution to the field. We're just excited to have you with us, Ari, and I'm sure there'll be lots of questions, so we'll let you take it over for here. Thank you for joining us.
Awesome. It is my pleasure to be here. Certainly a good cause. Always happy to talk about ADHD and share information that, pretty much like makes people's lives better, right? That's kind of really what we're doing here. So it is a pleasure to be a part of this. Let me go ahead and get my slides all set. Let me get rid of these extra panels and whatnot that sort of creates these annoying black boxes when I go do Zoom on my computer. So, all right, cool. So what we are talking about here is take ADHD seriously, but not personally. And the difference is this, taking it seriously means ADHD can have a big effect on your life or the life of your child, your romantic partner, or for me as a psychologist, clients, but also for teachers and bosses and coworkers and physicians. And, ADHD shows up everywhere you go. So we definitely want to take it seriously and do the things that are going to make your life better. And also, ADHD doesn't have to cast this big, long, terrible shadow on your life either. It might be a part of your life. It might be a thing you need to learn how to manage, but it doesn't have to dominate your life. And that's really kind of our big goal here. So let's just start with this as like just a basic premise of what we're doing here, which is that the goal of managing your ADHD, whether it's your own, whether it's a spouse or a child or someone else you care about, the goal is to add more positives to your life. And I'm kind of making a point of highlighting this because it's really easy, whether it's ADHD or, other things that make life more difficult, it's really easy to sort of focus on avoiding the negatives, right? I don't want to get in trouble with this. I don't want a problem with that. And like, sure, obviously, definitely, like less negatives, all about it. That sounds great. But also, the problem is if all you do is take away the negatives, it really only gets you to 0, right? It doesn't actually make your life good. It just makes it less bad. And that's not really that motivating. It's not really inspiring, right? No one has an inspirational poster that says less bad stuff, just okay, right? Like that's not going to inspire you to do the work. That's not going to sort of get you jumping out of bed in the morning. So really what we're talking about here is how to create space and opportunities and like mental bandwidth in time to pursue the things that really actually matter to you, the stuff that's meaningful and interesting and important, the stuff that makes your life and other people's lives better, right? That is our big goal here for the day. Now, of course, probably I don't really need this slide because like if you guys are here, I think you probably know this already, but just to sort of say it, what we know from lots and lots and lots of research that has been going on for 50 years or more is that ADHD makes your life harder in all parts of life, not just in geometry class, and it certainly doesn't stop when the school bell rings at 3:15, right? It affects how you live your life at home, how you do at work. It affects all sorts of different parts of life. So like, again, we do want to take it seriously. Now, what's really sort of important, though, to note in this is that ADHD really makes your life a lot harder before you know that that's what it is. Whether it's like, again, your own ADHD or the ADHD of somebody in your life that you care about. And it can do this in two ways. So the sort of obvious way is if you, let's say, really struggle with getting places on time because ADHD makes time sort of slippery for you. Obviously, if you don't understand that well, if you're not treating it or managing it well, you're going to run late a lot more often, right? That's probably a pretty predictable outcome because you're not using those better, more targeted strategies to kind of hit the mark on getting places on time. But also, and this might actually really be the thing that matters the most, is not only does it affect what happens in the sense that, you know, you run late, you procrastinate, you forget things, you put stuff down and can't find it. It also affects how you sort of interpret what those things mean, right? So things like, you know, I'm just not that smart, right? I'm not getting good grades because, you know, I'm not smart enough. Everyone else is smarter than me. Or I'm just irresponsible, or I just can't learn, or any of these other ways of sort of looking at the behavior, at the things that you do, and then kind of like making interpretations about what it means. And that's the place that the real trouble comes. Because running late, let's say, not great, right? That can cause problems. But feeling terrible about yourself for it, that's even worse. So part of understanding ADHD, of managing it, is understanding what certain behaviors mean and also what they don't mean. So the goal then is, I mean, again, partially helping you stay more on top of your ADHD, but it's really about not, it's about reducing the way that those ADHD moments sort of hammer your self-esteem and how you see yourself, or kind of trip you up in relationships with other people, or drive, you know, anxiety or depression or other kind of problematic coping mechanisms. So like drinking too much or vaping or other, you know, things that people do to feel less bad in those difficult moments. So the thing about ADHD then is, on the one hand, it's kind of invisible in the sense that, like, if somebody looks at you, it's not like they can see your ADHD. I mean, if you walk in with a broken leg and a giant cast, everyone is like, oh, yeah, they're going to have trouble on stairs, right? Nobody's going to really kind of ask or wonder anything about it. But with ADHD, right, someone looks at you and they're like, they should be able to get places on time. Um, and this is especially true if you don't fit the sort of like common stereotype, right? If you're a super hyperactive 8-year-old boy, people might be like, oh, I bet that kid has ADHD. But if you're not hyperactive, or if you're female, or if you're not 8, but like 68, or if you're otherwise successful, as in, you know, you have advanced degrees, you do well at work, things look pretty good on the outside, it's easier for people to say, well, I don't know what their deal is, but ADHD probably isn't it, right? It doesn't sort of like come to mind as a reason for why certain things work out the way that they do. So that's the invisible part. But also, the symptoms of ADHD can be kind of unmissable, right? They're kind of hard to hide. My friend Stephanie Sarkis has a great line, I use this a lot, that ADHD is the worst kept secret, right? There are certain things you can sort of keep from others if you choose not to tell them, but your behavior will sort of be visible to others and they will begin to sort of come up with ideas about what it means. So if you often run late, people are going to notice. If your desk at work is kind of a mess, people are going to notice. If you say, okay, I'll do that, and then you forget, or you're racing in right under the wire at the last minute, again, people notice. But it's not just that they notice, it's also that they begin to have thoughts and feelings and opinions, right? Because everybody has opinions about everything. And if you've ever seen the comment section of anything online, you know that to be true. And also, what you know to be true is some people are rather horrible in their opinions, in the sense of how they sort of make assumptions about what people do or how they do it or why they did it. So, so there's a lot on the line with this. Now, Russell Barkley, who is, I think, like the indisputed world expert on ADHD, although he has finally actually retired just recently, but he has a really famous quote. I use this one all the time, that ADHD is not a disorder of knowing what to do. It's a disorder of doing what you know. You do not need to explain to someone with ADHD that it's kind of good to get places on time. They know it. Trust me, they know it. But it's like a lot of things in life. Knowing what to do is the easy part. It's sort of like anybody not know they should eat more vegetables, right? Is that like a thing that people are like, what? Vegetables? I thought I'm only supposed to eat fried things, right? We all know we should eat more vegetables. We should all exercise more. We should floss our teeth. I don't know, what, twice a day or something? Does anybody actually do that? Knowing is easy often, but it's the doing it that's the hard part. And not like one time or maybe twice, but like all the time, or at least most of it. Like your boss kind of wants you at work on time most of the days. Your professor or your teachers want you to hand in your homework on time, like again, most of the time. Or your spouse wants you to remember to pick up milk most of the time. So this is the place that folks with ADHD struggle. It's converting the knowing in your head into the like doing. Here I am in the world at the right time and place, doing the right thing. Now, my add-on to Barkley's famous quote is that, in fact, people with ADHD know far better what to do because they've been told far more often what to do. If you're a kid who is not doing the thing that some adult thinks you should be doing in this moment, they're going to say something about it. And if you're an adult not doing the thing that some other adult thinks you should be doing in that moment, they're also going to say something about it. So people who are off task more, at least as defined by the people around them, get a lot more comments. And not only comments, they get a lot more criticism. And, in fairness to all parents out there, and especially in fairness to the parents of distractible, forgetful, maybe hyperactive, impulsive kids, none of us are perfect. We all have our moments. We all have our long days where we just have nothing left. Or we have our days where we've told our kid 7 times, like, put that down, come over here. And we are not always going to say it in the nicest way. So kids with ADHD who are off task are not only told more often what to do, they're more often told what to do in, let's just say, less nice ways. And again, that doesn't end at 18. Adults with ADHD are also told in less nice ways, right? More criticism, more corrections, more of those negative experiences with other people. So what happens then is what starts out as primarily a neurologically based information processing disorder, mostly driven by genetics, tiny bit environment, but mostly genetics, that affects certain parts of the brain, mostly the prefrontal cortex, kind of right here behind the forehead, affects how you sort of navigate through the world and the way that you respond to certain things and the types of experiences that you have. If you're a kid who's sitting in class quietly doing their work, you're going to have a certain types of experiences with a teacher. By contrast, if you're often sort of looking out the window, you're talking to your neighbor, you're tapping your pencil, you're getting up to sharpen your pencil for the 8th time this hour, right? You're going to have a very different relationship with your teacher. They're going to talk to you in a much different way. So these different experiences then begin to affect someone's sort of internal psychology, right? How do they see themselves? How do they relate to other people? How do they handle challenges and just sort of the demands of life that we all have to deal with? So the neurology affects interactions with other people, the interpersonal, which then feeds back in to affect the psychology of how somebody sees themselves and how they interact in the world. Now, this then kind of raises the question for us sometimes of kind of like, what's you and what's your ADHD? Or what's her and what's her ADHD, right? I sometimes get it asked that way. And it's hard, right? There's not like a clear line of like, well, this is you and here's your ADHD, affecting how you do things. Now, what's hard about this is when it comes to dealing with other people, um, all of us, we have this sort of bias, right? And even when we try to be objective, and sometimes we are indeed more objective, and other times we are not at all objective, but like we look at what other people do and we sort of interpret it through our own lens, right? So the way that this might show up with ADHD is, man, she hasn't started that big work project like at all. I don't even think she has any idea what she's doing with it. If I procrastinate on a important work project, it's because like I don't really care that much. Like it's not that important to me. Like whatever, man, I'll get to it when I get to it. Therefore, I will now assume that she's procrastinating because she doesn't really care that much about this. It's not a big deal to her. So, on the one hand, it's not a crazy interpretation, right? Like there is a logic to it, right? If A, that kind of makes sense, then B. Except the problem is in this case, it doesn't understand the fact that this coworker has ADHD. She doesn't feel the future. She doesn't feel the pressure of the deadline until it gets a whole lot closer to, oh my God, that's due tomorrow, right? And it's not as easy for her 1 week out to like self-generate the motivation to say, okay, I got to get this thing done. Let's start banging this thing out a little bit. I'm going to start it. I'm at least going to get a little bit of it done, and then maybe I'll do some more tomorrow, right? It's not as easy for the person with ADHD to do that as it is for the non-ADHD person 1 week out to just like get those gears turning, and here they are working on it. So one of the implications of this, then, one of the takeaways is that if your words and actions don't line up, then people are going to start doubting your intentions, right? Like you said you were going to work on it, but I'm not seeing you work on it. I can therefore only assume you're not really that motivated to do it. It's not actually that important to you. So if this happens once or twice, people will doubt your intentions, right? You say this is important, this job is important to you, but like, okay, I guess, but like this thing didn't happen. But if it keeps happening, then they doubt not only your intent, to doubt your character, as in like, well, I just don't think she's a serious employee. She's really not meant for this position. Or I don't think she really cares. I think she's kind of selfish and irresponsible. Again, not crazy interpretations, right? There are indeed some people in some situations where that's actually kind of what's going on. But in this case, if it's ADHD that's making it harder for this woman to get going on the task, it's not about being selfish. It's not about being irresponsible. It's not that she doesn't want the job or care about the impact on her coworkers. It's again, that she struggles to motivate herself to get up and moving and working on it early enough. And if, as the person with ADHD, you have enough of these interactions where people are like telling you things about yourself, you don't care, you're just selfish, like after the millionth time, you begin to sort of internalize that. And then you start thinking, oh, maybe I am kind of selfish. I mean, I say I care, but I mean, I don't really. It doesn't look like it. So like, I don't know, maybe I don't really care about other people. And that obviously is where real trouble begins. So let's talk then about how to sort of think about this, maybe. So, on the one hand, it's easy to be the sort of scapegoat, right? There seemed to be some misunderstanding. There was some sort of problem here. Well, you're often the one who messes it up, so I guess it was probably you. Let's just assume that and move on. Or maybe you go the other way, right? If you got a little bit of an oppositional streak, instead of like always taking the hit, you may fight against any of it, right? That you're always sort of like, you can't tell me what to do. And on the one hand, I admire I'll call it the self-advocacy maybe of that. And also oppositionality, being too kind of stubborn, digging in, fighting the wrong fights, it leads to a lot more headaches that perhaps could have been avoided, right? There might have been an easier way to go through this. This probably wasn't the battle to pick. Now, it can also be a situation where even when you are successful, like legit, objectively speaking, yeah, you did a good job on that. Um, it can be easy to kind of give it away, right? Like you don't let the credit stick. Um, it might be that it's this thing where it's like, okay, I mean, sure, that was a pretty good presentation to the board, but the thing is, like, I threw that thing together like at the last minute. I stayed up till like 3 in the morning to do it. Like, if they knew I stayed up till 3, they wouldn't think it was a good presentation, right? And like, okay, sure, staying up till 3, not like the recommended protocol, but also it was still a good presentation, however it is that you did it. So like take the win, allow yourself to feel the credit and the praise. Um, or alternatively, sometimes the credit is sort of given away of like, well, yeah, I mean, I did get a good grade, but the test was pretty easy. Or like, sure, I did a good job in that sales meeting, but only because the client, like the customer asked me questions I knew the answer to, right? Because it doesn't feel like you can let yourself actually believe, I actually know what I'm doing here. Like I'm actually pretty good at this, right? Because all these other sort of ADHD moments sort of steal away those good feelings that you might have for yourself or that other people might have for you. Or it might feel like there's this like random roll of the dice, right? And one of the things we know about ADHD is that performance can be really inconsistent. Sometimes, bam, nail it. Really hard thing, crushed it. 20 minutes later, super easy thing, totally blew it, can't even get going on it, right? And it's just like, I don't get this. This doesn't make any sense, right? So there's this like feeling of the rug can be pulled out from under you at any moment. So it leads to this feeling of what Russ Ramsey coined the term self-mistrust, as in the idea of like, can I count on myself to do the right thing when I need to? And if your ADHD is not being well managed, the answer too often is like, I don't know that I can. I would like to, but like seriously, if you look at my track record, you shouldn't bet any money on it because who knows what's going to happen here. So we've defined the problem, right? Probably much of that sounded familiar, but let's actually get to the part that matters, which is how do you actually make your life better? Because that's really kind of what we're doing here. And ultimately, this whole idea of managing your ADHD well is it's not about managing ADHD. Like it seriously isn't. It's about actually living a good life. And will sometimes say, I don't actually care about ADHD. I mean, I've written 5 books. I spend all day talking to clients with ADHD, but here I don't actually care about ADHD. I care about people, right? I want the people I meet with in my office, the people who I present to, the people who read my books, whatever, like I want people to live better lives. And dealing with your ADHD or your spouse or your kids or your students, whatever, like it's about that. It's about living a good life. That's really what we're doing here. So the problem with ADHD is when you don't know that that's what's actually going on, you really kind of like hamstring your ability to address it in the most effective ways, right? It's like lots of stuff. It's sort of like if you're gluten intolerant, you don't know it, and you're just having all these vague symptoms of feeling kind of terrible, you can't really do anything about it. Or, like I kind of tweaked my shoulder and I couldn't, like, I didn't know what the problem was. But I went to PT and she like did this and this and this. And she's like, here's the problem. And now I know what to do to make my shoulder not hurt anymore. So figuring out the problem more accurately helps us know how to manage it more effectively. It's sort of like, there's this whole group of like late diagnosed adults, and, maybe they're treated for anxiety or depression or sleep problems or substance use problems or whatever. And like it kind of helped, there was some benefit there, but it never really got the job done because this whole big missing piece was not really being addressed in the most effective way. And once they figured out, like, oh, wait, ADHD, and then they started addressing it in a more tailored kind of a manner, all of a sudden it made all the difference in the world. Not only in like managing stuff in their life, but also on things like their anxiety, depression, sleep problems, substance abuse, whatever, right? Like all of a sudden, all these other things kind of began to fall into place a little bit easier and more effectively. So let's put ADHD in its place, right? Like it's there, sure, got to deal with it, fine. So the goal then of managing your ADHD, of treating ADHD, is to make it a smaller part of your life and just sort of a less obvious part of your life. So, like Stephanie's line about ADHD is a worst kept secret. I don't know, let's make it more of a secret, right? Not that there's anything wrong with having ADHD and not that you should feel bad about telling other people that you have ADHD, but like, I don't know, personal information is personal. You're not obligated to share with other people everything about yourself. You can choose to do it, you can choose not to do it. And by the way, whether or not you choose to tell someone partially depends on you and what you're revealing. It also depends on them, right? Some people are, I'll just say, not as safe to reveal things to, right? So you would like to be the one who decides to reveal something or keep it to yourself. I'll sometimes make the distinction. It's sort of like the difference between being ADHD and having ADHD, right? Being ADHD means, boy, is this taking up a lot of space in your life and who you are. Having ADHD means like, yeah, I mean, okay, it's a part of me. I mean, it's some part of me. And also there's all these other parts of me. So, you know, I got a lot going on here. I'm like a full picture. Um, but ultimately, when it comes to managing ADHD, kind of the goal of treatment is really about kind of improved consistency, right? Because folks with ADHD can do awesome things. It's just about the batting average, right? It's doing it in that consistent, more predictable way. That's the hard part. So what we're looking for is fewer of those sort of ADHD moments. There's like executive function glitches. And because none of us are perfect, um, maybe have it be like less of a big deal if it does happen. So, for example, if you tell your spouse and maybe your coworkers and your good friends, yeah, I get really excited and sometimes I interrupt people and like I know I shouldn't, but I just like I get it, like I said, I get excited and I don't stop myself. So, do me a favor. If I interrupt you, like just hold up your hand and then I'll go, dang it. And they'll say, all right, sorry. Yeah, okay, go ahead. Done, right? Like, not a problem. The other person doesn't feel bad and you don't feel bad, right? Not a big deal. We're all adults. Moving on. And then it doesn't become this like ADHD sort of shame spiral. I'm not going to talk at length about medication, but I will say this. The science and the research is 100% clear on the fact that medication, specifically stimulant medication, is generally speaking very safe and very effective. There are people now, it's sort of like this is like the zombie misinformation campaign, right? Old stuff from 20 or 30 years ago that the Scientologists were spreading somehow is now like come back to life from the dead. And they're kind of raising doubts about like, you don't need medication and it's not safe and it doesn't work and it has all these terrible side effects and all this stuff. And the bottom line is this, the science contradicts that. The science is completely clear. For most people, stimulant medication is very effective, it is well tolerated, and it's safe. And when you look at what are the risks of untreated ADHD in terms of car accidents, failing out of school, getting fired from jobs, divorce, reduced health maintenance habits, earlier, people with untreated ADHD die earlier often because of the effect it has on various parts of life. There are many, many reasons to consider treating ADHD and taking it seriously by using medication if it's warranted. So, one of the ways of thinking about it is medication helps you do what you know. So all these awesome ADHD strategies, all this stuff that I talk about and everybody else here and everyone else in the world of ADHD talks about, they're all awesome, great, do all that stuff. But the problem is you only do strategies when you remember to do the strategies. And a big part of ADHD, it's the, again, the doing what you know, right? Remembering like, ooh, hold on a sec, let me put that in my schedule. Or let me look at my to-do list before I commit to that because I don't know if I actually have time. Or let me not interrupt someone, or let me not get online and do or say or buy something that later I'll regret. Again, it's all easy to know. It's the doing that's the hard part. So, this is the place that potentially medication could be quite helpful. You still have to make good choices. You still have to work hard. That's always going to be true, but it's easier to do it in a consistent way if you've got a little bit of the right medication on board. So, but in terms of living a good life with ADHD, in terms of like feeling good about yourself as someone who has ADHD, in case this point wasn't already obvious to you, like life sometimes isn't fair. Like it isn't, good things happen to bad people and bad things happen to good people. So, what this means then is that each of us as an individual has certain things we're really good at, stuff that comes easily. And also, we have things that don't come as easily, that are much harder, or things about our health or our situation or where in the world we grew up or are living that, are not fair and are not easy. So, as much as I'm all in favor of working hard and finding lots of good ways to live a better life with ADHD and to manage it a little bit more effectively, kind of change what you can. There's also sometimes the better strategy is more about acceptance that like, I wish I was better at this, but I'm not, right? I'm better than I used to be, maybe. There are things I can do to be a little bit better at it, but also I will never be good at this. This will always be a challenge for me. Acceptance does not require us to be happy about something at all. But what acceptance means is I'm not going to beat myself up over this. I'm not going to burn energy being mad at myself or my parents or the universe about this. It just sort of is a part of who I am, and I'm going to put my energy into the parts of myself and my life that actually get me more of the stuff that I want. So for each of us, then, the question that we always need to ask ourselves is, at this moment in my life, under these circumstances, like, what do I want? And what am I willing to do to get it? If there are things about myself or my life that are not working out the way I would hope, what can I do? What am I willing to do? What feels worth doing? And by the way, also maybe some stuff that does not feel worth doing. And that is okay too. Jessica McCabe, who does the How to ADHD YouTube channel, had this awesome quote where she described a situation where she was living with a roommate who did not have ADHD, and cleaning up the apartment was much easier for her. And frankly, the place looked a lot better after she cleaned it up than after Jess cleaned it up. And her roommate was away, and then Jess was like, "Man, I really got to clean this place." So she put in a bunch of time, cleaned it up. It was better, but it was not amazing, right? Because as someone with ADHD, she's not awesome at cleaning and at organizing and putting things away in a kind of Martha Stewart approved kind of a way. But her line is, "This is me trying." And I think it's a really important idea because sometimes we judge people by the outcome of what they did. But also, sometimes we need to put more of a focus on the intention behind it and the effort that they put into it. So, like, if your kids make you breakfast for your birthday, right, when they're younger, you don't judge the meal by like five-star restaurant standards, right? You judge it by the fact that they tried, right? And this was important, and this is them showing love, and it's very adorable, and like that's what matters. And it's the same thing when we're talking about other adults, right? If you half-ass something and it's pretty good, I'm going to be less happy about it than if you give me something that's not as good, but I know you really invested yourself in it. So how we judge an outcome might be worth sometimes looking at the effort that got put in and not just the final result. Or if your final result isn't as amazing as you were hoping, to use your words to tell the other person, "I know this isn't exactly what you're hoping for, but I genuinely did try. Like, this was important to me, and you're important to me. And I really did want to do a good job, even if it doesn't entirely look like it." Right? So show the other person that you're trying. And if you can't show them, then tell the other person that you're trying. That will go a long way in keeping balance and sort of happiness in that relationship. So as I have sort of said before, the goal of managing ADHD better or differently is to live more of the life that you want to live. And that the problem is, if you're not managing it, it just casts a longer shadow, and it casts a shadow across more and more parts of your life. So the goal then is really to close that gap between your intentions, meaning in your head, and your actions, meaning here I am doing that thing. Um, One of the ways of thinking about it without getting too deep, because I only took one semester of philosophy, so this is pretty much all you're going to get from me, but that if you're not managing your ADHD well, or maybe your anxiety or your depression or your sleep or whatever else it is, um, I would make an argument that that actually reduces your free will. It reduces your ability to be the person that you want to be, to sort of act in the way that you would like to act, right? There's that sense of who you are, and there's too much space, not that any of us are perfect, but there's too much space between who you are and how you show up in the world in that moment. In that, whether it's taking some medication, whether it's learning good strategies, whether it's, mindfulness or whatever, um, it helps you be more of who you really are, to show up in a way that's closer to how you would like to see yourself or how you do see yourself on the inside. So you have more free will when you manage your ADHD more effectively. And I think that's actually kind of cool. Um, so in this moment in your life, like, what are you trying to accomplish, right? What are you working towards? And what are you willing to do to make it happen? Now, if you're not where you want to be or you have some goal in mind, there's sort of a few ways to manage it. One, obviously, is you can work harder. And, like I'm all in favor of working harder, right? Hopefully there's some benefit that comes from it. Um, but also, there comes a point where working harder isn't really going to cut it, right? There's not enough hours in a day or enough energy to do it. So, or if you're going to work harder on this thing, it means you don't have time to do these other things, right? And this is, especially for some adults with ADHD, especially more female adults with ADHD, it can be one of those things where you're like putting all your energy into just doing the responsible things, and there's no time to get to the other stuff, right? You can't take care of yourself. You can't manage your relationships. You can't pursue anything that's just interesting and meaningful to you, right? So working harder is great, but only up to a certain point. So then your option is maybe you change your methods, right? Like I'm going to do this in a different way. And I think that's a lot of what we're talking about here today is different ways to change your methods, whether what I'm talking about or the other speakers. And then finally, sometimes actually the better thing is I'm going to change my goals. That's not I like the idea of it, and maybe it was a good idea before, but I've come to a point where it's like this is not where I want to put my energy. I would rather put my energy into something else. And when it's a choice you make of your own free will, that is a thing to feel good about versus being in yet again a situation where you're just dropping balls because somehow you can't figure out how to make it work. So whether you choose to work harder, to change your methods, or to change your goal, fine, it's all good. Just pick something and then really kind of own it. So I'm going to end with this slide. This is from Rick Green, who has this amazing line where he says, I used to suffer from ADHD. Now I just have it. And I think what's awesome about this line is if you're not managing your ADHD well, or more so, if you don't even know you have it and therefore are really not managing it well, then having ADHD does equal suffering from ADHD. But, and this is the important part, the better you understand it, the better you manage it, we can separate out the having it and the suffering from it. And that I think is incredibly empowering and incredibly motivating, right? Still a part of who you are, still having ADHD, but not being ADHD, right? So you can live the more of the life that you would like to live. So my website is adultadhdbook.com. I've got a bunch of information there, including handouts and other things, although I'm very shortly going to be transitioning to a new website, but this will forward on over. So this URL still works. So, but let me stop my screen share and let's do some comments and discussion here.
All right, that was great. Thank you. That was great.
My pleasure.
So a couple of questions came through, and one of them is, how do you suggest people get or improve being more consistent? You mentioned consistency, so that obviously is an important concept here. So what do you do? How do you suggest people do that?
Yeah. I think there's a lot of things that you can do. And I think the important thing to sort of think about here is it's not just one thing a few times, right? There's sort of a lot of things potentially that could affect your ability to be more consistent. So it becomes a bit of a sort of, I think scavenger hunt is not exactly the right analogy, but it's sort of like looking at like, oh, wait a second, I got off track there. What happened? Right. So part of it is you're like keeping an eye out and you're looking for the places that, send you off onto a detour. But in general, a lot of this, it's better to manage your environment than it is to try to manage your response, right? And I think the classic example of this is, if you don't want to eat a bunch of cookies, don't have cookies in the hamper. Like that's it, or in the, pantry, right? If they're there, a million times harder to not eat them. But if they're at the store, it turns out it's a lot easier not to eat them, right? So reduce your distractions, reduce the temptations and the things that are going to pull you off track. So you're more likely to like do the right thing in that moment.
Great. And then a listener asked, I wonder if this is more prevalent in women than men. How does that relate?
ADHD in general.
Yeah.
So if you look at the research, ADHD is more prevalent in boys than girls and in men than women. But there is an argument made that part of the reason why those numbers are what they are is because ADHD has been defined in a way that more closely resembles what it looks like in males than in females, right? And that you will find what you look for. And that a lot of girls and women with ADHD are diagnosed with things like anxiety and depression. They're like, well, you don't get things done because you're anxious or depressed, which, like, sure, that makes sense. But also, why are you anxious and depressed? Oh, right, because you're not getting things done, So, but what we're seeing over these last years, especially since the pandemic, is much more awareness of ADHD in females, and especially in sort of middle-aged women, right? Are really much more awareness in a good way that they're realizing, oh, wait a second, this is the deal here.
Yeah. Yeah. So there is a whole push to get women and girls more assessed more earlier. So that's what we just talked with Michelle about too. So, and you said ADHD isn't about knowing what to do, but doing it. What helps people actually follow through when they already know what they should be doing?
Yeah. Well, and I think again, it depends what's holding you back, right? And not to sort of plug my book, but my last book, the ADHD Productivity Manual, has 36 chapters of the different things. So, like for example, if you're not getting it done, maybe it's you're not feeling the pressure of the deadline because it's too far away. Maybe you're anxious because you're worried you're going to mess it up. Maybe you don't really understand what you need to do because you sort of forgot what your boss told you, or like, I know there's an email here somewhere, but I don't remember, what it was. Um, Maybe you're, I don't know, anxious about talking to your teammates about the project because you need to work with them on it. So, maybe you're exhausted because your sleep isn't good, or maybe you're overwhelmed with 50 other things. You're not even getting to this thing. So the takeaway here, I'm not trying to give people more things to feel anxious about, but I think the takeaway here is to step back and really try to put a finger on like what exactly is getting in my way. Like what is it that's making it harder to start? And then you target your strategies based on what exactly the problem is.
So how do you get people to ask those right questions, though? The questions that are important to make them lead them in the right path. I mean, if they're already anxious, they're already overthinking things and worrying already. How do you get
Yeah.
them back up and ask those good questions?
Yeah. I think it's a matter of really trying to pause and in a very intentional way, like, okay, let me really kind of think about this because the problem with anxiety is it fills our mind with too many thoughts, but they're not all helpful ones, right? And there's this old line like, don't believe everything you think. So things like, oh, I'm going to mess this up. It's not going to be good enough. They're going to be, angry at me, right? Like maybe, I mean, possibly, that could be a thing that's true, but also, is it definitely true? Do we know in fact that that is true? Or is that your anxiety kind of lying to you or exaggerating or trying to protect you from a bad outcome, but also creating a bad outcome if you're anxious and avoid it and you throw it together at the last minute, they probably will be angry about it, right? So like, so some of it is that, and it's about kind of managing your emotions in the moment so you can do the thing that you need to do,
Yeah.
or to bring in some help to figure it out.
Yeah. So how do you get people that have ADHD to really take credit or feel good about what they've done? I mean, that's so important.
It is. I mean, it totally is because, the thing is, the world will gladly tell you all the balls you drop. They
Yeah.
will gladly point it out. And if they don't, you probably won't miss it. You won't miss it and you'll be like, ugh, that wasn't good enough. So the negatives are easy. Nobody has to work hard, unfortunately, to notice the negatives. So that's fine. It just means you need to be a little bit more intentional about noticing and calling out and really taking a moment to feel the positives, whether it's you for yourself or if it's your kid or your student or your spouse or whoever, right? To sort of not let those good things just sort of slide by and be like, well, yeah, but that's just the thing that was supposed to happen, but to really take a second, and it literally is, it's like 3 seconds, and just say, wow, you really worked hard on that. Or I can tell that was really important to you,
Yeah.
right? Like praising the effort and what went into it, not just the outcome.
Plus, we always suggest journalizing. Put it down and take a journal out and just put some good thoughts about at the end of the day. What have you
Yeah.
done good? What happened during the day that was good? Forget about anything else that happened bad, but just all the good stuff. So,
And there's a lot of research behind that simple strategy, it works like it does.
yeah, it's cool. So, shout out to you. Someone commented, Dr. Ari Tuckman is always so improving and the best presenter. So, hey, thank you for being our keynote speaker. Round of applause to you. Thank you for being here and great comments, and we appreciate your time, Ari.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good rest of the day.
All right, all the best to you. And we're going to take about a 9-minute break here, and we have Carolyn Maguire coming up next. All right, thanks a lot,
The
everybody.
best.
All right, we're back. Two more wonderful speakers to go. And if you're watching that video, which I hope you are, Tuscany, I've been to Italy many times and I'm going back to Tuscany. So here's Caroline Maguire. Caroline, great to have you with us.
Great to see you.
You too. And Caroline's become a wonderful friend of ours. And when we need an ADHD life coach, she works with the ADD Coach Academy. She helps us to get the right people for the family that's in need and to help the children. So we appreciate you so very much. And she's an award-winning author of the book, Why Will No One Play With Me? So anybody who's had an ADHD child knows that that is a question that you get. And she knows how to help make connections and help families that can help their children make better connections. And she's just been a wonderful, wonderful person to work with. And she has a special way of brightening everybody's day. So we're going to turn it over to Carolyn. Carolyn, thanks for being here, dear.
No problem. I do have some slides, so I will share my screen in a minute. But I wanted to first say to parents and adults and anyone who's out there, you know, I feel like there's something about this month. It's not just wonderful to be ADHD Awareness Month, but there's something about the month because we're in full swing. And one of the most popular articles I've ever written was about what do I do if my child is struggling socially now that school is in full swing? And so from that perspective, I wanted to give parents a way to reach your child and to talk to them, but also what do you do? And so I have some simple strategies that you can do and sort of science-based strategies too, because kids ask certain questions, or if you're lucky enough that your child's talking to you about these social dilemmas, sometimes you don't know the answer. Maybe this didn't come up in your life. Things have also changed significantly since we were kids. So I definitely want to walk you through some slides and talk about how do you get your kids talking about things socially? And I want to continue and think about this theme of, you know, even if you're an adult looking to be more social, there's something about this month. There's something about the summer's over and we're thinking about things and the fact that we're in full swing. And I think once we're in full swing, we start to realize the gaps and the things that maybe we thought might just go away and now they're still here. So I'm going to share my screen and I want to share with you some tips, some information that can really, I think, help you now that things are in full swing and you as a parent or as an adult need to have these kinds of bits of information so that you can answer these questions. So what I wrote a book called Why Will No One Play With Me? The reason I wrote it was that a child asked me that question. I was also a kid who was left out, didn't have as many friends, and was able to pivot and was able to move things along. And so a lot of the tips I'm going to share with you today are in Why Will No One Play With Me? I also have a new book coming out called Friendship Skills for Neurodivergent Adults, which will feature some of this new material that I have talking about it. And young adults, I include as adults, right? Even though college students are technically adults, and sometimes we forget that, this material will hold. So there's a lot out there in the neurodiversity space right now about authenticity. And a brilliant person said to me, you have to connect to show your authentic self. So your child is probably wonderful. They're probably funny. They probably have so much to offer. But sometimes there's a skill gap. And when that skill gap comes into place, then they don't always have the skills. They don't always have the answers. You know, making friends is intuitive for some people, but not all. And I think we have to dispel this myth that making friends is intuitive, that you shouldn't need help with it, that it should just happen. Because I actually think that that's not true for most people. There's tons of information out there about epidemic levels of loneliness in the United Kingdom and in the United States. And, you know, I think we often feel shame, and our kids feel shame around not finding connection easily, when in fact, some people need more direct instruction, and there's no shame in that. So one of the things that we as parents do, and I fall into this trap too, is we sort of pounce on kids. We're really, really worried about a topic, whether it's, did you write that essay? Did you get that homework in? Or who did you sit with? Are you having good luck with friends? How is it going? And often we pounce. And the minute they walk in the door, we sort of start asking them questions. And so I want to talk a little bit about how we communicate about friendship today and how we avoid that pounce. Because the pounce, the problem with it is it comes from a place of anxiety on our part. But what happens is then kids shut down. They put up their deflector shield. They say, I don't want to talk about this. It's a very shameful topic. It's not an easy topic for some kids to talk about. And there's also kids who just don't talk that much. They don't talk about their feelings much. They don't open up. I want them to open up because it's so much better for their mental health. But I want to teach you some techniques to help you get them to open up. So one of them is using open questions. Now, not all kids can answer open questions easily. And if they can't, then I have another technique for you. But instead of asking, who did you talk to today? I like to just ask them questions about what's going on in the social world and what are they experiencing, not just you, but like your class. I love to hear from kids. And when you come to them from curiosity, instead of the pounce, you have a much easier time. It's so hard to do because you want that information. You're so desperate for it. But one of the things I really advise is using a technique called reflective listening. So reflective listening is where you just repeat back the child's words. And what you do is you just say whatever they've said. You can say the gist of it. You can use their exact words. I can never remember their exact words. And this does something amazing. It makes them feel heard. You're confirming what they've said. You're getting clarity. It feels very validating when someone repeats your words too. And it allows you to express empathy. So if they say, I don't talk about friendship, I don't talk about any of this, this is not easy for me. You always think there's a problem and there's no problem, right? Just repeat it back. There's something magical that happens when we hear our own words. And this is where open questions also come in. When we hear our own words, it's almost like we float above our head and above our body. And a lot of times when I repeat back a kid's words, they'll say to me, like, that's not true at all. That's not what I meant. It's what they said, but is it what they meant? Or when they hear it, it doesn't sound good, right? And we've all had those moments where you realize something doesn't sound good. But remember, one of the hallmark traits of ADHD is weak executive function, the management system of the brain. So many times ADHD kids, teens, young adults don't say what they mean. And so one of the things about reflective listening that's beautiful is it's a very empathetic tactic. It's a tactic that allows them to feel heard. And then it's also a tactic that allows them to feel like they can clarify what they're saying. If it isn't what they meant, they can tell you. And I find this really, really effective. I also have other techniques for you. Open questions allow kids to self-evaluate and to witness the world. So if I just ask them, what's up with so-and-so? How are things going this year? If I use questions with what and how, and I ask them, how come? How come is one of the single greatest questions on earth. It is simple and it comes from curiosity. I don't want to interrogate them, but I do want to find out more about what's going on. And I have another technique that's going to pair with this that'll really help you. You're paving the way to having certain conversations. I don't advise long conversations. It's really important for kids to be feeling comfortable. So if they play video games, sit down and have a conversation with them and play video games with them. If they prefer to talk in the car where they don't have to look in our eyes, that can be a way that you do it. Let them do a craft. If they're playing with Play-Doh, if they're sitting at the counter eating, often that allows us to have those conversations. Make the conversations about being social short. Share your own social stuff. I'm seeing so-and-so. I don't keep up with my college friends as much as I should. Model reaching out and connecting and being social yourself, and model getting help for things. One of the top things kids always say to me is, my parents say for me to get help, but they don't get help. So one of the biggest things you want to do is you're trying to pave the way to your kid confiding in with you more about socialization is that you actually get help for things and that you take help. And I don't care if it's calling a plumber, calling, the Apple Genius Bar, whatever it is, allow them to see that. The other thing is don't try to fix things. Your goal is to become a collaborative partner. Your goal is to knock before you enter, give them some space, allow them to say, I just got off the bus, I don't want to have this conversation now. Ask them about when is the best time to talk, or is there an environment you notice where they talk well? Be in a learning and curious mode. Your goal is to get information, but not tipping into interrogation. You're trying to listen and learn. And the more you do that, the more you're going to find a more collaborative partnership with your child. So here's some tips that foster collaboration. 1, honor small wins. No one makes friends overnight. Just going to an activity, even if they didn't speak to anyone, is a win, right? Saying that they will go is a win. Trying something is a win. We don't celebrate little wins enough. Organic moments also build awareness. One of the reasons that in Why I Will Know and Play With Me, I talk about parents as the coach is that even if you hire a professional, you as parents are there on the front line and you are there more than we as professionals are. So it's really, really, really important to use those organic moments to build awareness. And using open questions is one of the best ways. So you can just ask, what did you think when you saw that happen, right? What was going on with that person who was, losing it at Barnes and Noble, yelling at people, right? You can use those moments as learning experiences. And instead of being super heavy-handed and starting to lecture, come from a place of curiosity and become more of a partner with your child. Observation leads to awareness. And part of learning to make friends is experimenting and having a mindset where you're willing to experiment. So a lot of times parents say to me, my kid doesn't read the room. And I have a chapter about reading the room in Why I Will Know and Play With Me. I have lots of videos about it on my YouTube channel, but I have a quick hack that you can give your child or that you can implement that will make things easier. One is reading the room can be tough. And it's a process to learn to read the room. Many ADHD kids don't read social cues or they don't tune into social cues. So one of the things you can ask them is to set their intention. Before they enter this situation, what do they want to do? I want to get to know people more. I want to make conversation. I want to find out what other kids are up to this weekend. Why are they there? One of the things I notice about ADHD kids is often they don't really know what their intention is. What am I trying to get out of this interaction? Why am I doing something? So a really quick hack to reading the room is for them to set their intention and to look at a situation and say, what's my role here? Because a lot of times when I talk to ADHD kids, they don't really know their role. They're not really sure of their role. The other thing is a lot of times in parent dilemmas, you're not sure how often should people ask if someone wants to do stuff. And my rule is ask twice and then let it go. If someone says, for instance, I love to get together, but I never have time, ask twice and let it go. Doesn't mean they're not going to circle back around with you. Doesn't mean that the door is completely closed. But often as a parent, you're at the kitchen counter and your kid says to you, how often should I ask this person? I also feel like a lot of times parents push certain relationships and friendships. And the best way to make friends is through interest, is to have shared experience and shared interest. And I'm going to talk about that in a minute. So I wouldn't push an agenda. We are going to talk about ask them to join activities. And I might say in this family, we all try to move our bodies. We all try to join a couple of activities. We all do some social things every week. And you also model that and do this for all the kids, not just the ADHD kid. However, I would also say that sometimes things don't work out. And the more we push certain agendas, the more they get their backs up. you want to have kids join high interest, high engagement activities. And this transforms a solo activity into something where they can meet people and make friends. The best way, the most fertile ground for making friends is through activities that offer high engagement. So putting this in adult terms, you are volunteering at your church, but you're also making wreaths, and therefore you're interacting with people. Maybe you're even doing something together, and therefore you have a chance to chat, right? ADHD kids tend to do very well in solo activities, but that doesn't allow them to make friends. You can literally be in an activity with people every week and not make friends. If people have high interest, high engagement activities, then you have a greater chance of having shared experiences and making friends. And this doesn't negate the fact that skills are needed, and we may need to build the ADHD child's skills up to make conversation, to read the room, to, help them with impulsivity. But really, when it comes to making friends, what we want is for them to be in at least some high engagement activities. And there's ways in which we can even transform an activity into a high engagement activity. Sometimes they have add-on activities or other areas where you actually get engagement, and then areas where you don't. So we want to make sure there's a collaborative element to the engagement, that the activity promotes pairing up, being with someone, talking, that they're frequently exposed to certain people, that there's like an interactive element to it, and that you are building shared experiences. And that way you can relate and learn to others. Think about your own friendships, your own activities, the workplace. Part of the reason we become friends with people at work is that we engage with them and we have the shared experience and we bond. For ADHD kids, interest is their biggest fuel. Interest is so important in ADHD. Interest is the fuel for our brain. And so that is why I keep saying high interest activities, because if they are interested, they're more likely to go, they're more likely to engage, and they're more likely to find their people, like-minded people who share those engagements. So this is the tool I was speaking about that can really help you talk about friendship in a way that is not off-putting and allows them to become more collaborative with you. And you can use your reflective listening and open questions technique. And this is called the flavor of friendship. So there are different levels of friendship. And my experience is most ADHD kids don't really recognize or know that there are different levels of friendship. Often I find ADHD kids, teens, adults, give the name friend to people who are an activity buddy or an emerging friend or someone who's an acquaintance and you say hello to. And that leads to mismatched communication and expectations. Because I've given you the name of friend, and schools do this, by the way. Schools call everybody in 3rd and 4th grade friends, but they're not friends. Some kids who read the room know that, other kids don't. And one of the things that happens is if I name you as a friend, then I give to you and I expect you to be a friend when really maybe you're an acquaintance. There's nothing wrong with acquaintances, but most ADHD kids want close friends. They want that bond. And one of the things I talk about a lot is how to move from an activity buddy or an acquaintance to a friend. But let's start with the flavors of friendship. If kids are needing to talk about friendship with you, the flavors of friendship is a good way to start. What I do is I talk about friendship in general. What does it mean? What are all the different levels of friendship? What are the ways in which we are a friend? What are the ways in which someone is a buddy? I ask them to draw a sociogram where they show me all the different people in their lives and where they fit. Are they a close friend? And then I do challenge them, but I do it in a really kind way. I'm like, I'm not sure. Is that person a friend? What are the criteria? Are they an activity buddy? Are they an emerging friend? What's your relationship with them? And I use the criteria that I'm going to show you in a minute for the flavors of friendship to sort of look at their friendship universe. But I don't do it in a way that makes them ashamed. And then I also talk about friendship in general. We talk as adults about our own friendships, our own friendship struggles in an age-appropriate way, of course, and then talking about how do you make friends? What goes on with friends? How much do you have to see friends in order to see them? How do you keep up with friends? And I make this like a more general conversation. This allows the spotlight to come off of the ADHD kid who feels self-conscious, probably feels like this should be easier, probably feels it's easier for everyone else, and doesn't really love talking about it. I also am educating them. In this method, I'm allowing them to see that there are different levels of friendship, who's in their universe, and that this takes work, because it does. So here's some phrases that I use to spark conversation. What does it mean to be a good friend? Who you're playing with these days? What's fun for you? Like, if you could spend a day doing anything, I always ask kids, like, what would you do? You often complain about how certain people treat you. How would you like them to treat you? Come from curiosity. What was that look like? Tell me more about that. Use your open questions. And I noticed you did X. How come? Right? So I've had this experience where, like, my younger kid, I'll watch him at karate and he sort of navigates away from someone. And when we get in the car, I'll just be like, hey, I noticed you navigate away from so-and-so. How come? And that is a really like non-threatening way, because then they often tell you, well, they get in trouble a lot and they try to talk. I don't want to be talked to. I don't want to get in trouble. Okay, that's a great mindset. That's a great thing to do. Walk me through recess. This is a way to get kids to open up where I'm not saying, did you play with anyone? Were you alone? Were you on the periphery? I'm like, walk me through the cafeteria. Walk me through what this looks like. Walk me through how this works. Explain the social world to me. One of my other tricks that works really well, and I've always been worried that it's going to go away because I've mentioned it so much in speeches and on YouTube and even on television, but it really does work, is I give them a dilemma. And I tell them about a kid that's very similar to them. And I'll say, like, I just need some advice. And I do this with my clients all the time. And you would think they would suss me out and say, like, Caroline, I know you're trying to get at me, but they don't. They love to offer advice. And often then they'll say, like, that sounds a little like me. I'm pretty reluctant to make small talk, or I'm pretty reluctant to get in the mix, or I really don't like what's going on at recess. And it allows them safety. So you can say, you know, a friend of the family called, there's a cousin who has a dilemma, and you could use that as a way to get the lay of the land, as well as to find out more about their friendship situation and to inspire conversations, because that's the whole thing we want to do. This is the tool I use. 4 flavors of friendship. Who do you know and where do they fit? And this is all in Why Will No One Play With Me, but it allows them to sort of lay out their social world and who is where. And that way you can do with your little challenging, and they can just put people in the boxes. I also love to have kids draw me maps of recess, maps of cafeterias, what goes on where, and I just use my curiosity. Paint me a picture of that. Tell me what that's like. Tell me how you're feeling. How did the teacher react to that? And I just get as much information as I can so that we can also inspire social conversations. Now, this is material from my new book, Flavors of Friendship. Sorry. This is from Friendship Skills for Neurodivergent Adults. So one of the things I wanted to do was come up with a formula of how you make friends. And so the number one thing that I know a lot of kids resist is participation, because we need participation. And actually, a lot of research shows proximity, that just showing up the same time every Thursday in a place and having interaction with people builds relationships. Now, I know sometimes kids get stuck there, they're stuck at that acquaintance stage, but really one of the things we're looking for is that participation. They have to go to activities. Sadly, no one is coming to my couch to make friends, or it would just be super easy, right? I know joining activities is something a lot of ADHD kids resist. That's why you can set some boundaries and rules as a family. You know, we move our bodies once a week. We have a couple of activities we join. Everybody does this, but try to make them high interest activities, things they really care about. And that will help a lot more. I also think that as you're having these discussions about friendship, this will hopefully become an easier sell. It's not easy with all kids, and that's why I make tons and tons of videos going deeper about this, and you can check them out at author Caroline M is my YouTube handle and my Instagram handle. What we're trying to do is have shared experiences. When you have shared experiences with someone, you build trust and you build connection. We want to connect regularly. That's that proximity. We want to bond, right? And then we want to bridge to meeting outside of the activity and outside of that one space, right? And that is a harder thing for some kids, but we got to get them to the activity first. That's the most important thing. Proximity, as I mentioned, helps with these high interest activities. Proximity and shared experiences and high interest activities are the key to making friends. There's a lot of research that backs this up. I also do this every day. I advise schools, I advise organizations, and I see clients myself. And this is the formula I've come up with that really allows people to develop closeness. When you have a shared experience with someone and you're in the trenches with them, it really helps. It really allows you to get to know someone. And that is a key to friendship, right? You have to get to know someone and have those shared experiences. And then you bond. It's so much easier to bond, though, if you zing and you feel that you too feeling of knowing you both love something or that they are your people. So here's some high interest activities that allow you to see people again and again. And I try to come up with things that aren't just sports because some ADHD kids don't like sports. Yearbook, school newspaper. They now have podcasts and stuff at schools, which is great because you interview people and you have an excuse to talk to them. Starting a club. And this is something kids resist, but one of my greatest successes has been with when kids start a club for anime or something that they love and other kids like them come in. If you are a theater person, theater is a great way to bond and meet people, but you can also be a stage manager, right? You can work on the crew. You don't have to be an actor. Team managers for kids who don't want to do sports. I had great luck a couple years ago with someone who was doing photography in high school and was photographing all the sports teams. Why? They were engaged with people and they were riding on all the buses to go to all the games and having shared experiences with people. Softball, ultimate frisbee is like they bond together. I'm telling you, it's nothing I've ever seen before. In college as well, ultimate frisbee is a great way to meet people. Volunteering, a lot of volunteer organizations where you go every Thursday are absolutely great. And then any kind of special interest club. Some kids have trouble and really are shy and don't really want to do some of these activities. I don't oppose an online activity where they meet with people, they build their confidence, and then we bridge to an in-person activity. During the pandemic, I started doing this with folks, and I've had a lot of success. There's also tons of research that now supports the idea. And what I do is I frame it to kids. We're building up your confidence to get to the point where you can do something more in person. But kids are also, it's less of an anomaly for them to do online activities. So for us, we often feel like as adults who grew up in the 90s and 80s and 70s, we feel like this is so strange. They don't feel like it's as strange. So I wouldn't discourage it, but I would set some parameters and I would make sure they're working on the skill building. And if any of you need ADHD coaches, I train coaches toward social skills that I'm like, this is my thing, that I'm the person who founded this in the world. And I get nothing out of this, but I just want to make the offer that if you need folks, you can write me and Anthony knows how to get a hold of me. Anthony's Way and I work together all the time. I want to say that having a role or a job makes all this easier. So one of the things you might think of is if you go to a dinner party and you take the coats or you help in the kitchen or you run the grill or you help be bartender, it's a lot easier, right? Because you're not expected to just, be on all the time or be left, having to make small talk with people you don't know. It's the same for kids. So anybody who is having a role or a job in an activity, it's a great way for them to really get to know people and not feel so awkward, right? They don't have to remember what to do with their body. Maybe a small talk is hard for them, or they're growing their small talk muscle. This can be a way for them to have an excuse to talk to people. So cleanup crew, welcome committee, tech support. There's so many ways that you can have a job or a role. And I often spur kids to actually do things where they volunteer for these roles. Often when kids join activities, we brainstorm about what that role can be. And you as a parent can do that with them so that they have an excuse to talk to people and they don't feel just so awkward. And it's really equivalent to running the barbecue when you're at a party so that you don't have to figure it out. Part of this all goes back to this circle of participation, where we participate, every time we enter the circle of participation, right? Every time we do an activity and we interact with someone, we gain insight into them, right? We know more about them. In order to make friends, you have to have reciprocal sharing, right? You have to get to know someone. You have to nurture that relationship. You have to understand them. You have to see, do I want to be friends with this person? How do they treat other people? How is this? And then every time you enter the circle of participation, you learn something. Now, a lot of ADHD kids struggle with conversation skills, and I do make tons of videos about this if you want to check them out. There's also lessons to teach conversation skills in Why Will No One Play With Me. So this is sort of easier said than done, but part of why I'm pushing this agenda of activities and joining stuff is so that they can participate with other people to nurture those relationships, because otherwise you're with people, but you're not really, learning about them. Now, one of the things I like to do is talk with kids as they're trying to move from an acquaintance to a friend about, how do you know if someone wants to be your friend? And for kids who don't read as many social cues, this is one of the things I do. I have lists, and we go through the list and we talk about what are the signs. One of the biggest signs in life, right, is that they stay and talk to you. They linger. They stay after class. They initiate conversations with you. They say things like, I thought of you the other day. They feel more comfortable. Maybe they do invite you to something. One of the greatest tips, by the way, that I ever got was from a crowdsourcing that I did on Facebook, where a bunch of young people wrote me and said, be ready with a next step. So when you're trying to move from an acquaintance to a friend, be ready with something else you can do and make it a small thing. In the adult world, this is the, hey, do you want to go for coffee or wine sometime? But in the kid world, this could be, hey, do you want to study together? Hey, do you want to go to the fourth floor to the beanbag chairs and sit together? Hey, do you want to ride the bus together? Do you want to go somewhere after the game? It's often a scary thing. And many of my clients, I have to coach them through this, but it's something where if you like someone and they're showing you these signs that they want to become a friend, one of the big steps that has to happen is to move from an acquaintance to a friend, and is to see them outside the activity. So, the other great way to do this, and kids resist this, but it works if you can get your kid to do it, is to be the driver, be the host, be the person who ferries people around. Allow kids to, come to your house on Halloween. And sometimes kids resist this because they think no one will show up. But, sometimes it can be a small thing, or it can be hosting to watch the new Taylor Swift movie when it dropped. It's something kids resist, but if they do become the organizer, right? If they're the person who says, let's all meet here, it's scary for them, but in life, we need those organizers. And so that is another way that they can be that bridge and bridge from the acquaintance to a friend. And I know they resist it, but it does really work. And a lot of kids get upset because they don't always want to be the organizer, but I don't know, in life, sometimes that's the way it is. And as long as people are showing you these signs that they want to become friends, and it's not a lopsided friendship where you do all the work. I think that's also part of busyness in life and people who might not include you because they have other groups of friends. And if you initiate, then they do include you, and it gives you the opportunity to grow those friendships, which is super, super important. One of the things I like to do, I'm sorry, this slide got a little messed up, is when I'm teaching kids to make conversation is we throw a ball back and forth so that it demonstrates taking turns and reciprocity. So if your child needs to work on conversations, I have a game where they build with blocks or Jenga, and they build on the conversation so that they can experience that reciprocity. Another tip is to throw a ball back and forth. Learning to make conversation is a huge thing, and many ADHD kids just really struggle with it. So I want to tell you that this is something that I would advocate for, and I would say to spend your time on. Having family dinners, having conversations yourself, allowing them to experience what it feels like. I love to make it a game. The holidays are coming. Have them practice making conversation with relatives and going around with people. Some kids really struggle with making conversation, and it becomes like such a point of nervousness. And I have clients who literally sit next to other kids, and when the kid says something to them, they say nothing back because they're so fearful and they're so shy. And so making conversation and practicing that conversation muscle is really, really important. And it's something you can do as a parent that builds a lifelong skill that they're really going to need. And this is the build on that activity that I mentioned from Why Will No One Play With Me, where you add to the conversation, and every time you add a Jenga. And that allows them to see that we build conversations, that conversations are reciprocal. And so it's a really good activity, and it helps kids because they really need those conversation skills. And I love also for conversation to give kids some conversation starters if they struggle with conversation. And one of the things I love to do is talk about things that are in the current events, not something divisive, but Dancing with the Stars, sports teams, they can talk about a class they're in, but then they do run out of steam on that, and it kind of goes to a dead end. So I think for kids who struggle in this area, sometimes they really like having a script or having some kind of conversation starter. And then they feel a little more confident. They know that they have that in their back pocket. There's something really also beneficial about rehearsing these things so that you feel better about it and you feel less, at sea, like you don't have any parameters. I always think of it as like, when you bowl, if you're a terrible bowler like me, it's really nice to have those bumpers on the edges so that it pushes the bowling ball back into the middle of the frame. Well, I think it's the same with conversations. If you have some tools at your disposal, if you've rehearsed, it creates that funnel and you're more able to do things. So I think it's really important to remember that skills can be built. I'll stop sharing my screen now. And then it's really hard for some kids to do these kind of things. And so the more we as parents can become that collaborator, become that willing partner, remove the shame and the stigma, and tell kids, I'm here. There's no shame in this. You may have had your own social struggles, and to allow them to feel like they can come to you and there's no judgment, the better off they'll be. I go into this much more in other places, so you can feel free to watch longer in-depth demonstrations of how to use the open questions and stuff. But I wanted to bring these things to you because as we're in full swing and as we're trying to celebrate ADHD Awareness Month and give you tools, these are just some of the tools that I think work the absolute best to help our children find their people and find friends.
Hey, Caroline, that was great.
Thank you, Anthony.
That was wonderful. So we got a couple questions, but one thing I want to just comment on is I love ask twice and let it go. A lot of times you hear kids are always asking, and it's nice to know, hey, ask twice and then back away, and let's see what happens. Right?
Yeah.
Seems to work well for a lot of people too. So how can I help my child feel okay about not having close friends right now?
I think friendship is a journey, right? And we go through phases, and this is supported by science. This isn't just a Caroline Maguire idea. And sometimes you're building friendships, you're in a building phase. And sometimes you have walked away from friends. It's very common for kids as they're entering middle and high school to sort of, have friends who start making choices they don't agree with. And maybe they do pivot away from some friends. That's a good choice. I want to support that choice. But what it means is that then you go into a building phase of making new friends. When you're in your first week of college, when you start high school, start middle school, you're going to be in this building phase many times. We only get 2 to 3 close friends in a lifetime. So part of the rom-coms and media and everything pushes this idea of this ride or die best friend. And I think it really does damage to ADHD kids. So many kids tell me, I have this terrible social life. And then when I probe, they're like, oh, well, it's that I have friends, but I don't have a best friend.
Right.
And I'm like, but you have people to go with on Halloween. You have people to go with to the school dance. Okay, that's great, right? So I think that we tell kids, like, are you in a building phase? What's your choices around friendship? What are your goals? And then we help them with any gaps, and we help them look at friendship. And you can use this material, you can use this formula. Are you doing these things? And if you are, then you're in a building phase. If you're not, then we add those to it. We kind of troubleshoot a little bit.
Right. What do you do when a child says it's a lot of work to make friends?
I mean,
it is.
It is a lot of work to make friends. I think we have to remember as parents that kids all have different goals for friendship. And there are kids who are very content with having 2 or 3 friends, right? They don't want a whole gaggle. That's them. And it really isn't to do with introvert or extrovert. It really has to do with the kid's personality, I find. So I think that we have to understand that some kids are exhausted from school. And what I like to do is say, okay, but what can we put on autopilot, right? What can we say, okay, this isn't something you have to keep up. You're just going and it's there. And what can we do to make this an easier lift? And then I like to get curious, like I said, about the coaching skills that I use every day and be like, what makes it hard? Right? Because maybe it's the drama. Maybe it is being on all the time. Maybe it's where they're seeing people. I want to get curious and find that out too.
Yeah, or you have the wrong group. It's the wrong group of people. I mean,
right.
So you mentioned that it's important, the importance of celebrating small wins. Would you suggest making that a daily habit?
Yes. I think as parents, the more we can say, you tried, you did this, I'm so proud of you for even thinking of that. I think the more that kids will celebrate their own wins and will build their confidence. Because here's a core thing. At the root of all of this is confidence.
Yeah.
And confidence comes from doing and from positive self-talk and from celebrating your wins. So I think, often our kids don't have confidence. And so I want them to look at their strengths and look at the things they've done well.
Yeah. So I think this goes with number 1 too. How do I motivate my child to get involved when they don't seem interested in many activities?
And that's my question. What are they interested in? And are there activities and things they can do? And kind of who are their people, right? And we have to remember that part of executive function weakness is not having high self-awareness. So sometimes kids are going after people who are not their people. Sometimes they seem unmotivated. I like to say seem because I don't think they're fully unmotivated. I think maybe they don't feel urgency around this, or it feels like a mountain, right? Yeah. So what can we do to make it less of a mountain and an easier lift?
Okay. And then the last one is, how do I know when to gently push my child out of their comfort zone for their own good? I don't want to pressure them too much, but I also worry giving too much space might keep them from trying to build friendships and participate. How do we find the balance?
I love that question. So what we want to do, there's something called the window of tolerance, which is basically your comfort zone. And basically that's how much will you tolerate. And what they do show through research is that ADHD and autistic kids' window of tolerance is narrower. What we want to do is move it out by little bits so that it's more comfortable for them and it doesn't feel like such a big thing. So we pick some little small steps they could take to expand that window, right? If they're going nowhere, they go somewhere. If they're going, maybe they participate more. If they're showing up once every 4 weeks, maybe they're showing up every week. But allowing them to, push things a little, not, oh, you're going to run for class president. That's a big leap, right? What are little ways that they can move out their window of tolerance? And maybe that you collaborate with them on that. And also talk to them about their comfort zone. What is their comfort zone? What makes them, how do they feel? And what makes them want to stay in it?
Right. So when does your new book come out, Caroline?
April 26th. So it
April
comes
26th.
out in a few months. It is on pre-sale now. So you can go to Amazon and you can pre-order it. And I'm going to start doing a lot toward it. It just literally turned in the final edits, so I haven't even had a chance.
And it's for adults, Brian. It's more for adults, right?
Yes, so it's friendship skills for neurodivergent adults. It's for adults and young adults. So I do include college students and students who are over 18. I would also argue it would work great for teenagers. They didn't want me to make it about teenagers, but I would tell you that it would be the tips I would use with teenagers.
Great. So everybody go get on the list, buy the book. All right.
Thank you.
And then the book you already have written is just wonderful. It also has items in there that are for adults too already. I mean, it can apply to adults too. I mean, some of the thought process there, because some people struggle no matter what, no matter how hard they try to make friends, some people struggle. And they'd rather have a lot more acquaintances than actually have more friends, close friends. So, but it's all good. So everybody, listen, Carolyn, that was wonderful. Thank you so much for doing this and spending time with us today. And go listen to the podcast. Your podcast is starting to kick in really, really great. Got some great people coming on board. And we'd love to have you back and do another podcast with us too. So
of course, anytime. You're a friend of Anthony's Way, and I'm so glad you're doing this, and it's a great event today. And I hope lots of people from my channels are on the event.
Yeah, it's been great. Thank you so much, everybody. We're going to take a little bit of a break here until David joins us, about 13 minutes or so. Caroline, take care. All the best to you and your family. All the best. Bye.
All the best.
All right, welcome back. We are in the final stretch, and it's great to have you all with us. And today, finish it up, I want to bring out David Giwerc. And there he is. Where's David? Hey, David.
Hey, Anthony.
Great to see you, my friend. Great to see you. So I want to start out by telling everybody that every step that we have taken with Anthony's Way to Road to Kindness has been very purposeful. And the first step we took was to call this man right here, David, talk to him about ADHD life coaches, because when we were dealing with Anthony's ADHD, we didn't even know what a coach was. That was 22 years ago. We had no idea. So David was the first person I called, and we hit it off. I was probably a real pain to get things going for you, but I think I called like 4 times, and where Carolyn says call twice and let it go, I said no, I need to call 4 times. So finally, I got through to David, and David is the ADD Coach Academy. He's the president and the founder of that academy. He's a remarkable person. He's done so much to help the ADHD community. He's a master certified ADHD coach. Master certified coach, and he has taught more people coaching than anybody else in this space. The other cool part, David, that I found out about you was that you also started the ADHD Awareness Month. And here we are in October, kicked it off with one day, and it ended up being a whole month. You have so much to be happy for, and just you've done so much for the community and so much for the ADHD folks. And we're just glad to have you as part of our team. So thank you for being here. And the other thing is that your kindness and caring goes more than words could ever say. So we got some wonderful things to talk about today.
I'll just say right back at you, Tony. Right back at you.
Thank you. Thank you, buddy. And so our topic today is fueling the fire, helping ADHD talents take flight. And the real power in this is that David and I get to finish this off together. So, David, let's get started with, how do you support kids with ADHD to find their talents, their strengths, and to let them soar to new heights?
Well, Anthony, if you look at what's going on in the world today, it's a lot different than when we were kids, when we went to school. A lot more pressure, a lot more technology. And I'm a pretty optimistic guy, but a lot of kids are exposed to a lot of darkness out there, war and bullying and social media and all these negative things. And the ADHD brain already has a propensity towards negativity. There's a negativity bias. And research shows that all people will look at bad rather than good first thing they'll do. But with ADHD, it's exacerbated, just like everything else. The intensity is greater, the duration is greater, the frequency is greater, and it's hard to manage those negative emotions if you're not aware how your brain works. So the first thing, in order for kids with ADHD to be able to take their talents, their natural talents, and the source of those talents is to help them understand they're not broken. They never have been broken, that they were born with a unique brain wiring. As human beings, we have trillions of options that we process in our brains. And just because you can't do it the 3 or 4 or 5 ways that the school says doesn't mean you're broken. It just means you're not a robot. You're not a robot. You go and you find, some people need to move. They're kinesthetic. Some people are verbal. They need to talk out loud. Some people, a lot of them are kinesthetic. They need exercises. In fact, you and I are that way, Tony. If I don't exercise at least 5 days a week, I'm a zombie. Matter of fact, I worked out before I got here. I took a shower to get ready because I got to do that. Yeah. And so what I see is a couple things. Kids with ADHD want joy and fulfillment just like any other kid, but they don't know how to do it because they're trying to do things. They're masking it. They're trying to be somebody that they're not. They're not being their authentic selves. And one of the things that in coaching that we do, that we stress, I think, more so than other training programs, is helping the kid find out what are their sources of motivation, what inspires them, where's their passion, instead of looking, because even strengths are not sustainable if you don't find the source of motivation. So we look at both character strengths, which is created by the VIA inventory. I recommend all the people listening to this in their families and their kids to go to viacharacterstrengths.org. And what are there are 24 universal attributes that all humans possess. So why can't people with ADHD possess them? Of course they can. They can possess them once they understand how their brain works situationally, so they can begin to activate those. And interestingly enough, one of those 24 character strengths is kindness.
Yeah.
And also, not surprising, many of my clients that have taken the surveys, a good proportion of them, their top 5 to 7 strengths, which are considered signature strengths, are kindness. Now, why is this so important? Because when you're kind, you create neurochemicals in the brain that make you feel good. When you're kind, and this is all done in research, tons and tons of research that says when you open up the brain and take the pressure off, parts of the brain are opened up that allow people to do things that they didn't give themselves permission to do before. And so when we're kind, the brain automatically opens up. But what kindness does, kindness takes the rational part and puts it with the emotional part. It takes the heart and the head in harmony, and it opens up the brain. And when you open up the brain with confidence, and you're with a coach on the other side that says, I understand how your brain works. In fact, Tony, what I will say to you, a lot of my clients over the years have said, you're so kind, you're so self-compassionate. And I say to them, no, yes, but no. This is who I am. This is the way I do things naturally. And this makes me feel good. So you do your version of it. And what we find out is when they do that, they're able to do things and gain the confidence because they thought kindness was a bad thing in a world that says, don't be kind, be tough, don't help people out. And so coaches are the bearers of light. We're bringing the light to everybody and showing them the pathway and saying, have a kindness jar, have a gratitude journal, get up and call a friend that's not feeling well. 15 minutes a day. And what I know from coaching clients over the years, just 15 minutes a day of kindness, acts of kindness, can completely change the neuroanatomy of the brain if you do it enough. Completely. So I've seen this. And the most important thing is the kindness just can't come from the kids. It has to come from the parents too. And so parents, God bless them, they love their kids. I have kids with ADHD. You did, Tony. And everything you told me about Anthony, God bless him. I know he's up there doing wonderful things. You and your wife are two of the most kind, dedicated people that created this organization. And this is the why I joined it, because I know firsthand what kindness does for the human brain, for the kid's brain. And I don't know of many people like you and Casey that would say, I'm going to dedicate my life in the honor of my son to let people know he was a kind human being. And I wish we knew more than we do today, because coaching is about 30 years old.
Right.
Anthony, I'm celebrating our 25th year with the Academy.
That's
okay.
great.
So look at what kindness does. Kindness changes the neuroanatomy of the brain. Kindness gives kids the permission to go out and do things. And this is the last piece I'll say about this. Kindness needs to be brought up in the schools. Kindness, they need to write papers on kindness. They need to do projects on these things. And what they also need to do, Tony, is this. They need to teach kids how to be mindful with breathing. They need to teach kids how to pause and take oxygen in when they're stressed out. I don't know about you, Tony, but I never had a teacher come up to me and say, oh, Dave, what are you feeling today?
No.
Where are you feeling? They didn't teach any of that.
No.
That is the most important life skill for quality of life, and nobody teaches it. So you can't access kindness if you don't learn how to pause and breathe when you're anxious, because the anxiety takes over. So kindness can win that. But here's the thing, Tony, for that to really happen, we have to make it a higher focus than anything else, because negativity is pervasive and negativity takes over the brain. So even when the kids are told they're kind and given evidence of it, they go right back to the negative. So we have to be vigilant about reinforcing it. And it can be done, but everybody's got to be involved. The parents, the kids, the coach. It's not one person, it's a team effort.
Right. And it's not, and it has to be consistent too. It has to be something that you do all the time, and share. So David, we shared with you our kindness workshop that we do. And I just want to share with everybody, when we started building Anthony's Way to Road to Kindness, we decided to go with orange. And orange is the color for unity and togetherness. And orange is the color for this month too, which is ADHD Awareness Month, and it's also Bully Prevention Month. Okay, because what people don't really realize is that our son was bullied. Was bullied early on in his life, and at 8 years old, Gabriella, our daughter, and Anthony and I, we took martial arts. So we started martial arts, and our little son at 8, there were many mornings he didn't want to go, but I got him out of bed and he went, and sometimes he took a little break from it. But by 12, he was a black belt in martial arts, and he was pretty amazing. Between him and Gabrielle, I was the old guy doing it, and they were just tremendous. But the idea is that what do you do with that skill? And people that are in the martial arts are taught not to fight because it's not. There's ways around it, the de-escalation. But he took a stand, and then he started watching over for all the other kids that were in school, and all the other kids that were being bullied. And from that point on, no one out there wasn't a lot of bullying going on for all the friends that Anthony had, and he became a little social director. But we started looking at this and we said, how do we design this heart around kindness? Well, if you look at it, it's an A for Anthony. And if you look at it, it's a road because there's a road. Anthony loved cars, motorcycles. Anything fast, you give it to him, he would take off. He was inspired by that. And then when we got this heart to start out with, the heart was closed at the top. And what we said to everybody is, and to the people who were designing it, we said, we need to open that heart up. We need to open up because the main driver for what drives us is that we need to find the child, teenager's passion, and then let them go. Let them run with that passion. And the more opportunities we can give these kids through club sports, dancing, whatever it might be, to get out there and just try different things, that path is going to be open for them, and they're going to be able to try a lot of different things. And they're going to find their passion in what they do. Look at all the athletes. Look at the people who are the entrepreneurs that are out here, and the people who are successful. If they didn't have that path and they didn't have it open to try new things, and that's what we have to do as parents and as coaches. That's one of the objectives of the coaches, if I understand correctly, is, hey, give you the opportunity to try things.
Yeah.
Try to get out there and try to make new friends. Try to enter different sports, do different activities, because that allows you to see where you might be really good and what you might be really good at. And so for our son Anthony, he loved martial arts, loved cars, loved motorcycles. But the one thing that he also loved, which he didn't share a lot of, and a lot of people that have ADHD, they may not want to tell you what they really love to do. It's sometimes you have to get it out of them. And for Anthony, the one thing that he loved was singing. All right. And he used to sing with his mom all the time. He used to sing songs in the car all the time. So at Casey's 50th birthday, this little boy comes over to me. He says, Dad, I want to sing a song for Mom. And I said, well, do you know what you want to sing? He says, yep, I know exactly what I want to sing. So I took him to the studio, and he sang Bruno Mars' song, Just the Way You Are. It was Mom.
Wow.
So that's been a touching story for us. And that was something that he and his mom had. And, the beauty of this is, as parents, we have to give the opportunity, and we have to bond with our children. And it's sometimes it's tough because they may not do things that we always want them to do, or we may, we may have to guide them down a different path, but we need to give them the opportunities to try new things, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that what it's about?
Well, yeah. What you did so beautifully in that story, and I'm very touched and inspired by that. Passion without purpose needs a road. Purpose is the road to passion. And you can't make a kid do it. You can't say, go do this because we're thinking you're right. Coaching, especially with kids and adults too, is about an invitation to encourage somebody to explore and discover new paths, new adventures that they've always been interested in, but have been afraid to pursue because the world told them it's wrong or they couldn't. And what we find is, when kindness is a great way to open up the brain to say, oh my God, it feels so good to be kind. Let me take that kindness and what can I do with it in my life? What strengths can I bring to it? Kindness. Your son showed kindness by singing that song to his mom. And that takes a lot of courage to go sing a song in front of a lot of people, but he didn't care. And the martial arts, by the way, it's so interesting. I have a black belt too in Budokai karate. When I was, and my son got me into it, he quit, and I kept going like an idiot. But I loved it.
Yeah.
And then I stopped and I got into other things. But the point of it is, that opened me up to a whole different adventure of my body, my brain, things that I never knew I could do. And it's great for kids with ADHD because it uses kinesthetic motion and all that. I recommend it for everyone. I recommend exercise. But here's the thing, Tony. We're living in a world now where performance is so pressurized. Kids go to school, they take exams. They're not allowed to explore. They're not allowed to discover. And the worst thing a family can do is at the end of the day, after the kid has been totally drained and has no bandwidth because their executive function is drained because they've been taking classes that they don't even like, but they're mandatory. The kid comes home and says, Mom, I want to go play soccer. And the mom says, you can't go play soccer till you do your homework. And if you don't do your homework, we're taking you off the soccer team. And what they do is they take that source of inspiration right away. It's not important that they become scholars. What's important is that they develop a character with something that they do good. I got 2 kids, Tony. One went to Yale, academically smart. The other kid struggled in college, but he's great with people. He's promoting events now. His personality is just perfect for it.
Right.
And what we had to learn to do is whatever our idea of what we wanted for our kids, we had to drop it and say, what do you want to do? What do you want to do with your life? And let them, it's not a failure if you let them go out and experiment. Let them go out, there's an old story about Thomas Edison. Thomas Edison, when he was creating the light bulb, they asked him, Mr. Edison, don't you consider yourself a failure because you've had 1,000 failures with creating the light filament? And he said, no, I just found 1,000 ways I won't do it the same way again. And that's what we got to do with the kids. They're becoming perfectionistic. Just take one action, revise it, and keep going if you love it. Keep going. No, but Tony, you didn't become successful in business by doing it in one shot. Neither did I. Nobody does.
That's right.
And so kids can learn from their families. And here's what I'm saying. Parents have to model love and kindness because that wins over everything. When a kid can't do what he wants in school because the school dictates it, when they tell them how to do all their academics, the only place they're safe and the only place they gain confidence is in the home. That's the only place where you can control. Give them confidence in the home. Teach them how to advocate for themselves and teach them, Miss G, if you let me ask a few more questions in math class, I might do better. Or if you let me move around in the back. That's the other piece, that the schools give accommodations, but they don't enforce it, and the parents have to. So here's my point. All of this, kindness, love, creativity, all these are traits of people with ADHD, but until they learn how to give themselves permission to do what they do naturally in different situations and what sustains them, they're not going to be able to embrace the kindness and love. And there's a whole neurology in kindness and love too.
There is. So your point about bringing kindness into the school system, okay? So we have this wonderful workshop that we've done. We've done it across the country. We've done it in schools, and we encourage you if you're a parent or if you're a parent in the school system or if you're a teacher listening on the phone, listening on today, we encourage you to do this workshop. It's about sending the kids out and doing something kind in the community. That could be go sing happy birthday to the elderly home where they don't get out much. They don't have any visitors. Go sing happy birthday on that once a month that they do. Or take someone who is struggling maybe in math and mentor that. Do some teaching, help them with the math projects or whatever it might be. What was really cool is there was a wonderful young boy and he was great at playing soccer and lacrosse, and he helped Anthony. He came over to the house and he would help Anthony. He was a senior. He didn't have to do some of that things, but he was great at it. He wanted to help Anthony. That's the kind of stuff that we want people to do, to help, that where kids might just a little bit of encouragement. Sometimes, David, it only takes one, and you know this better than anybody. It only takes one kind act to make a difference.
Yes.
So these kids go out, they do something kind. They come back to the school, and in a group, they come together, and they could do this as a team or however they want. They sit down, they cut out an orange heart, or that orange being the color for unity, kindness, and they put down what they did on that heart. So if they went and sang for the elderly homes, they put down, I went and sang, I talked to 3 or 4 elderly people, I said hello, whatever it might be. And then they build a bulletin board filled with all those hearts.
Beautiful.
The coolest thing is, isn't it?
It's
it
beautiful.
sends a message that kindness is different at our school, different in our community, and what we're doing by doing this, and the teachers get it too, is that you're teaching the children in the school system to be kind, that it's a good thing to go out and do something. It's a good thing to take canned products to a foster home or someone who might need help. Those are all good things to do, and they change the complexion of the environment, and they change the complexion of the school and of the children that are doing it. What we saw as we've done this across the country is that the kids that were maybe being bullied, they get brought into the fray, if you will, and they're together with people, working together on a project, going out together. That's part of this whole effort, is like, hey, pick someone new that you might not have gone out with before, but go out with them and do this together. It's about teamwork. It's about effort, because when you get out in the real world, you're going to have to be in a team. Most people work as a team. So that's what we want to teach too. So the power in that, and if you're listening, folks, and if you want to join in on this, please let us know. It is that we can really change, and we can build the communities up, and we can build the school up, and we can change the whole complexion. It sends a great message out.
Sure does. You just reminded me, in our training program, we got a bunch of coaches that use the character strengths with their kids.
Yeah.
And so with their one kid, he just told me this recently, his one kid loved animals and nature. And whenever he went, they lived near the ocean. And whenever he went to the ocean, his heart broke because he saw this plastic coming out of the water, plastic and garbage. And so his character strengths, love, kindness, and creativity. So he created this community program. I forgot what he called it. It was a really cool name. And hundreds of people came to clean all the garbage on the beach. They just came and cleaned it. And from him, other kids did it, and it started spreading. And pretty soon that area of the beach for miles got clean. And that's an example of the power of love and kindness. One kid starts it, another kid says, I love animals, humans and animals and all the living things in the world, trees. There's so many great things that we love and can be kind to. And we neglect them. We neglect them. I mean, just look outside. Look at those beautiful trees. What would happen if we lost them? You'd lose all the oxygen in the world. But first, let's start with people, because people need it too. But there's so many acts of kindness that we can do. And you watch the brain change, and you watch these kids that can't get started in school put such positive hyper focus and energy to get this beach clean. And can you imagine? There are millions of people like that with ADHD. We could change the world just with kindness,
Absolutely. So the other thing to talk with you about is exercise.
Yes.
Tell everybody what exercise does to the human body and what it does to fill everybody in on how that impacts, especially children with ADHD.
There are so many benefits to exercise. We could talk a week on this, but basically, it creates endorphins, which make you feel good. It opens up the brain. In fact, I will tell you that myself and many of my clients, if they're in business as adults, or a kid that has to write a paper, I tell them, go get a good workout, and then write your paper. And when they try to write it when they're anxious, it's just not going to happen. But here's the key with exercise, Anthony. You've got to find, just like anything, Anthony loved the martial arts, so that was his form of exercise. You've got to find a form of exercise, because the biggest challenge with exercise is boredom, is monotony. It's the biggest challenge. I have a mom who had a couple of newborns, triplets, and she hated exercise, but she had some help in the house. And one day we were talking, and I said to her, well, if you really could, what do you love to do? She said, I love to dance. Really? Oh, good. What kind? She loves Motown. I love Motown too. So we're talking about Motown, and I said, "Oh, so you'd like to get exercise? What else do you like to do?" She says, "Well, I like jumping around with the kids, playing with the kids, but I can only do that for a little bit." So I said, "What would happen if you combine the two?" And she said, "What do you mean?" "Well, what would happen if you put music together with jumping?" And she thought, it's interesting. We've got a mini trampoline down in the basement. Honest, we got a mini trampoline. And, I used to jump up and down it, but I'm wondering if I could dance to Motown on the trampoline, what would happen? 3 times a week, she gets on for 30 minutes. She's dropped 15 pounds. The stress is gone. And that she allowed herself to explore. She allowed herself to do something that when I share that story, people say, "Really?" And actually I do it. It's fun. It's fun. You can do it once a week just to break up the different exercises. But this is what
You
I
get
will
on
tell.
You get on a trampoline, you
Oh
dance.
yeah. I used to practice the martial arts.
Yeah,
I used to practice kicks,
yeah.
punches, all that stuff. But I'm going to be 70 in February, Anthony. So I'm not doing it like I used to. All right. But this is what I'll tell you. Exercise is one of the only things other than music. It's interesting that Anthony loved music. Put exercise and music together, and you've got an anecdote that impacts all parts of the brain, prefrontal cortex, because you're breathing better, you're taking in oxygen better, your muscles are getting what they need. So my recommendation to every kid is if you can't find a sport that you love, come up with something creative. Come up with something, even walking with a buddy, with weights. There's so many things you can do. But this is what I will tell you. I have coached clients that were depressed and ADHD that once they got into an exercise regimen, plus with a gratitude journal.
Absolutely. We'll talk about
Gratitude, because you have to get the brain focused on something positive every day. It doesn't have to be hours. But what we know about the brain is we have the ability to change the architecture of the brain by what we pay attention to and reinforce. So I've seen people that were very, very depressed who had pervasive negativity, 10, 15 minutes a day of a gratitude journal, talk about their moments called magnificent me moments when they expressed passion, and did all these things. They look at that 10 to 15 minutes a day, 30 minutes of exercise, and slowly but surely, with being vigilant about it, their chemistry changed in their brain. They were able to pause and say, "I'm not going to pay attention to that anymore." They're able to shift and say, "I'm going to pay attention to the things I know." So this is what's interesting, Anthony. As a human race, people would much rather pay attention to beliefs that are not really true about how they're not good, how they can't perform. And when we ask them, where's the evidence? There is none. And yet, when we go in and they give themselves permission to find these events where they've done really well, all the positive emotions, all the energy that they put into it comes right back.
Absolutely.
So we've got to give them a reminder, give them prompts to remember it. A lot of my clients have success diaries, and they go to that and all that kind of stuff. But exercise is the closest thing, maybe even in some cases better than medication, because 20% of the population can't take medication. Doesn't work. So, and even if you do, I know for me, and they may refute this in research, but I can tell you this, my medications last a lot longer when I work out. It increases the efficacy and the duration of the medication. And I have to take less.
So your point's so well taken, and it's about boredom too. So I'll give you an example. So Gabriella, our daughter, she would take martial arts too, and she was a gymnast, but she got bored with the standard forms. So she would be doing jumps and flips while she was doing so you have to figure out how to make it interesting, continuous. If you're bored with a routine, you're bored with a sport, so Anthony, we tried to get him to play baseball. Okay. We said, try baseball.
So, oh my God, that's a tough one.
He'd go out. He was at second base or in the field, and he'd be picking the grass because he's so bored because it'd be so slow. The ball would go right through his legs. So he tried. He could hit good, but he forget it in the field. It just didn't work in the field. So he continued to try different things. The idea that we want kids that we work with to just be able to experiment and try new to be able to try. And this, let's hit on this gratitude and success journal. I recommend to everybody that they keep a journal and just put down at the end of the day something that's been good in their day. There's a few series of questions. What did I do good? What happened good today? Who did I help today? What kind act did I do? Put 3 questions and put a little note down for each of those, and guaranteed that you'll start feeling better when you go back and you look at those. If you have a bad day, and that's why our saying, how to win, our saying from this morning is, today's the best day of your life, and tomorrow's going to be even better. If you're having a bad day, put that in the front of the journal and just think about, hey, today's the best day of my life. Tomorrow's going to be better. Even if I have a bad day, it seems to flip it around on you, and it's just powerful stuff.
So Tony, you're reminding me of something very important we need to share with everybody. ADHD, in the diagnostic criteria, emotional regulation is not mentioned. It's not even one of the criteria. And you and I and everybody that is born with it and see their kids know that emotional regulation may be just about one of the biggest foundational challenges of ADHD. And part of the problem is because the ADHD brain is so full of negative emotion and negative scenes that we have to constantly fight that, and we have to be able to teach kids how to pause and notice, become self-aware when the negative is taking over. And that takes skill to be able to pause, identify it in the body, and say, how is what I am paying attention to serving me right now? How is this anger? I'm about to, I'm a big stick of dynamite on a short fuse to let loose. How's that going to help me? And pause and change the story. And that takes time. But like a gratitude journal creates positive emotion. I was at the University of Alabama, and I gave a keynote 3-4 years ago. And I started the presentation by saying, how many of you can identify your sources of positive emotion? And I waited for somebody to raise their hand. Not one person raised their hand. And I said, well, I want you to think about that. What would happen if you could? What would happen if you could? Now, this is just a very epidemic kind of pattern that's occurring in the world where we don't even know what ignites our hearts and our heads. So interest opens up the door, Anthony. Importance takes it to the next level, but we're looking for inspiration, purpose, passion. And the way to do that is to allow a kid to explore situations that they start with by being interested. Passion doesn't show up. You got to go out and explore it. I used to think, I'm going to start my business when I become passionate, right? That would have never happened, Tony. It doesn't happen. There are some people that actually believe that, but we let the kids go out, especially when they're young. They don't have to get a job there. They don't have to get, yes, they have pressure of school, but what's more important, getting the A or getting a B and going out and exploring different things that kid might use for the rest of his life.
Right.
And that's what we're trying to do. And kindness is such a great way to use it. And this is what I say to parents, shine the light on what your kids do right. Move from what's wrong to what's strong. Shine the light and move what's wrong to strong, because when you find that strength, many times there's some source of inspiration behind it, and let them explore it. They're not going to find it overnight, but the best kids are the ones that have parents like you and Casey, who said, you want to do karate, do it. You don't like baseball? At least you tried it. You want to sing a song to your mom? Go ahead. You want to go to a university that has automotive studies? You can do that. You did everything that a good parent, and that's why you saw him transform right before your eyes. Right before your eyes.
The biggest challenge that let's spend a minute on this, because this is I think a lot of families struggle, and children with ADHD struggle, is that pause mechanism. All right.
Yeah.
So how do you guide your coaches?
Okay.
To help a family help their child to pause. Just to say, hey, because I say that only because if we lost Anthony in one night just with one impulsive action. If he would have just paused, just took a step back and came down and talked to us, we might not have lost him.
Okay. Yeah. So it's a process, but let me just say this. Because ADHD is a challenge of inhibition, the ability to put the brakes on, it's harder for people with ADHD to learn, but it doesn't mean they can't. It's not like it's a genetic defect. You can't learn how to pause. Everybody can learn how to pause. What I'm going to tell you about pause is totally related to what we call emotional intelligence. And so there's a process to pausing. By the way, only one, and if we define emotional intelligence as the ability to identify an emotion you're feeling in the moment and give it a name, the moment you name it, you tame it. You got to name it first. And how do you do that? Well, the first thing is whenever you're anxious or stressed, the heart rate goes up, the oxygen level goes down. So one of the most important things that we have to teach, and by the way, what I'm going to share with the audience, only about 1/3 of the world has this ability. If you want to read Emotional Intelligence 2.0, they did a research study of 500,000 people around the world, and they found that only 1/3 of the people had the ability to pause. Okay, and where does that ability come from? Everything that starts in the invisible realm of the mind creates neurochemicals in your body that turns into signals in your body. They're called feelings. So every time you have a thought, there's a feeling associated with it, and we don't pause to pay attention to it. Think about all the times where maybe we may have felt anxiety, but with ADHD, you say, screw that, and you just keep going. You just, I'm gonna push over the anxiety. You don't even know it's subconscious. But what we have to learn to do is when there's an invisible negative thought in the mind, it always shows up in a certain part of the body, always. That's the way it works. So you learn to identify. For me, emotion shows up in my stomach almost, but different thoughts show up in different parts of the body. Okay. Right. So anything emotional for me, when I feel something in my stomach, I pause and I say, you can always trace that feeling. The ancestors to every action is a thought, and the ancestor to every thought is a feeling, So thought to feeling, take action or not. So when we teach kids to do this, the first thing you have to do, the moment you notice the feeling in your body, you say, I'm feeling angry. And that's when you breathe, right in that moment. You don't take any action. You take 4 deep, I would recommend everybody take a class on mindfulness and develop your own pattern of breathing. But what research tells us is this: if you take 4 deep in breaths, you always have to take 1 more out breath. So 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, hold it and count 5, 1, 2, 3. The 5th breath is what gets rid of all the carbon dioxide and it brings in more oxygen. So first thing, identify the emotion in your body, feel it, name it. The moment you feel it, breathe, because here's why. The prefrontal cortex, which is the part of the brain that analyzes everything, the part of the brain that identifies the emotion, is not available when the emotion takes over. That's the ADHD thing. So if your prefrontal cortex isn't available, the emotion takes over in the amygdala, and they call it the amygdala hijack. You get hijacked. So the most important thing to know is the moment you feel an emotion is to pause, identify it, and breathe. Even if it's a good emotion. If it's a good emotion, you can do the same thing. Sometimes people with ADHD use good emotions, they overuse it, and they don't know how to manage it. They get so excited, they don't know how to manage it. So all emotions are important for people with ADHD to stop and ask, what am I thinking right now? Is this what I really want to do? Is this the story that's really serving me? Do I really want to beat that kid up because he said something to me? What's the consequence? The big one is, what's the consequences of my actions? And so you can't do one without the other. You can't identify the emotion if you don't identify it in your body and breathe. Breathe. It's the most important skill for quality of life. And it can be learned. And thousands of people that we've coached. In fact, our next coach training, in the last class of one of the modules, one of our yoga teachers, if she's an instructor, we're going to the first 20 minutes, she's going to teach the coaches how to breathe.
Great.
Yeah.
Great. So important. Yeah, it's
So
so
important.
I'll tie the meditation and just
Yes.
bring your body at peace. And
yes.
I mean,
Yes.
at the time, we just didn't know that.
No.
I mean, so what you're teaching here, everybody listening, what David is just talking about is how to help your child to pause when they're angry, pause when they're going to take an action, and just breathe.
Anthony, let me tell you something that will work with every parent. Listen, my heart goes out to you. I have a kid. He's 36. It took an army to raise him. I love him. He's the best kid in the world. But when he got angry, he's a big kid, he's 6'2", big kid, you know, he would get so angry, he'd put his hand through the sheetrock and all this stuff. It was tough.
Yeah.
But you know what we said to him? When he got angry and he got older, because remember, kids with ADHD, their executive function could be behind anywhere from 5 to 7 years. And we
Right.
have to remember that when he said the most horrible things that were so hurtful, you know, he's hit 36 and now he goes back and says, I'm so sorry for those moments. But here's what we said. We said, Daniel, when you're this angry, this is not who you are. This is not who you are. We're going to stop. We're not going to have a discussion. And when you calm down after breathing, if you'd like, I'll breathe with you. You know, and back then he thought breathing, that's so stupid, until he realized it wasn't so stupid. And now he does it all the time whenever, you know, because there's a propensity. He just pauses and he makes so much, he's such a calmer person now. You wouldn't even recognize his most beautiful. He has now here's a guy who had kindness in his soul from the moment he was born, but anger took it away.
Yeah.
Anger. And so if we can help him understand the anger, there's more kindness. And in fact, people love him because he's so kind, Anthony. That's what makes him. That's what makes him.
Yeah. Yeah. So the message here is, folks, that look, you can really change your emotions, right, by just breathing. And we have to teach our kids how to do that. And that's so important. And so I'm so excited that you and your coaches are helping our kids that we bring on, that we refer, you know, families to. And I mean, we've got some great coaches, David, that you and Caroline have mentioned and recommended, and they're just out there and they're doing a great job and they're helping families every day. So I'm thankful for that. So we got a couple questions that came in from.
Yeah, good. Let's hear them.
Get them up here. How do I balance holding my child accountable for behavior while still reinforcing kindness and compassion?
Well, one of the best ways, did she say how old her child is in there, Anthony?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, let's assume he's anywhere from 10 to 18, something like that. I'm assuming. One of the best ways is to collaborate. What do you think you need? What could we do to help you with this issue that you're dealing with?
Yeah.
How can we work together, and what would work for you? So kids with ADHD need different ways of communicating. For example, I knew one kid that kept swearing all the time and he just didn't know it. And so we developed the Morse code. And the Morse code was all I said, you're doing it. That's it. And he would stop. He wasn't even aware. So two things. Sometimes the child's not aware of the anger, because when you're angry, you don't remember anything. There's no executive function. Okay. So the most important thing is to not discuss it when they're angry. Take a pause and say, listen, this is not who you are. Let's talk when you're calm, and it'll be better, because the brain cannot rationalize or compromise or collaborate when they're angry or when they're distracted. The brain is very easily distracted. And so when you say to a kid, let's do this together, it's a whole different mindset. And let the kids, or, you know, that's what coaching is all about. Invite them to think, what would you picture? How would you picture this going? What might be, and instead of going for the whole picture, you say, what might be the first piece of action that's interesting to you, that you would like to do? You don't give the whole thing because it's overwhelming. You take one piece at a time.
Yeah.
What's the first piece you'd like to do?
Yeah, it's great. So another question is, when my child gets stuck in negative self-talk, how can I redirect them towards self-kindness without sounding dismissive of their feelings?
Oh, great question. So the first thing is acknowledge the feeling. I'm so sorry you feel that way. Tell me what's going through your head, and you listen and you acknowledge it. But trying to fix the emotion is the worst thing you can do. It just makes it worse. But absolutely acknowledge the feeling, have them breathe. And here's something very important. A lot of kids can be helped with identifying the emotion, but then what? They have to have a path to go after they pause and feel good. So one of the things that we do with kids, no matter what age are, we begin to work on what we call magnificent me moments. These are moments where they felt fulfilled, joyful, something good happened. We all have them, but they bury them. This is what we call the buried treasure. And when they're feeling good, say, you know, let's investigate this. And what we do is we take their character strengths and we say, what's something that you did? And their first top 5 are what are called via character strengths. We might take 2 of them. What's an example of something you did with love and kindness recently or in the past that maybe you've forgotten about? And if they can't come up with that, they got 24 character strengths they can pick from. Okay. But you can't ask a big question of a kid with ADHD because if it's too big, it's overwhelming. So you have to be a little bit more specific and say, so what's an example of something you did using these character strengths, or a specific sport that you did, or, something that they, take the strength. I noticed that you do that really well. What's something else that you could do that would be kind to do? So the first thing is acknowledge the strength, have them breathe, collaborate with them, but they have to be in the right mood, and ask them what they'd like to do. If not, ask them to remember, if you have these magnificent me moments, they're full of positive emotion that they've forgotten about. So how can we take this magnificent me moment from the past and bring it into the present? How can we take that? And it works beautifully. And you can do that, with any age group, but especially kids, because they've forgotten them. And it's a great thing to teach them at a young age to pay attention. In fact, Anthony, kids should pay attention to not only gratitude, but the things that fulfill them, like these magnificent me moments. 5 minutes a day when they wake up and before they go to bed. That's it.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. So another question is, if there's one message of kindness you wish every ADHD child could hear, what would it be? One message of kindness.
Well, the one that immediately shows up for me, love every person's unique brain wiring. Love it. Love it. Don't judge it. Embrace it. Accept it. Look at the beautiful, brilliant patterns that they express, the different things that they do, and just tell them how much you love watching them express their uniqueness. Because that's what it is. It's not if you don't understand how to manage it, if you don't understand how it shows up, it can really be a disorder. It can be impairing. But when you do and start to say, I'm going into this situation where I know my ADHD really well, what can I access to bring out the best in me? Rather than what do I need to do to fix? There's no repairing. Start the day off with momentum. This is a challenge of momentum.
Yeah. Yeah, I like to think of it as you're special no matter what.
Yeah. No matter what.
Yeah, what you are and who you are, that's you. Never change you, because that's how you were born. That's what and we're here to help you, and you're special. And kids are so special. Right. You have to remember that. And that's what we forget sometimes.
You reminded me, Anthony, when you said that. Well, I believe that there's an inner greatness in every human being. Yeah. They just haven't found it yet. I've never met a human being that, if they were patient enough and wanted to discover, no matter how tough life is, and let themselves explore, they will find things that they've done that they've completely forgotten about.
That's it. That's it. So I have a question. Does somebody ask a question here? What helps you keep choosing hope and kindness each day while carrying your son's memory forward? And how have you found the strength to turn this loss into a mission that brings healing? Well, I'll tell you, every day I wake up and I go look at my son's picture and I say, why am I doing this? And my wife, Casey, she says, look, we could have rolled over and we could have been depressed and not made anything out of his loss. But we decided to do something with it. We built Anthony's Way, the road to kindness, to help. And that's what we're trying to do. We want to help as many kids as we can with as much time as we have, and just do what's right for these families that call us and reach out to us. And the ones that we sponsor, I tell you, kids that we sponsor, we want to bring them into our family. We want to make them feel like family. Yeah. And that's why we do it.
Yeah.
That's why we do it. So it keeps us going.
Anthony, you just reminded me, which you often do when we talk, and you remind me of a lot of things. There's a very famous man, Viktor Frankl, who wrote the book In Man's Search of Meaning. Yeah. And you reminded me of the statement he said, if you can find the why, you can deal with any how. Yeah. You have your why and you can deal with any how. And that's what the kids need to do. They need to find their purpose, their passion, because if that's their why, they'll do whatever it takes to get it done, but we got to let them do it. We
That's
got to
right.
let them do it.
That's right. So if you have one message you could leave with our audience today, David, that reflecting on fueling the fire, that's what our topic was, fueling the fire, what would it be? What's that message you want to leave with everybody as we wind this down?
Every child with ADHD and their family creates a spark. A living flame that has curiosity. Curiosity is a big ADHD strength. Creativity and kindness is the one that is the platform for all of them. Too often the spark gets dimmed, because of all the darkness by a misunderstanding of judgment and pressure to conform and to perform. But when we meet these kids with kindness and love and, an invitation to explore, we awaken more confidence in them. When we help them discover their strengths, the performance supported by their inner character, we provide direction. And, passion is really important. But this is what I'm going to say. Passion without purpose is like a human being without a heart. Let them go out. They need to align their hearts with their heads. And when you do that and you give them kindness and you give them an invitation to explore how to use their own brain wiring, then they're able to navigate the most unbelievable flight where they can soar to the highest place in the world. And I've seen it happen every day. And so find them doing things right, shine the light on what they do right, give them love and kindness as part of that. And that will fuel their fire for a long time.
Yeah, well, sure will. Yeah, and we have 3 wonderful girls, Gabriella, Aubrey, and Meredith, that, doing this helps us to also be close to them.
Yeah.
So whatever you find that you need to do, that's through your life, just do it. I mean, it's worth doing because you're going to help someone. If you're going to help someone, then do it. And that's the meaning. That's what we're trying to drive here. And today was a very special day for us. We had some great, wonderful people on. Jeff Copper kicked it off for us. Kate Brownfield came on and just talked about parenting, and Mike McLeod and Ben Zook, reducing screen times to 0 if you can. And as you go forward, the less screen time, the better the child's going to be. Michelle Raz talked about her remedy here, her tools here that she has. Ari Tuckman, taking ADHD seriously, but not personally. Carolyn Maguire talked about friendships and connections, and lots of information in there, and from everybody. And David, you talked about passion, and that's how we finished today, talking about passion, talking about what it means. ADHD it's okay to have ADHD. There's nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with your children. Nothing wrong. And if we can fuel the fire that's underneath, that's burning within every child, we'll make progress every day.
Yeah, every day.
So you and me, we're going to finish today. We're going to finish today with our saying, today is the best day of your life, and tomorrow will be even better. Let's say it together, David. And everybody out there, post this on your fridge. Today
is the best day of your life, and tomorrow is going to even be better.
And life is better with you. Listen, thank you for joining us. It's been a real pleasure, and we'll continue to do as many summits as we can, and wish everybody the best. Please take care. Thank you, David.
Everybody. Bye.
Bye.